She's replacing Ms. Margaret Keeby on the agenda. Uh, my mother is a native of Indianola, graduate of the one and only Gentry High School. Go Rams. Go Rams. All right. That's something, a knuck if you buck. Knuck if you buck. All right. And she's going to recognize the local elected officials and out-of-town visitors. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
That's my boy right there. I have the opportunity to introduce to you those persons who thought enough of this affair to come and sit and listen and learn. I'd like to first recognize Texas Southern University. Are you in the building? Texas Southern? Okay. Then maybe they haven't made it yet. Now the out-of-town visitors, would you stand and a name and where you're from? Quickly. Out-of-town visitors.
Jessica Rucker from Washington, D.C.
And audience, just, would you please stand, the ones that were just standing there. Okay. Those young men were here in 1964. Their experience, I hear a lot of from my husband, Mac, all the time. Chris did this, and Leonard, and Bright Wind. So their story is wide and broad, and you'll hear a lot of that in the next 2 days. And I'd like to ask you to pay attention. They've got miles behind them. Thank you so much for coming. There was someone else standing. Okay. Is that all? Where is Cortland Cobb? I dare not let him get away. Where is he? Okay. Thank you so much for bracing this heat and visiting here for this great occasion. Now let's recognize those persons who are here who are beneficiaries of the summer of '64, and that's the elected officials. Would you please stand? Do not sit down. Do not sit down. Your name and what you do.
Mayor Ken Southern, Mayor of the City of Indianola.
I need y'all to get up.
Former vice mayor, 16 years on the board of aldermen, and 35 years in the school system.
My name is Marvin Elwood, Ward 4 Alderman for the city of Indianola.
Are there any other elected officials?
I am Otis Anthony, State Representative, House District 31. Welcome to House District 31.
My name is Carrie Smith. I'm an alderman, Ward 4.
Melanie Townsend, the mayor from Drew, Mississippi.
This is Earl McLemore, Vice Mayor of the town of Wall, Mississippi.
So, summer of '64, those of you who came, that's your results. Give yourselves a big round hand. Now, I think I am finished. I know I am. Thank you so much for coming, and do enjoy the rest of. Oh. So we are so extremely proud of you for coming, and happy that you came. And remember, you can't say anything bad about Indianola, because we're proud of this place. And like to remind the youth of the youth conference tomorrow, starting at 11. It's at 11. Registration is at 11, lunch, and then you go into your sessions. We'd like all of the youth to be over there. It's at the museum in the education hall, and we want all of you to be there so that you can talk about how you plan to protect the gains that were made. Thank you.
All right, that's my mama. All right. Okay, now, which is unusual for most programs, we're running a little ahead of schedule. So at this time, we're gonna give you an opportunity to take a little break, make your visits to the donuts in the back, to the restroom, and we'll reconvene at 10:55 to get started with our moderated panel. 9:55 to get started with our moderated panels. Thank you.
I'm Charles McLaurin, a veteran of the Mississippi Civil Rights Movement. Welcome to the 60th anniversary celebration of Mississippi Freedom Summer Project, a pivotal point in changing Mississippi and the nation. The Freedom Summer Project brought more than 1,000 young people and other professionals from different races and ethnic and cultural backgrounds to Mississippi for 6 weeks of organizing. The efforts include voter registration, community education, community centers, and political empowerment. I got involved in the civil rights movement in the early 60s because after the Freedom Rides into Jackson, Mississippi, and meeting Medgar Evers, who was the real influence on my early life. I went to Medgar one day and asked him how were we going to stop Mr. Charlie, or the white man, from lynching us. And Medgar took out a big map of the state of Mississippi, and he drew a circle around the Mississippi Delta. And he said, here's where we start. So Bob Moses came along and brought myself, Charlie Cobbs, to the Mississippi Delta and turned us over to Amzie Moore, who was a World War II veteran and who was interested in doing voter registration. So I started out in Ruleville, Charlie and I started out in Ruleville, and it was there where we met Fannie Lou Hamer and got involved in trying to put together a voter registration project in Sunflower County. The project led to the eviction of Fannie Lou Hamer from her plantation home. and I later got a chance to bring her to the SNCC conference in Nashville, Tennessee in 1963. This two-day conference celebrates and continues the successful gains made in 1964. I believe that the situation that we have in this country today require that we harness our power, that we organize, and that we get the largest number of possible voter turnout this November the 5th. To the Mississippi Delta and turned us over to Amzie Moore, who was a World War II veteran and who was interested in doing voter registration. So I started out in Ruleville. Charlie and I started out in Ruleville, and it was there where we met Fannie Lou Hamer and got involved in trying to put together a voter registration project in Sunflower County. The project led to the eviction of Fannie Lou Hamer from her plantation home. And I later got a chance to bring her to the SNCC conference in Nashville, Tennessee in 1963. This two-day conference celebrates and continues the successful gains made in 1964. I believe that the situation that we have in this country today require that we harness our power, that we organize, and that we get the largest number of possible voter turnout this November the 5th.
They had enough children, that they could gather the crop every year.
You believe in freedom cannot rest. You believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. You believe in freedom cannot rest. Hear me talking to you. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Until the killing of black men, black mother sons, is as important as the killing of white men, white mother sons. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. Sing it with me if you like it. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. The older I get, the better I know that the secret of my going on is when the reins are in the hands of the young who dare to run against the storm. Cause to me, young people people come first. They have the courage where we fail. And if I can but shed some light, I say, carry us through the gales. We who believe in freedom and not rest. Hear me talking to ya. We who believe in freedom and not rest until it comes. Then struggling myself don't mean a whole lot. I've come to realize that teaching others to stand up and fight is the only way my struggle survives. I'm a woman who speaks in a voice, and I must be heard. At times I can be quite difficult. How about no man's word? We believe in freedom and not rest. Hear me talking to you. We believe in freedom and not rest until it comes. Not needing to clutch for power, not needing the light just to shine on me. I need to be one in the number as we stand against tyranny. We believe in freedom and not rest. Oh, we believe in freedom and not rest until it
And one other song they would sing about Jesus is my only friend. 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 When my doctor can't do me no good. When my doctor can't do me no good. When my doctor can't do me no good. Jesus is my only friend.
Jesus, Jesus is my only friend. Jesus, Jesus is my only friend. Jesus, Jesus is my only friend. Jesus is my only friend. When I'm sick and I can't get well. When I'm sick and I can't get well. When I'm sick and I can't get well. Jesus is my only friend. Jesus, Jesus is my only friend. Jesus, Jesus is my only friend. Jesus, Jesus is my only friend. Jesus is my only friend. When I'm lying at the elder's door. When I'm lying at the elder's door. When I'm lying at the elder's door. Jesus is my only friend. Jesus, Jesus is my only friend. Jesus, Jesus is my only friend. Jesus, Jesus is my only friend. Jesus is my only friend. When my brother turned his back on me. When my brother turned his back on me. When my brother turned his back on me. Jesus is my only friend. Jesus, Jesus is my only friend. Jesus, Jesus is my only friend. Jesus, Jesus is my only friend. Jesus is my only friend. And when my mother, you know, we would be racing, picking cotton to see who could pick the most. One of her little favorite songs was, jump down, turn around, pick a bale of cotton. Jump down, turn around, pick a bale of day. Oh, Lord, I'll pick a bale of cotton. Oh, Lord, pick a bale of day. Jump down, turn around, and pick a bale of cotton. Jump down, turn around, and pick a bale of day. Jump down, turn around, and pick a bale of cotton. Jump down, turn around, and pick a bale of day. Oh, Lord, pick a bale of cotton. Oh, Lord, pick a bale of day.
Okay, group, we can start to settle down a little bit. We got about 4 minutes before we resume activities. If they haven't registered. Okay. Where are we? We're here.
And the other one was, I used to hear him sing.
Okay, we have about 3 minutes before we resume. Ladies and gentlemen, about 3 minutes before we resume, so can you please start to settle down so we can get started on time? Thank you.
Keep your lamp trimmed in the bunny. Oh, the work is most done. Sister, don't get worried. Sister, don't you get worried. Sister, don't you get worried. All the work is most done. Keep your light trimmed and burning.
Attention all Kmart shoppers.
Trimmed and burning. Keep your light trimmed and burning.
Attention all Kmart shoppers. Kmart will begin operations in 2 minutes, please. Please get your final purchases and proceed quietly to your seats. So good.
Oh, yeah.
Please come to order, please. Please come to order so we can carry on the program. With all due respect, we need silence in the building. Let's respect our peoples that are coming before you this morning. Complete silence and attention. Thank you.
I guess y'all heard that, didn't you? Uh-huh. See? Okay. I want to remind everyone that if you haven't filled out a registration form, you need to do so. If you haven't filled out a registration form, can you please raise your hands, and we'll have the members of the staff to bring you a registration form. So if you have not filled out a registration form, raise your hand and we'll have someone bring a form to you. No need to walk, we'll bring it to you. So by show of hands, if you haven't registered, please let us know who you are and we'll get a form to you. Okay, we're now preparing for our first panel discussion. And at this time, I would like to introduce our moderator, Ms. Amber Thomas. She is the Senior Vice President of Operations, Effectiveness, and Improvements for the NAACP, leading the NAACP operations team while focusing on internal policies and procedures. Joining her, Dr. Leslie McLemore and Dr. Sadie Turnipseed. Dr. McLemore helped lay the foundation for the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party while working the SNCC's Freedom Vote. In 1997, he helped fund the Fannie Lou Hamer Institute on Citizenship and Democracy. Dr. Turnipseed serves as the Executive Director of COFRE Incorporated, a nonprofit that provides educational and cultural programs that recognize the rich history of the Mississippi Delta. So I'd like to bring forth at this time is Amber Thomas.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How's my sound in the back? Not good, so we need to project, right? Is that better if I project this way? Okay, I always do a test. And I noticed that when I walked into the room, every time somebody saw somebody, I saw bright eyes, and I saw kisses and hugs, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is a family reunion. That's what this is. We're here, and we're commemorating amazing work that set the stage for Mississippi, but this is also a family reunion, because there are so many people in this room, so many connections. It's people in this room that are family in so many ways, and they don't even know it yet. But I bet you by the end of this next 2 days, you'll have more family and you'll have more encouragement to keep on doing the work that needs to be done. Is that all right? All right. Well, I really appreciate having the opportunity to be here. I don't take it lightly. And I was telling Insay, who you'll hear from later, that when I got up early this morning and started with prayer, I decided to be present. And when I became present, I started to cry. And I started to cry because when we did this to commemorate the 50th anniversary, I remembered who was in the room. And being in the room at Tougaloo and looking across the table and being able to see Bob Moses and hugging on him and him saying, "Hey, Amber," you know, or looking across the room and being able to squeeze Hollis, and now being in this space and not seeing them is a big deal for my, young self. But I appreciate the opportunity that I had to sit down with Miss Dory Ladner and all of those folks, sit hip to hip with them and let them pour into me as I did some of the work that I did in Mississippi. So I just want to take a moment and just give gratitude for them, gratitude for you, and just really appreciate the space and opportunity of the folks who've taken the time to set the space for this, because this is a really, really important time. And we're all prepared for a time such as this. I know we are, because we're in this room together to do it. So we just want to commemorate and reflect upon the Freedom Summer of 1964. 60 years ago this year, a courageous group of activists, students, and everyday citizens embarked upon a mission that will forever alter the landscape of civil rights in America. The Freedom Summer Project was a monumental effort aimed at registering African American voters in Mississippi, educating the disenfranchised, and challenging the entrenched systems of racial segregation and discrimination. Their bravery, their sacrifices, and unwavering commitment to justice and equality serve as an enduring inspiration to all of us. Today, we honor the legacy of Freedom Summer, and we are reminded that the fight for civil rights is far from over. The principles and the values that guided those brave souls in 1964 continue to resonate today as we confront new challenges. And Charles didn't mention, I am a Mississippi native. I'm not just somebody who just came down from DC from NAACP. I was raised in Jackson, have done work all across Mississippi, and I really feel like I'm home. So if you see me get too comfortable or I kick off this shoe a little bit, just know that I'm relaxing, because I know we're here to celebrate and to get a little bit of work done. So thank you so much. How my panelists doing? So y'all ready to get started? Yes. Awesome, awesome. So I just want to talk about, set the stage, like right now, why are we here and why is it so important to be talking about Freedom Summer 60 years?
You were there.
Well, can you hear me in the back? Yes, sir. I'm going to use the Bob Moses strategy. I'm going to talk real soft, real low, so you can be quiet in the back. Bob would raise his voice just above a whisper. Yep. And then it would be like he was talking to himself. But he was talking to everybody else in the room. So now I need to raise my voice. SNCC came to Mississippi in Macomb in 1961. So we wouldn't really be talking about Freedom Summer or the 1964 Summer Project without Hollis Watkins, Curtis Hayes Mohammed, MacArthur Cotton, John Hardy, Chuck McDew, Marion Barry Jr.
we wouldn't be talking about Freedom Summer without those brave souls assembling in Macomb, Mississippi in the summer of 1961. So throughout this celebration and throughout this year, we should pay homage to Bob Moses and that group of people who assembled in Macomb, Mississippi in 1961. Some of you have heard the story. Some of you young people have not. Hollis Watkins went to Macomb because he heard that Martin Luther King Jr. was in Macomb. He went to Macomb looking for Martin Luther King Jr. And he got to Macomb, and the Martin Luther King Jr. was a guy by the name of Bob Moses. And just think, as loud as Dr. King was, Bob Moses was just as quiet. So let us pay homage to these individuals, the founding fathers and mothers of SNCC in Mississippi, in Macomb, Mississippi in 1961. And some of them are still alive. Reggie Robertson, Frank Smith told me, lives in New Orleans. MacArthur Cotton is in Kosciuszko. There are other people still around, but let us make sure that we honor the people that laid the foundation for this meeting and for all the things that occurred in Mississippi beyond that. So Freedom Summer was an initiative to awaken black folk in Mississippi. It was an initiative to deal with the short-term and the long-term effects of deprivation, politically, socially, and economically in the state of Mississippi. It was 1964. It was people coming from miles around to help address some of the fundamental issues in our state. And quite frankly, we have a hell of a lot of work to do right now in 2024 in Mississippi. But just think, if we had not had Freedom Summer, we would still be living in the 19th century. So thank God for Freedom Summer, for all those people who made a difference because they came to Mississippi. And then just think about the people who were here already. Just think about the leadership. So, quite frankly, we really can't talk about Freedom Summer without talking about Medgar Evers. We can't talk about Freedom Summer without remembering that in 1954, Medgar Evers was appointed the first full-time field secretary of the NAACP. So Medgar Evers laid the foundation for the coming of Bob Moses and all the other people that came to Mississippi. Then let us mention Emmett J. Stringer. Let us mention Charles Darden. Let us mention the forerunners in the NAACP that helped to lay the foundation for the coming of the Freedom Riders and SNCC and CORE in 1961. Because without the work of Medgar Evers developing the network, C.C. Bryant, E.W. Steptoe, Annie Devine, Fannie Lou Hamer, they were here. They were here working with Medgar Evers before the coming of SNCC and CORE. So SNCC and CORE took advantage of that network that these native Mississippians had developed. So the foundation for Freedom Summer was built upon the network that these individuals had developed. So it is important that we remember our ancestors. Because quite frankly, I'm an Indianola. My great-grandmother, Annie Harper Williams, was born in this town. So I feel right at home because I know that we have work to do, and I hope before this conference is over that as you go back to your different homes and places, that you will make sure that you visit all the places that you were in before, and that we ought to try to figure out a way to start a fund so we can educate our young people across the state. So make sure you leave some money in Indianola before you leave, okay? So I want to get back to the topic. It is important that we remember the foundation for Freedom Summer. And we know Freedom Summer had 3 primary objectives: voter registration, freedom schools, and building community centers. And we know what happened in all 3 of these cases, and we'll have that discussion. But it is important that we not just celebrate, but let's talk about what we can do beyond this and beyond Freedom Summer 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I think all we need are the transcripts for that, and we'll be done.
Right.
The book must and continue to be written and expounded upon. Thank you for that, Dr.
You're welcome.
McLemore.
You're welcome, sister.
I'm Dr. Cassie Sade Turnipseed. I'm a professor at Jackson State University in the History Department. And I love. That's right. Hello? Hello? Okay, Mississippi Valley State University. I'm there too. Okay, yeah. We bleed green, yes.
But blue first,
As a public historian, it is this work that I am charged to do. And I'm so glad I see all these young people that are here, because that is the purpose of coming together in forums like this and preserving the history, talking about the history, writing about the history, creating movies, documentaries, doing everything in our power to protect and preserve the history for you, for your babies. So one of the people that I really, before I forget to mention her, is Ella Baker. Ella Baker. I said Ella Baker. The mother of this whole SNCC family and even the Summer Freedom Party. I mean, the whole movement was charged by this sister who we can never forget to mention.
Right, absolutely.
Ella Baker, okay? So the purpose, again, of the work that I do is preserving the legacy. It's doing this work with Club Ebony, the historic Club Ebony. I was involved with when Mary Shepherd was here. We even put on a We Love Mary Shepherd Day. Yeah. The sister was struggling. We come in, we help her. Everybody know Mary Shepherd struggled. So we came in, and when I was part of the B.B. King Museum, I was part of that inaugural team as the Director of Education and Community Outreach. This was the community outreach that needed to be done, was come in here without any money or help or grants or anything, but we just came and helped her clean up. That's community building. Yes. That's giving love to the community, to the people who are trying to hold on. And you know she's holding on to your culture, to your legacy. And so how dare us not, step in and say, Mary, what did you need? So we came in, we cleaned it up, we painted, we did all kinds of things, and it really made her feel great that there was a community behind her, in spite of all of her issues and troubles and, strugglings. But there was a community that loved her for the work that she was doing solo for many, many, many years. And so I'm glad that it is where it is right now, and it has come to this place where this is absolutely beautiful. In spite of the fact that Mary Shepherd's not here, her spirit is here. Could you please give her a round of applause for holding this place, for preserving this place, for loving this place long enough for BB to come through and do what he did. And then now the B.B. King Museum having taken over. But this is just one of the projects that I know, again, as you were saying, we need to continue to do in building our community and loving on our people. And that's something that is amiss, as far as I'm concerned. We ain't loving each other enough. We're not supporting each other enough. Now, I'm originally from San Francisco. My mom and them are from here. So I came back home to the roots of who I am, or who I be, right? So I'm at home whether y'all like it or not. This is home for me. And it's something very, very special and magical about this Delta. And I have never been so creatively inspired as I have been here in the Mississippi Delta. I ain't going nowhere. This is home for me now. And, you know, it's just amazing how people feel, you know, when they hear I'm from San Francisco, it's like, oh, why are you here? And I'm like, well, first of all, because there's no traffic. A lot of space, a lot of room to move around. And I'm a nature chick, so I do like open space and clean air and all that sort of thing. And then they say, no, really, why are you here? And I say, really, because there's no traffic. And then people on at least 4 or 5 occasions have said to me, which reflects on how people feel about this community, which is disturbing to me. It's like, well, are you with the Witness Protection Program? Did you hear what I said? People would actually assume that if you want to be here to do the work, that you're running from something. Y'all don't know how special you are. This is the most important work that you can do right here in the Mississippi Delta. If we can make just a slight measure of change, and we know the history of Mississippi, everybody knows the history of Mississippi. If we could do just one incremental change here, it will reverberate, like the earthquakes in San Francisco, it will reverberate throughout the country. We can make major difference to the whole landscape of this entire country right here, and I see that. And again, I've never been so creatively inspired. So my charge is to preserve the legacy. This is the Cotton Kingdom. It fueled this country and Britain and France, but it all came from Africa. Understanding your history, knowing thyself, is how you love yourself and how you appreciate yourself. But you can't do that if you don't know thyself. So I'm just saying to encourage you all, please, please study the history as just been laid out by Dr. McLemore. And as what I teach in every one of my classes, first assignment, go home, talk to grandmama and them. Find out who you be, for real, for real. They've been watching you all your life. Ask them what their life was like your age, what they had to go through, how you became who you became. You will never respect history if you don't first understand who you are and what your people have gone through. So that's my charge, is to just be here to encourage you to study this history, to preserve this history, to protect this history, to love this history, y'all. This is ours to protect. This is ours to share. And everybody else run around trying to bank in on your stuff. And then you get mad, but you ain't doing nothing with it. So we can continue this a little later.
But thank you, that was really good. I really appreciate that. And while you were talking, both of you were talking, it made me think of a personal story, because you said, go home and ask your mom and them, right? So I've talked to my mom and my aunts extensively. And I was asking, my mama was born in 1958, 57 or 58. And she's not in the room, so I can tell you what year she was born in. She's not gonna whoop me. But I asked her, because she grew up in Meridian, Mississippi. And I said, Mama, during Freedom Summer, I know you were young. Do you remember anything? She said, yeah. She said, I remember sitting on the floor next to some white girls in the dark. I said, Mama, what, sitting on the floor? She said, yeah. She said, well, you know your grandmama used to cook and take food down there where they was organizing it. I said, really? She said, yeah. And she said, one of them nights, and I believe that was the night that they were looking for those boys. And I said, what boys, Mama? I said, are you talking about Schwerner, Cheney, and Goodman? She said, yes. She said, I believe it was that night. It was around that same time. And she said it was several nights where I was a little girl, and we couldn't stand up around the windows. And we had to pull the curtains closed to make sure that nobody knew that we were in the house. She said, because your grandmama was into all of that. She was a part of all of that. And she said, I remember never having been that close to white people, and having white people in the house was so interesting to her because she was a 7 or 8 year old girl, right? And she said she remembers sitting down next to one of the volunteers, and she, of course, did not remember her name. And my grandmama had prepared catfish and hush puppies. And as she was sitting there on the floor eating the catfish and the hush puppies, under the window on the floor of our living room, and my granddaddy also cut hair in that same room, she said she remembered one of the volunteers looking down at the plate, and she said, well, look, it's cats and dogs on the same plate. She said, if they can get along, surely we can. And I just thought that was so interesting that my mom, who is now 66, she remembers bits and pieces of that from her childhood. And she remembers that trauma of what it was like of not knowing if her mama was gonna come home from cleaning houses, or if her mama was gonna come home from, helping to run the Head Start Center down the street. She remembers some of that trauma, or some of the intimidating white folks coming down the street and knocking on the door. She talks about that, and when I hear my mama and my aunts talk about it, and some of my uncles, I see that faraway look in their eyes, because they remember some of the trauma and some of the danger that was around that. Now, I don't want us to harp on any of the trauma of that, but Dr. McLemore, I know that you were there and you saw some things. If you could just talk through some of the dangers as being a volunteer, being a part of what was happening, because I know as soon as formally the Freedom Summer, as soon as all of the volunteers came down into Mississippi, and they were training in Ohio, and they came down, it was so much happening. And after Cheney, Schwerner, and Goodman went missing, that turned the summer into a completely different energy, because that set the tone for the sacrifice that was happening. What else was going on? Because I know there are some additional stories and some additional context that you can share.
Well, yes. It's important that we're talking about Freedom Summer. Mm-hmm. We're talking about this period in our history. But now, let us all remember that before Freedom Summer, that we had black folk and a few white folk working away on issues involving equality and social justice in Mississippi. So clearly it was unfortunate that Cheney, Goodman, and Schwerner were murdered. But just think about Reverend George Lee and all the people who were murdered prior to that.
Yes, sir.
As Dave Dennis likes to say in his speeches, that once they start looking for Schwerner, Cheney, and Goodman, is that they sort of found so many other black people.
Yes, sir.
Who were in the rivers and creeks and bayous that had been killed. So Freedom Summer for me didn't just start in 1964. It started when I went off to Russ College in Holly Springs, Mississippi in 1960. When I started to knock on doors in rural Marshall County and rural Benton County, mm-hmm. As a freshman at the age of 20, I was putting my life on the line.
Yes, sir.
So I was not the only one putting his or her life on the line. So it was a daily occurrence. It was a daily occurrence. You know, the height in about 64 was because we had now the national spotlight on what was happening in Mississippi. We hadn't had that national spotlight before, but through the genius of COFO, that did happen. But just think about all the sacrifices that people made before 64, and just think what happened to the people after the lights were turned out after 64. Some of us stayed here, and we're still here. So it seems to me that we have to look at the total context, because anytime any person knocked on a door, tried to get a person registered to vote, or tried to integrate the local Greyhound or interstate bus station, he or she would put their life on the line. So it was dangerous. If you were in small town Mississippi and you by accident showed your NAACP card, it could mean instant ass whipping, or you go off to jail or get shot.
That's right.
Just think. Just think. By having an NAACP card in your pocket, you could get beaten.
That's right.
Just think. So this fear factor, this living, you know, but then I was involved and other young people were involved, but then my involvement meant that my family was involved.
That's right.
It meant that my mother was threatened. It meant that my grandfather was threatened. It meant that my cousins were threatened. So we have to look at the total picture, the totality of it. I mean, because just trying to register to vote meant that you could lose your life, and we know that so many people lost their lives because of that. So, quite frankly, I think we ought to celebrate every day the people who have made it possible for us to be here. That's why I went back to 1961. That's why I went back to 61, because I think the MacArthur Cottons of the world ought to be celebrated.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I really think the John Hardys of the world ought to be celebrated.
Yes, sir.
So what I'm saying that the people that laid the foundation for us ought to be celebrated.
Yes, sir.
And we ought to honor those people, because that's part of our history. So yes, anybody who did any damn thing, who tried to make a difference, their life was at a peril every day. So we have to remember that it was not just the people who were getting the headlines, but it was the people who were laying the foundations.
Yes, sir.
The unknown heroes and sheroes that made a difference in Mississippi, who were here, who stayed here, and are still here. So yeah, let us celebrate those people who made it possible for us to be here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And Dr. Turnipseed, in the work that you're doing now, draw us a through line.
Oh.
You know?
Yeah.
Because the folks in the room understand the things that happened to get us through 1964. And we've looked at the documentation that's available. We are, most of the folks in this room, we are knowledgeable. We're researchers. Some of us are practitioners. I know that I benefit from the sacrifices that was made by the crew of folks that you mentioned. My grandmama, I'm Senior Vice President of Operations at the NAACP. Yeah. I'm a direct beneficiary of the work that's been done, and I'm so grateful. So if you could, just think about some of the policy that came out of that summer, right? It was some policy that came out of that summer, and what it means now, because we've had some ebb and flow to happen.
Yeah. Because when you first mentioned through line, I had to go all the way back to Frederick Douglass. you know, and coming on through Ida B. Wells and, you know, Fannie Lou on up. And I mean, it's just so much there that impacted everything from policy to culture to where we are today. You know, but while you were talking, let me just say what triggered it too was it kept flashing in my brain how Emmett was killed and why he was killed, and then the comments by the killers, the murderers, said, or their friends said to them, you didn't know what you was doing, all you had to do was cut his gut and then he would never have been found, the catfish would have eaten him up. That just became very visual in my mind as you was talking about the danger of this young teenage boy who was innocent.
Absolutely.
And then all you had to do was cut his gut and they would never have found him, was the commentary in these streets. Yeah, that's it's systemic. The hatred that we're innocent of. I don't understand why this hatred is so perversive. Why? We ain't did nothing but love on everybody. Cook their food, took care of their babies, clean their house, pick their cotton, the whole nine. The policies in place still doesn't measure up to the need that we need to be shown respect for the work that we have done, the trauma we have been through, the torture, the pain, the humiliation, all of it. It's not satisfactory in my mind. There's so much to do there. The laws are inadequate. Still to this day because they're not enforced. I mean, you know, you gotta, again, think about the fact that even civil rights itself was not taught in school until 2011 is when it became a standard.
And how's it taught now?
Schools. Yeah, arbitrarily. I mean, everybody ain't doing what they should do on that front. There's, you know, so much there too in terms of the voting rights and, you know, the work that I'm doing. My students from Valley, with the thanks of the county, put together that marker out there in front of the courthouse for Fannie Lou Hamer and the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party and the Voting Rights Act. Is the kind of work that still needs to be done. Those kinds of historic markers just need to be legislated everywhere.
That's
in
right.
Every county. And again, thanks to Sunflower County, and I see Mr. Riley sitting here, Riley Rice, who is the chairman or the president of the board right now. They stepped up, they paid for it. So it's easy to do. If you have a script, if you have a plan, if you have initiatives that you propose to your legislators, they will help, most of them, if their ego ain't involved. They will help you and your students, especially teachers out here. We can make a real difference in every community that we're in because I truly believe there should be historic markers everywhere that tell the story so that youth can just walk down the street and read the history of this place. What happened here? What happened on this street? Who lived here? Why are they important? Without having to go to a full semester of studying and reading all the books and stuff, even though that's important and it is key, and I recommend it. In fact, I wrote a little book. It's a little book. We could do little stuff like this.
It's a little book.
This is a little book. It's a little book on B.B. King, y'all. And what he did and what he had to push through as a young child. Losing his mother, losing his grandmother, father walking away, living in the dark, no electricity, no running water, no toilet inside, by himself for 2 years, till he went and found his father on his little bike. And then he became who he became, but it's all about pushing through. I'm just saying this to say we can do things that will impact policy, that will impact legislation. All we got to do is move and act like we want something. Just make it happen. Because the policies and the laws currently are not adequate to our needs. So if you ain't satisfied, then do something about it. Mobilize. What did Frederick say? Agitate, agitate, agitate. And don't be afraid to do that. That's the only way we get the kind of legislation and policies that we know we need. And we do need reparations. We do need reparations. And we need to get that legislated. Unless and until we get full reparations, return on investment for all that sweat equity that we have poured, especially into this dirt, this Mississippi mud, the Cotton Kingdom. Yeah, I'm gonna keep talking about cotton because that really is something very important, and too many people are ashamed to talk about it. We owe that. We owe that to Mama and them to speak on it and demand return on investment. All you business people understand what that is. When you done put that sweat equity into it, you done worked, you didn't get paid. So you own this. You own this. But what are your demands for reparations or for that return on that investment? That's on you if you ain't got it. So be about getting it. It's not that difficult. Write it down. Take it to your legislator. Push on it. And if they don't, then vote them out of office. That's how that works. Okay.
And I heard that. And as I'm listening to you, I'm hearing, so it's some calls to actions, right? It's some charges. But I'm thinking about some of the strategy that was employed in order to make the Freedom Summer happen, you know. During that time, and it started 1961 and before, right? Where some things were laid out. You know, you had the freedom vote. It was so many things that had to happen to get us to 1964. And it was continued strategy throughout that summer in order to make things, you know, come to pass. So the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act came directly as a result of what was happening in Mississippi at that time. How can we use some of those strategies and some of those lessons that we learned and apply them now? Because it's an election year. It's a lot that's happening. What can we be doing to utilize the strategies that was there and use them now? You
Okay.
Understand what I'm asking?
Yes. I'm going to try to remember your question, but I just want to pick up on something that Doc just said here. As I was riding this morning from Jackson up Highway 49W, and just looking at how lovely this land is. Yes. Just looking at how lovely. If any of you drove from Memphis or you drove from Jackson or wherever you drove from and you were riding along the highway, and I was just sort of reflecting on the fact that my ancestors cleared this land, that my ancestors built the buildings. So this idea of reparations, you know, it's real. I mean, it's real. Then I thought about, as I looked across the landscape and saw the churches in the distance, you know, and I'm sure most of them were Methodist or Baptist churches. And I'm just thinking about how my ancestors used religion and the church to do whatever they needed to do. The role of religion then and the role of religion in the movement, the role of religion that enabled us, whether we could worship an unseen God. Well, we haven't seen him yet. But, you know, the point is this, is that sustained our people. Yeah. So, yeah, we do something. You know, the form that it should take, you know, we can discuss that. But my point is this. I appreciate the beauty of where I was driving along the highway. But also I had the knowledge to know that this beauty came at a high cost.
Yes, it did.
And so we not only do we go back to 1961, but we go back to 1861 because our people laid the foundation. So we're building on that foundation. So let us appreciate the beauty, but let us also think about ways that we can build upon what has been done. So, you know, let's do this. Robert Parris Moses was a genius.
Yes.
Do y'all hear what I'm saying? Now, Bob wouldn't like that.
He wouldn't.
He would deny it. But I remember the first time I met Bob Moses. I remember the first time I met Fannie Lou Hamer. I remember the first time I met Frank Smith Jr. Frank, where are you? Yeah. Now, meeting Frank didn't quite have the same effect that the Moses thing had on me, but anyway. But I remember Frank.
Tell him who Frank is.
Frank is the founding director of the Afro-American Civil War Museum in Washington, D.C. But before that, he was a field secretary organizing in Marshall County, Mississippi, a Morehouse College dropout. So that's Frank Smith. Frank, I love you, brother. Love you. But now, back to your question. You know, so when Frank Smith came to Hollow Springs in 1962, Bob Moses, this genius, decided that Reverend R.L.T. Smith and Reverend Merrill Winston Lindsay were going to run for the U.S. Congress. This is 1962. This is the genius of Bob Moses. Bob's idea was that these are the first black men running for the U.S. Congress since Reconstruction. Oh, so what we're doing, we're using their campaigns to get people registered to vote, get people involved in the process. This is 1962, so this is leading up to Freedom Summer. The genius of Bob Moses, the Freedom Vote campaign, 1963. The involvement of individuals throughout the state, this parallel election. You know, Bob was way ahead of us way back then. Because, see, he was thinking 64 then. He was saying, we're going to challenge these segregated, racist white folk in Mississippi.
And Dr. McLemore,
yes.
Why did they have to do a parallel election?
They had to do a parallel election because black folk could not vote in the regular election because black folk were not registered to vote. So Bob understood that fundamentally the right to vote was important and that we had to get people involved in the process. So all of us who were going around knocking on doors and sacrificing time in our lives getting people registered to vote, but you see what Moses did. Moses institutionalized the process. So he was getting everybody involved. So he was getting everybody involved statewide. I mean, the idea of COFO. The COFO was an ingenious idea because what did it do? It brought all the different civil rights organizations together to say that we can work together. And then just think about that's the quality of the leadership of Medgar Evers, who was here before Moses, said, it's a great idea. Aaron Henry says it's a great idea. Fannie Lou Hamer says it's a great idea. All of these people say it's a great idea because they knew that we need to get the people involved, the foot soldiers involved. So that's the genius of Bob Moses. You know, let's admit that, because without that innovative thinking. He was thinking outside the box. So we need more thinking outside the box right now in Mississippi.
Yes.
You know, with great pride, I'm a Mississippian. With great pride, I can say that we have the highest percentage of the highest number of black elected officials in any state in the union. With great pride, I can say that. But also I can say great pride that we are still number 50 in so many damn categories because of our numbers. We are 40% of the population, and most of us serve on boards where we are in the minority. It is rare to be on a board where you are in the majority. We still have economic issues to deal with, so thank God we had Freedom Summer. Thank God we had the 1963 Freedom Vote campaign. But we have so many issues to deal with today. So let us pat ourselves on the back, but let us move forward. So the 62 campaign of Lindsey and Smith, the Freedom Vote campaign, the parallel election, and then that parallel election proved one thing, is that if given the opportunity, that black people would register and they would vote, because the good white folk had said to the world that Negroes in Mississippi have no interest in voting. They have no interest in participating in politics. But the 1963 Freedom Vote campaign proved without a doubt that if given the opportunity, black folk would register and they would vote. So yes, the Freedom Democratic Party, the Summer Project, laid the foundation for the 1965 Voting Rights Act. It didn't start in Selma. It started in Mississippi, and it started with the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. Again, that's the genius. Again, that's the genius of Bob Moses. That's the genius of Moses and those people working with him. So the basis, the foundation. So not only are we grateful for what happened here, but just think so many other black elected officials across this country and across
Because we have the majority black legislators in the country, I challenge you black legislators in the country to really make a difference, to really be courageous and just tell the truth. Because the truth is what's going to give you the backbone to stand up and do what you're supposed to do. Just tell the truth. I'm going to leave it there.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. You got to stand on the truth. And as I know we're about to wrap up, but I still want to draw the connection between 1964 and 2024 because it is an election year. And we are in Mississippi where, you know, education, public education, is still a struggle. I worked as an organizer for the Better Schools, Better Jobs Initiative 42 campaign, where we were fighting for the right, attempting to change the Constitution to make sure that public education was a right for all children in Mississippi K through 12. And even though we weren't successful, I noticed that once we mobilized people around an issue that everybody could agree on, that impacted everybody, we saw people come to the polls. What do we think the issue of this year might be to mobilize? Because I'm hearing so many things about apathy, right? I'm hearing so much about young folks not being excited to come to the polls. They're even saying that black folks are not excited to come to the polls, and we've been coming out to the polls in Mississippi in droves. They don't talk about the voter turnout in Mississippi lately, but it's grown over the years. We are not in the dire straits that people used to talk about. There's more voting happening in Mississippi than people like to acknowledge, right? Because of 1964, we continue to show up with enthusiasm. But this year, it's a tone of concern around, you know, if and how people are going to show up. What do we think locally? Because the vote is about what happens locally for me. What do we think the local Mississippi issue? Because you're here in the Delta, and Dr. McLemore, you're based in Jackson.
No,
most
I'm
of the time.
in the Delta.
You're in the Delta too.
Yes.
And I'm a Jacksonian. Yeah. What's going to move us to make sure we get to the polls?
Aren't they closing precincts in Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And across the state. Yeah. And that's a tactic.
Who are we going to do?
Well, you know, I think for me, just fundamentally, the whole idea of, if we look at the national picture and the local picture, the idea of freedom is still with us. I mean, because we have individuals that are proposing to turn the clock back to 1884. So we have to really provide the incentive. We have to provide the incentive around the freedom that we fought so long and hard for, and that we need to sustain that. But also, we really have to concentrate on the idea is that we need to get more people involved in the process. Yes. You know, as a practicing political scientist, I don't want to contradict you, but
do it. I like contradiction.
Oh, okay, all right.
Do it.
Well, in the last statewide election, we had fewer people voting in the black community than we had in the previous years, 8 years before that. We don't have enough activity on the local level in terms of getting people involved in the process. And what we really need to do, we need to discourage people running for statewide office in Mississippi, black folk, because we spend more money on campaigns, but we ought to be spending money on getting people registered to vote. We ought to be spending money on getting people running for the Board of Supervisors, the Election Commission, the county. Yeah. So if we are going to have an impact statewide, we need to lay the foundation for the future years when we can run somebody statewide and win. I'm just tired of seeing us. If you are a Mississippian, you know that we have people running for statewide office on a regular basis. They have no chance of winning, but then they don't carry along the important issues that ought to be elevated during the campaign. There was a guy years ago who passed away by the name of Henry J. Kirksey, and Henry J. Kirksey ran for office statewide, but he was running with the message. He was running, and he knew he didn't have a chance of snowball's hell of being a U.S. Senator in Mississippi, but he brought a message. We have these people running for office now. For some damn reason, they think they can win, and they can't win in Mississippi, not now. Yeah. Because we got to get people running on the local level, and we got to get more members of the Board of Supervisors, more election commissioners, more members of the school board. So these are the races that we ought to be concentrating on. And if you want to spend your money getting people registered to vote so we can do citizenship education, so we can do civic education to get people involved in the process. That's what we ought to be concentrating on. So if we were raising money, so if we wanted to start a fund in Mississippi, let's start a fund to get more people elected mayor. Let's start a fund getting people setting up economic development ventures in these small towns so we can build houses and pave streets. Let's do that. Let's do that as opposed to thinking about, well, maybe we can run for governor or we can run for senator. And I think there is one state representative that was introduced who represents this district. We have the quietest. I live in Mississippi. I'm from Mississippi. I am Mississippi. We have the quietest state legislators in the damn country. We have the quietest. They need to let us know what is happening statewide. We have the quietest state legislators in the country, and they are in the state legislature because of Freedom Summer. We have the quietest state legislators. So we need to be more out front. We need to let the people in our state know what we are doing, because we have a right-wing governor that is far to the right than Attila the Hun. So I'm saying we should use these offices to inform our people. You know, we don't have the legislative black caucus traveling around to different regions of the state. We don't have them speaking out on statewide issues. So, you know, use your voice, use your position. Because you're in a minority in the legislature, tell the people what you are about. Provide some leadership. So don't be quiet. We cannot settle for quietude in 2024. So if there's any direct connection between Freedom Summer and where we are now, let us use the lessons from Freedom Summer. Yes. Let us use those lessons and apply those lessons in 2024.
Go local, yes,
yeah,
sir.
Let's do that. Let's be bold. Let's be innovative.
Go local.
I'm running for governor. I got a message.
Let us use our initiatives to build up our communities. So let us concentrate on ways that we can really get our people involved in the process, because clearly, you know, the great measure that is lacking from Freedom Summer is that the economic part of it, the economic incentive. Yes. Just think, in SNCC, Jesse Morris was the economic developer for SNCC. There was no economic developer for CORE. I don't know who the economic developer was for the NAACP. Now, we didn't call Jesse Morris, young people, we didn't call Jesse Morris the economic developer, but Jesse Morris was about reclaiming and maintaining the land that black people owned in Mississippi and across the American South. So if you haven't heard the name Jesse Morris, you Google Jesse Morris, because that's one of the heroes of the movement that really tried to make a difference in SNCC and in COFO. So what I'm saying back to the local level is that let us use lessons learned from Freedom Summer Project so we can apply some of those lessons today in 2024 in Mississippi, because we need to be about local politics and building up the local communities before we even think about running for the U.S. Senate or for governor in Mississippi. Let us not waste that money. Let us put the money in the local community in Indianola and Drew and other places so we can develop these communities and get our people involved in the process. Freedom Summer help us to lay the foundation, so let us take advantage of Freedom Summer all of these years later.
Ashe.
Thank you
Ashe.
so much.
Ashe.
Thank you. Thank you. Listen, this has been a fruitful conversation. I hope through some of the personal stories and some of the tidbits, you have a few things to put in your pocket and take home to help you continue to do this work. I want to say thank you so much for allowing me to share the stage with you. Some of the work that you did then and the work that you're doing now is directly impacting all of the work that's happening, and I really appreciate the time. Thank you so much. Give them another round of applause. And back to you, Charles.
All right, we would like to thank Amber, Dr. McLemore, and Dr. Turnipseed. Even with that Jackson State speech she gave, we're going to thank her. More schools around here than Jackson State. Okay. Careful. All right. Go Jazz. All right. Okay, please give them another round of applause.
A big psychological, gap to overcome. There's what a lot of people call a psychology of fear on the part of most of the Negroes. They're afraid of losing their jobs. They've been brainwashed. They think that somehow all of this is the business of the white man, and it's not something that they're supposed to be doing.
We try to meet them in a way that try to get in their environment, use their accent, or the way they pronounce the words and things of this nature, to bring ourselves a little closer to them.
I think we had an incident provoked here by the people who have been in our community trying to stir up some, just agitating against, for a general integration thing, a movement that our local people have nothing to do with and don't want any part of. And I feel like the outsiders that came in here to talk our people into this thing did it.
Well, on this past Monday night, a week ago, our house was fired in. Someone shot through the window several times, striking my granddaughter and her cousin and myself. They were shot up badly, but I got some of the pellets off the fan struck me in the arm. Well, I know that I'm a citizen of this country, and I'm loyal to all the obligations that they're calling out of a citizen. We pay our tax. And I just know, and I was born and reared in Mississippi. And I'm a citizen of Mississippi.
We hope to send into Mississippi this summer upwards of 1,000 teachers, ministers, lawyers, and students from all around the country who will engage in what we're calling freedom schools, community center programs, voter registration activities, research work in the white communities, and in general, a program designed to open up Mississippi to the country. That is, to get the country to actually take a look at Mississippi in toto, what she is, what kind of state she is, what kind of political system you have there, and to really examine it, and to try and force, if possible, some kind of either some real change in the state, and specifically by 1964 to get the vote. Now, we don't believe that there's any reason, given the poll tax amendment, that Negroes in that state can't vote in the presidential election.
color. Everybody, we need each other. Wake up, everybody. Well, you see, we need, wake up, everybody. We need, wake up, everybody. No more sleeping in bed. No more backward thinking. Time for thinking ahead. teach a new way. They're the ones that suffer each and every day. Teach the children, teach the babies, teach the babies, teach the children, teach the children, teach the babies, teach the children, teach the babies. They're the one who's coming out.
Can I have your attention, please? We're about to roll into our next panel. If you would have your seats, please, everyone take your seats. If you have bags in the seats, if you could grab your bags so that people can have a chair, that would be great. So we're about to get started in 2 minutes as our panel makes their way to the stage. Everyone, please have your seats so we can roll into our 11:15 panel. Thank you.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2.
Mic
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. That sounds good? Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Can you hear us? We'd like to welcome everyone back from break. Freedom Schools and the continuing fight for quality public education. Dr. Randall Smith was unable to come today. He's a gastroenterologist in Memphis. And if any of you all have ever had any kind of stomach pains, you know that where he is very important at the moment. Sooner or later, that red meat and all of those hamburgers we eat from the age of 12 to 45 catches up with us. So he'll be with us on tomorrow, but I'm going to be sitting in for Dr. Smith. Again, my name is Charles Ailes, and I'll be moderating this panel. And our panelists today are Dr. Charles Payne, Ms. Jessica Rucker, and Ms. Maisha Moses. Dr. Charles Payne will be discussing Freedom Summer and Freedom Schools. And Ms. Moses will be discussing the importance of math literacy in an information age using the work of YPP and the Algebra Project. And Ms. Rucker will be discussing the importance of telling the history from the bottom up and inside out, and the use of materials of the SLP and the DMP. We will get our discussion started with Dr. Payne, and then we'll proceed through with the ladies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Isles. Before I start, I want to ask a favor from the audience. Everybody out there who has ever been affected by a freedom school, either you've taught in a freedom school, you've been a freedom school student, could you just stand up? Everybody who's been a part of a freedom school, stand up, please. First of all, a round of applause. And second, I wanted everybody to see who you are. We only have an hour. The best way to understand freedom schooling is to talk to people who've been through it, right? So please feel free to just meet some of the folk who just stood up and talk to them and ask them about the impact that kind of education has had on them. The other thing I want to do, it's a bad idea to take an idea from Leslie McLemore, but I'm going to do it today. He kept going back to 1961. I want to go back to 1961 too. 1961, that fall, Liberty, Mississippi, right down by Macomb, where he was talking about, Herbert Lee was killed. Herbert Lee had been working, he was one of the first people to work with her father, Bob Moses, when he came to Mississippi to support voter registration. He was killed for that in broad daylight. What happened when Herbert Lee was killed? Nothing happened when Herbert Lee was killed. He got a few lines of press and a few newspapers, right? Fast forward 3 years later, the movement had been working very hard to get black people to vote with very, very little progress. Some, but very little, right? Lewis Allen, who had witnessed the Herbert Lee killing, was killed himself, right? What happened when Lewis Allen was killed, when he was gunned down? shotgunned in his own yard. What happened? Nothing happened, right? That was the lesson of those 2 years in Mississippi, right? That black life, when people were trying to participate in American so-called democracy, black life was not valued. What else did they learn in those years? That when white people were around, the nation reacted differently, right? When white students came, the press came. When white students came, the FBI came. And what came with the press and with the FBI? A measure of safety for everybody, right? The movement had learned or relearned 2 vital lessons, right? This country did not value black life. It would value white life, right? So how do you, if you are Dave Dennis here, right? If you are Bob Moses there, if you are the people who are leading folk to slaughter, how do you feel? You feel like you have got to do something to stop the bloodshed. And how do you do that? You put some, I'm virtually quoting Ella Baker, you put some people in danger that this country cares about. And in protecting those people, they might protect you, right? So the stepchildren of America have to bring the children of America to Mississippi to put a spotlight on what is happening here. I want this to be very, very clear. Freedom Summer is rooted in the inability of this country to value black life. That's the basis of it, right? And one of the things we have to ask as we celebrate is how much that has changed. Can this country now, does it now value black life in a way that was not true in 1963? I mean, I think that is the question that has to undergird how we look back at that moment, right? So that's one point. Now I'm going to talk about what I'm supposed to be talking about. And I'll be brief. Part of SNCC's creativity was around the idea of parallel institutions. If the institutions of America do not serve our people, let's create institutions that do until we can make those institutions work for us. Part of what that meant for education, that led to an education, is the freedom schools. The prospectus calling for a new kind of education was written by a Howard University dropout who had been working here in Sunflower County named Charlie Cobb. Is Charlie in the room? No. Okay, all right. He wrote that what we needed was a kind of education that would, quote, fill an intellectual and creative vacuum in the lives of young Negro Mississippians, get them to articulate their own desires, demands, and questions, to stand up in classrooms around the state and to stand up in classrooms around the state to make it possible for them to challenge the myths of our society, to perceive more clearly its realities, and to find alternatives and ultimately new directions for action. So it was education for activism, but it was more than that, right? One of the most distinctive aspects of the Freedom School was what they call the citizenship curriculum. That curriculum was built around 3 questions that sound so contemporary, that sound so modern, right? 1, what does the majority culture have that we want, right? 2, what does the majority culture have that we don't want? 3, what do we have that we want to keep, right? Do we have clarity about those questions now? I don't think so, but we'll come back to the contemporary situation with my young colleagues. But in 1964, those questions led to discussions about black history, about the freedom movement, discussions about poor whites in Mississippi and how they were being manipulated by political elites in Mississippi, manipulated into hatred. Discussions about how young people felt about their parents. That was a big issue for that generation in the South. Discussions about how the position of black people in Mississippi paralleled that of Jews in Nazi Germany. All of those discussions, I'll come back to that later. When Charlie Cobb wrote the prospectus, he was anticipating schools that would perhaps speak to 1,000 students over the summer. In fact, they got something over 2,500 students, right? Their ages range from 7 to 70. Many of them, by the way, were coming to those schools without the knowledge of their parents, because their parents weren't necessarily comfortable with the idea of a freedom school. They had to move from 25 students to 40-some schools, from 25 schools to 40 schools. All I will say, and I'll end after this, about the impact of the summer is that at the end of the summer, they held a statewide Freedom School Conference in Meridian. And why Meridian? Schwerner, Cheney, and Goodman had been killed there at Meridian, and that's where they wanted to end the summer. And so, at their convention, the young people took over the organizing of the convention from the adults. And Staunton Lynn, the Freedom School coordinator, said that was the day when the young people took over from the adults. That was the day that he saw Bob Moses happiest. Because if there was anybody in the movement dedicated to the principle that young people had to stand up for themselves, it was Bob Moses, right? So at that convention, the kids developed guidelines for housing, education, and health program. They suggested that repressive school districts be boycotted, and after a bitter debate, they decided not to endorse a boycott of Cuba. But that was the kind of thing that students were talking about in the summer schools, and that was the kind of motion and that experience generated for them. Now I'm going to turn it to you want to take it from there?
Try.
To talk about a contemporary expression of it.
Okay, hello. Sorry. So my name is Maisha Moses. I'm one of Bob and Janet Moses' 4 children. We are children of the movement. We grew up hearing about all of y'all. My dad bound himself in Mississippi. And so his whole entire life was about this struggle. And so our lives were too. Amber, thank you for starting it off. Talking about family. And I'm gonna try in a short time to explain why I am here. And I'm gonna try to build off of, if I can borrow your notes. There was something that you said, this one. So I'm gonna start with a story. Before my dad came down to Mississippi, he was studying philosophy at Harvard, and he was studying logic and the philosophy of mathematics. He loved mathematics. So when he left Mississippi, and then he left the country, and he ended up in Africa, and I was born in Africa. He taught us mathematics, and I remember being 3 years old, or so in doing math with him. And then we came back my parents came back. My siblings and I came for the first time to the United States. And we were living in Cambridge, and then people started visiting, SNCC workers started visiting. And so we learned about who we were and our connection to the movement and to the people and to Mississippi. And through all of that, he did math with us. He liked to say, in our family, we did math like you do the dishes. I remember we went out to Colorado. I think I was in the 8th grade to visit the Hardings, Vincent and Rosemary Harding, and we spent about 2 months with them, and he took our math books. We did our math, and when my cousins came to visit, he made them do math. So when I got to the 8th grade, I was ready for algebra, and we were in a little alternative school within the public school across the street. And it turned out in this school, parents had a lot of power. So I was ready for algebra, but I was really tired of doing math with him. And so, we would have our sessions and I just wouldn't respond. I just stonewalled him. So he went around me and he talked to my teacher and he said, Maisha needs to learn algebra. And my teacher said, well, I can't teach her algebra. And because she was strong in social studies, she was not strong in mathematics, so she couldn't teach algebra. So he said, okay, well, I'll come into Maisha's classroom and I'll teach her algebra. And he did. And I looked up one day in my 8th grade math class, and he was my math teacher. But my teacher said, well, there are 3 other children in the class who are ready for algebra too. Will you teach them? And so he said yes. And so he ran into a nationwide problem in my 8th grade classroom. Because in my school, our math classes were sorted along ability lines. So you had the low level class and the medium and the high level. And I was in the high level because he did math with me every day. But the groups were broken along race and class lines. So all the black children in the school were in the lowest level math groups. And children of working class white families were in the lower or medium level math groups, and children of middle class or families were in the upper level math group. So in my group, in 8th grade, it was me and 3 other white children doing mathematics. And so that problem became the rest of his life's work. And he was sort of ahead of his time. He recognized, this was in the 1980s, he recognized that math literacy was coming and that it would be on the table as a literacy right, just like reading and writing is required for full citizenship. In this century, in the 21st century, math literacy is required for full citizenship. And so there's this question, what does the majority culture have that we want? The interesting thing about mathematics is that historically, the world, the country, has not had to ensure that all people know mathematics. So, who knows how to read and write, and you feel that you know how to read and write well enough that you can teach your children or your grandchildren to read and write? Just raise your hand. Or you know, you can teach your cousin or your niece or your nephew. Who feels the same way about mathematics? That you know mathematics well enough that you can teach.
Now, are you talking about adding and subtracting?
No.
Are you talking about solving for X?
Solving for X. We're talking about solving for X. Yeah, good question. We're definitely talking about solving for X. So he started the algebra project to work exactly on that question, right? How do you teach young people, really all children, how do you teach them mathematics in a way that they can get it, but especially how do you work with black children and brown children and poor children, the children that the education system systematically sorts to the bottom of educational structure and opportunity? How do you work with those children to make sure that they have the literacy, the basic fundamental literacy that they need to participate fully in the economy of the 21st century? So he, at one of the, I don't know what number it was, one of the SNCC reunions, he and Dave Dennis got together, and they had not seen each other for a long time. And they would wake up early in the morning and go and talk by the pool, and they just spent a number of days telling each other about their lives and what had happened to them since they left Mississippi. And when they got current, my dad was talking about the algebra project and that he was doing the algebra project. And Dave thought he was crazy. That somehow math is the key. It's the next wave of our struggle. But Dave agreed to visit the algebra project and take a look at it, and there was a site in Chicago, and it was when he connected with the children in Chicago and realized really how the lack of the deep deficits, structural deficits that they were facing, then he was hooked, and he moved his family. They were in Louisiana. He moved his family to Mississippi. And he and my dad started doing the algebra project together in Mississippi. The algebra project was in other places around the country, but they started doing it in Mississippi. And they ended up at one of the schools was in Jackson, Mississippi, at Lanier Middle School. And I'm focusing on this part of the story because that's where it says I'm supposed to talk about the Young People's Project, and that's what I'm getting to. So it was at Lanier that YPP was born, because there were some 6th grade students not Lanier, at Brinkley. There were 6th grade students at Brinkley who were in the algebra project. And they had a really dynamic teacher And she convinced them to stay after school every day for the last 2 months of school so they could finish the algebra project. And that convinced my dad to come back to Mississippi and commute every week from Boston to Mississippi to work with those children when they got into the 7th and 8th grade. And those were the children that started the Young People's Project. And basically what he told them, and you know, he did the same thing to them. He in his quiet way, and he wouldn't talk to them until they got quiet enough so that he could quietly talk to them. But he told them that they have to get their act together. And if I can try to put it a little bit in context, I think what he meant when he said he got to get their act together, and I'm sorry if I'm taking a long time with this. I had, before I joined YPP, after college, after I graduated from college, I chose to work with the Algebra Project, and I ended up at a school in Oakland. And when I first got there, maybe 20 students took algebra. And this school was a really, really, really rough school. I've been in a lot of schools around the country. It's one of the roughest schools. And one day, a young woman who tried to work, she actually really tried hard to do her work. I saw her walking the halls, and rivers of children would walk the halls every day. And I was surprised to see her, and so I asked her why she was in the hallway, and she said, "I cannot stand it anymore. I'm not being educated. So I'm not gonna sit in that classroom any longer and continue to not be educated." And then a couple years later, and I'm like condensing a lot of things, but a couple years later, I was visiting a teacher's classroom, and she was ostensibly she was an algebra project teacher. And we were there to do, quarterly site visits to provide support. But you could tell that she wasn't really doing it, and that she had just was sort of performing it for our visit. And so I just really asked her about that, and she said, I know what I'm doing does not work. But if I try this algebra project and that does not work, then my job is on the line. But if I continue to do what I know doesn't work, but the system is sanctioning me to do that, then my job is not on the line. And that was a really profound moment for me because, one, I think teaching is such a powerful and important and beautiful art. It's such an incredibly important in our society. And so to have to be a teacher, which is a profession that has so much love in it, but to commit every day to come to work and do what you know doesn't work. And so I didn't really have an answer for that. And I didn't have an answer for the young woman because she was right, who was voting with her feet. And many children do it every single day. They're facing systems that don't work for them, and they just opt out. But the Young People's Project was something different. It was children who opted in. These were children from Brinkley Middle School. My dad was their teacher. And they got their act together. And Omo, my brother, had come down to Mississippi, and he had been working with them. And they started in a room in Brinkley Middle School called the Math Lab. They started an organization. It's probably the only organization in the country started by 8th grade black children, certainly from Mississippi. And what they figured out they could do, and they did this because the math that they learned in the algebra project was just really beautiful. It opened themselves up to each other and to learning. So they figured out that they could learn that mathematics well enough to teach each other. And so the country does not have the math teachers it needs to teach all of its children mathematics. It just doesn't have them. And moreover, it doesn't fully know, it hasn't decided that it's going to do it. But in the face of that, what YPP says is that, well, we can have each other. And in saying that, the second question in Charles's, his 3 questions, what does the majority culture have that we don't want?
Do you mind if I jump in right quick?
Go.
So you're saying some incredible things, and I'm like a goldfish sometimes, and I'll forget. So while the spirit is moving, may I jump in? Yeah. Thank you so much, my bad. My name is Jessica Rucker, and I'm from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much, first of all, to opening up the doors of Indianola, Sunflower County, Mississippi. I cannot believe that I'm here. But who I am is a little less important than whose I am. I am the great-granddaughter of a woman who migrated from Loudoun County, Virginia, to Washington, D.C. in search of what the poet calls the warmth of other suns. And so today's conversation is really making me think about what's at stake for me in the position I'm in as a student, but what was at stake when I was a paid classroom teacher. And so in 2018, I actually got the opportunity to meet Dr. Charles Payne at a Summer Teachers Institute at Duke University, which was all about teaching the grassroots, a bottom-up, inside-out history of the civil rights movement. And what I mean by that, it was a group of civil rights SNCC veterans, some folks who are here today, different scholars, historians, artists, et cetera, and classroom teachers committed to not only documenting and teaching the history created by the people, but the way the people wanted to, the way our people need our history to be told. So to answer that question about what the dominant culture has, it's not a whole lot, but there is something, and that's the power to name for ourselves, to teach our own histories, to wear our hair the way we want to wear, to wear our clothes the way we want to wear, to teach the stories of our people. And so there's a proverb that I would share with my students: until the lions have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunters. And so when I came in 2018 to Duke University, my mind was absolutely blown by the SNCC Digital Gateway. It's this online repository of photographs, of documents, of oral history interviews, of recordings, of people who are actually living the history that allows me to be right here. My great-grandmother had a 6th grade education. And by the grace of the benevolent ancestors and my higher power, before she passed away, I had a chance to go to Loudoun County, Virginia, where she grew up, and she took me to that one-room schoolhouse where she earned that 6th grade education. Then in Washington, D.C., my grandmother had the opportunity to continue on to high school, Spingarn High School. She didn't have the opportunity I had, which was to go to college. My mom went to college. But at the time, then my grandmother said, well, Jessica, you know, if you know it, then you can teach it. And if you can teach it, then you know you really know it. And so my grandmother was then saying, like, the whole reason why you know how to read and write is to teach your people how to read and write. And my grandmother also taught me that literacy and numeracy isn't just my ability to read what's on this page. It's an ability to read the room. So to be here right now with some of the most brilliant and courageous people who literally put their life on the line so that my life could be more livable is powerful. And because I'm from Washington, D.C., I would be remiss not to talk about the impact of SNCC. Like one of our political buildings is named after John Wilson. Dr. Frank Smith right here is the director of one of the biggest institutions that keeps the history of African Americans in the Civil War, right? I would be remiss not to teach my students these stories. But I'm gonna pause right there because I think there might be some other questions. But I do want to talk about this idea of teaching a bottom-up and inside-out history drawn from the 1964 Freedom Schools, which inspired me in my own high school teaching context to create one.
So where I've gotten to with our work with YPP is that I think children need to have a right to help each other. I think schools, so as we've tried to do YPP in schools, YPP basically structures help, right? Young people who decided that they were gonna learn enough math well enough to teach it to each other and create an organization so that they could get paid to do that, so that it's a job for them to do that instead of working at, wherever else they might work, instead of doing the street economy. But over the years, just as you were saying, the responsibility that one has, not just to learn for yourself, but to learn so that you can pass that knowledge along to others. That's essentially at the heart of what YPP is putting on the table. And so when I go around the country talking to schools and school districts, what I say is that the most valuable resource that you have is your children. If you can figure out how to invest in them as part of the solution. And to teach is to learn. Whoever has, and I feel so, because I've been taking up a lot of airtime and I apologize. But the person with the airtime is the person who's learning. And in classrooms, teachers have all the airtime. And so how do you organize classrooms so that the children have the airtime? And that was the big innovation of the algebra project. And actually that's what, that was an expression of all of the meetings, right? The mass meetings and the organizing meetings for years and years and years in Mississippi. That was a kernel that my dad took away from that and put into the algebra project. But I think fundamentally that children should have a right to help one another in this whole question of learning mathematics where we don't have the teachers. It's essential. Otherwise, they're just not gonna learn it.
Let me ask a question, and again, this is kind of contemporary. They said people who don't know their history are bound to repeat it. In today's society, there appears to be a kind of movement to whitewash history, to kind of wipe out the issues that we as black people in this country have had to endure. I was told by someone that if history is being taught that makes one group feel bad, then we shouldn't teach it. And my comment to that was, well, take the history book and throw it out altogether. Because not learning anything about who you are and where you came from in a history book would have to make one group feel bad. How do we now, with state legislatures set up the way they are, this guy down in Florida who's a governor and who got 1% of the vote for ruining a state, and all of the others out there who now seem to have their own ideas of what education should look like. with what was done with the freedom schools and all of the people who came before to make sure that we got what we needed from our school systems, do you all have any suggestions or ideas or commentary about how we can now move away from what they're trying to take from us?
Why don't we just go 1, 2, 3, all of us?
Because I got plenty to say, I'm standing on the light of freedom right here. Back in DC, when I was a classroom teacher, now I'm a student, so I'll be dishonest if I didn't share that part. I'm on the other side of the classroom, I guess. I guess teachers and students are the same. Anyways, Freedom Summer is really powerful. I love what you said about math and numbers. It does not escape me that during Freedom Summer, there were over 44 projects that SNCC launched. And in 2024, 60 years later, there are over 44 states, Mississippi is one of them, that have either introduced or have passed legislation to ban teaching truth, right? Teaching the truth of this country's past. And it's really ironic that saying that those who don't know the history are doomed to repeat it. Because it's ironic because the people who know this history are trying to repeat it. That dude DeSantis is not an ignorant dude, right? So one of the things to address your question that I had the opportunity, and I say we because even though I'm one teacher in a classroom, a big part of my work was banding with colleagues and with my instructional leadership team to explain to them why we had to throw away the textbook. So we teach beyond the textbook, we teach beyond heroes, we teach beyond holidays in the context that I was in. So one of the things I had the opportunity to do was I didn't create a freedom school, I shouldn't say that. I introduced a freedom school at the high school where I taught. I was so inspired after 2018, this Summer Teacher Institute at Duke University. I read the prospectus that Charlie Cobb wrote. We had breakfast that morning. I was like, I'm on fire, I gotta bring this back. So I legitimately, that next school year, threw away everything that I planned to teach. And I was like, I just gotta teach about SNCC, and I'm gonna use the digital gateway because I like to teach based on themes and chronology. So the concept of the Freedom Classroom. So before we launched this Freedom School, I started first with these bios. I had students get in the head, heart, and hands of different SNCC veterans. So they started with this social media project page. Each student was assigned a bio. One of the things I said, these are not characters, these are actual historical figures, some of which are still alive. So one student was assigned the historical figure of Bob Moses. And what this student helped me see through, because I'm learning through students, when they took on this particular historical figure for their social media page, like they had to put the name, they had to put an image, they had to list who this person's friends would be, like everything that folks do now. So that Bob Moses taught us that the state of Mississippi, for example, denied African Americans access to quality public education and then used the low quality public education offered to deny access to the political process. So as students were doing this research, this is what they put on their social media page. So from there, each student who took on this historical figure, we participated in something called the SNCC Mixer. So imagine being at an event like this, you're introducing yourself, you're saying where you're from, where you're doing your organizing. So students got to again, get to know these historical figures. Then from there, students wrote something called a Write That I poem. So this also talk about feelings, like people don't want to feel bad. Well, I don't care how you feel. The fact is, some monstrous things happen to people. So students got a chance to do that. Then we went into a debate. So that was just a classroom piece. So then at my school, there were students who, like me, struggled in high school to read and write. So I told my school, I said, instead of spring break, when students are going away, let me have that week with students. I want the students who have Fs, who have Ds, maybe some of the C students. But if we just had a week where we could do intensive literacy and numeracy work during the day, and then they connect what they were learning in the classroom to life outside the classroom, we might be able to do something different. When I tell you, that's what we did in the morning, and then in the afternoon, we had people from like Black Lives Matter, DMV come, Empower DC. We had Many Languages, One Voice, so different groups that were organizing in Washington, DC come connect with the students. And then even Mr. Tim Jenkins came to talk about his time in SNCC. And when I tell you that those students for the last half of the year excelled, they excelled. And so to get all the way back around to your question about legislation, Even though the laws of the nation were one thing, the laws in my classroom were that thing. And it was coming from this model that they might not give us what we need, but we're gonna take what's ours to take.
I guess I think about it in a couple ways. I think that our ancestors, their most powerful tool for liberation was their story. And so the country is in this ongoing, protracted fight for narrative. But that's our power, right? Is our story. The other thing, just more specifically, when you mentioned Florida, I think one thing that was really beautiful to me and really interesting to me, that in response to the legislation, I think there was I read an article, I came across an article about how black churches in Florida started organizing and basically doing freedom school, right? Educating their children. And I think that goes back to what I was saying. We can always claim the right to educate ourselves. And it's up to us to take responsibility for that. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I mean, that's hard to improve on. As far as I am concerned, this is some of us who have gray hair can remember a book by James Silver at Ole Miss called Mississippi, the Closed Society. And sir, we're gonna get to your question before we end that, I promise you. I know you've been waiting for a while, but let me make a point right now. I think right now we could write a book about America, the Closed Society. What we are seeing in Florida, to some degree in Mississippi and 40 some other states, is the beginning of a systematic assault on the development of black and brown and poor children in this country. You used to talk about segregation academies here. We're going to have them from Maine to California, given the way in which the way this country is going, right? A part of the answer to that, and I learned so much of this from your father, right? Black people and brown people and low-income people have to take a different level of responsibility for the education of their children. We have been talking from time immemorial. Our children need to learn our story. We have been talking and talking and talking and not doing it, right? And I was going to use the same example that Maisha used. One of the things I take hope from is that the Association for African American Life and History in Florida, started by Carter G. Woodson way back in the day, right? Is now going all across the state of Florida, instituting community-based African American history programs, right? I think we all have to think about that. One, what scares me most is not the assault from what I think of as the neo-Confederate party, right? Because we are being pushed back to the 19th century. That doesn't scare me the most. What scares me the most is I don't think black people have ever been as unorganized as we are right now, right? Aaron Henry, Dave Dennis, Bob Moses, they were a part of a confederation of organizations, right? All different, they squabble with each other, but they can all work together with each other, right? We have too many unorganized, too many of us are not connected to anything. Last thing I will say, I only heard Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael, whose name is a part of this history, obviously, right? I only heard him in person one time. And he said something that surprised the heck out of me, because he was a radical, right? He says, he was talking to a group of black college students, I want everybody here to be in an organization. I don't care what it is. I don't care if you go out today and join the NAACP. Have your name somewhere in an organization, right? Now, not Stokely Carmichael from the All African People's Revolutionary Party, right? But he was saying, you don't have to be with me, but you got to be with somebody, right? I think we need to just rethink how we organize on behalf of our children in the face of the coming assault. That's going to be much more important than what policy we get or what policy we don't get.
Okay, we have about 7 minutes. There's a young man in the back whose hand has been up, and I know his arm is tired. He's been waving. We're gonna take his question, and then we're going to end and break for lunch. So, okay, and after your question, we'll get an answer. Then we're gonna introduce our young people. Okay.
or radical conservatism in the United States. So I think, you know, what we have to fight in this group is the anti-democratic, putting together the anti-immigration, integration philosophy that is going on now.
Thank you for your comment. And yes, we agree with that wholeheartedly. There does appear to be a kind of resegregation kind of movement that's happening now, that's separating our young people, and that is starting somewhat in the school system, voucher programs and things like that. We kind of have an idea of what the nature of those things are designed to do.
Yeah, I want to say first, I thought my friend was like giving us the right on, and I was like, yeah. So I didn't realize that was a question. But what I want to say to Dr. Payne's point is being a part of an organized group is so important, and that's one of the things that I've learned from SNCC by scouring the SNCC Digital Gateway and that digital movement platform. There's also the CrimVet and Black Power Chronicles. And the level of intellectual organizing that was happening in the 60s is absolutely phenomenal. And I want to really say that it was a lot of thought work that went into this. But there's two things I want to mention. In addition to the SNCC Digital Gateway, there's a group of movement veterans as well as historians that are collaborating around SNCC and grassroots organizing. And so in the spirit of the Freedom School, one of the things that I'm challenging myself to do in my community, although I'm not a classroom teacher, I do live in between 2 or 3 recreation centers, a public housing project that has a recreation center. And so drawing from primary sources from the SNCC Digital Gateway, there's a whole interpretive booklet. So even primary sources from Mr. McLaurin or even Miss Baker's, Bigger Than a Hamburger, pieces from Miss Fannie Lou Hamer, Miss Virginia Gray, all these primary sources. So if you want to join me and teach outside the classroom, let's do it. Because the light of freedom is literally in our hands. And then the second thing, I want to push back against this narrative that classroom teachers aren't doing. There are classroom teachers all across this nation that are members of groups like the Zen Education Project or Teaching for Change that are saying, you know what? You can take my job, but you can't take my right to teach. And in fact, just a few weeks ago, there was a national day of action where there were over almost 170 actions across this nation where teachers, librarians, allies said, nah, not on today. You can write all the policies you want to write, but we're going to stand to teach the truth. And very similarly to the pledge that we're being asked to take today, and I hope people take that pledge very seriously, there's been a pledge to teach the truth. And so the last thing I want to say is the previous panel, Amber mentioned all these pieces that we can take and put in our pocket. And I am actually going to be the person that wants to take seriously this idea of what are we going to leave. So it's not what I'm putting in my pocket today, it's what I'm taking out of my pocket. So I challenge somebody to come up to me to ask me to make a donation via PayPal, Venmo, I got cash, I got a credit card, because in Washington, D.C., I'm not under the same physical threat of my life, and I have some financial means, and I do think it's the responsibility of folks who are not either in the classroom or out in these streets right now to be resource organizers. That's what I like to call us, the resource organizers, organizing people's time, our talent, and our treasures. So if you believe in Black liberation in the way that I do through learning, let's also tithe.
So I didn't come by myself. So my mom is here. Maybe she could stand up. And my niece Krishna, but I think she went outside to get warm. But also there are 4 people with the Young People's Project. And I'd like them to just introduce themselves and say who they are and what they do and why in a minute.
Can y'all hear me? Bet. All right, so my name is Davidson Gurrier. At YPP, I am one of the program coordinators. What I will say, and I've been thinking about it and I've been mulling about it since I found out today that I'm gonna be speaking. I was like, I gotta leave something that impacts, because I'm a harbinger of change. I love seeing change happen. That's what I love to be a part of. So I'm gonna leave you guys with a quote I wrote when I was 16. And it was, success isn't determined by what's around you, but it's in the satisfaction of when your dream becomes a reality. Thank you for daring to change and making it a reality.
Hello, I'm Jada. I'm a college math literacy worker at YPP, and I study bio at Tufts University. I just wanted to say thank you so much, Maisha, for everything you do at YPP. We really appreciate you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alpha Ratio. Next year, I will be a math PhD student. And also, right now at YPP, I am the Math Education Program Director. So my whole thing with math in general is that I'm a person who my whole life I've been considered good at math, but I don't like that title just because I have that title, I see how others who are not that are treated like that. All my life, I've hated all of my math teachers just because I can see that they are not, like you guys said, they are just doing stuff that just doesn't work and they know it. And so I'm here out of spite. And I know I will be better.
So I'm Cliff Freeman. I've been working at the Young People's Project since I was in the 10th grade. And I turned 31. They think I'm turning into a dinosaur. So I'm older than I'm older than Bob is in that picture, and so it's special. So I'm now doing my PhD at Boston University, studying mathematics and science education. I'm in year 4, and I'm writing the dissertation, and I'm basically going to be writing about this, essentially. And so what I do at YPP is basically try to hold a space, mainly so that adults can stay away from allowing these young people to be simply young, gifted, and Black.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That pretty much concludes our panel. We're going to get ready for lunch, but before we do, we want to thank our panelists. We could do this all day, but we want to thank our panelists, Ms. Moses, Dr. Payne, and Jessica on the just Jessica now. So we want to thank our panelists. Can you please give them a round of applause? Okay. Now, we're getting ready to break for lunch. Lunch is being provided by the B.B. King Museum, and we're going to proceed to lunch. They said by... Throw it to you? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to throw it to her, and she'll give you your instructions there.
Thank you, Mr. Els. You're doing an awesome job facilitating our conference. Thank you to our panelists. Y'all having a good time? Good. I'm Zakiya Summers, by the way. I'm the conference planner. I have a few announcements before we get to lunch. First announcement is that we have some books for sale. They are called Layers of Truth by Rosalie Turner. She's taking cash, check, credit cards, but the book is historical fiction of Freedom Summer, and any proceeds go to Connected Branches, which does community work in the Mississippi Delta. So if you'd like to purchase a book, she'll be set up on the landing where the registration tables were. We also have a special guest in the room, John Spann with the Mississippi Humanities. He's going to announce some marker unveilings that he has coming up. So I'm going to give him the mic, and then we will transition into lunch.
Good afternoon. It is a pleasure and honor to be here. My name is John Spann. I'm the Program and Outreach Officer for the Mississippi Humanities Council, which is in Jackson, Mississippi. I just want to take some time out. You know, this has been obviously the 60th anniversary of Freedom Summer, and Visit Mississippi, the tourism wing of the state, and Mississippi Humanities Council have partnered to revitalize and beef up the Mississippi Freedom Trail for the past 2 years. And so we have actually added 37 new markers to the Mississippi Freedom Trail, one of those being Indianola's own Dr. Clinton Battle. So we will be actually putting his marker up. I see you back there, there you go. Be putting his marker up sometime later this year. But we have unveiled 4 new markers already this month. And we are, one being to honor the jail beatings in Winona with Miss Fannie Lou Hamer and Yvesha Simpson, June Johnson, Lawrence Guillot, and others. Obviously, June 14th, we brought in another marker for Cheney, Goodman, and Schwerner, and we know that their anniversaries of their deaths was the 21st, so today. And we also brought in other markers throughout the state, but we are bringing in 2 new markers, June 28th and June 29th, that we hope that you will be able to be there. June 28th, we're honoring the Ladner sisters, Dr. Joyce Ladner and Dory Ladner, and we are unveiling their marker in Hattiesburg on 507 Mobile Street at 10 a.m., and we're having a reception at the Eureka School to follow, and we are also honoring Dr. Benjamin Murph the next day on the 29th in Laurel, Mississippi, with their whole, there's a whole like school reunion that was a whole like segregated school, and they're actually doing a day-long remembrance project, and people who actually work with Dr. Murph will be there, and we're actually bringing that marker on the trail on the 4th, on the 29th at 4 p.m. at his actual house, his actual residence. And so we hope that you will be there. We do have a graphic that we will be giving out to the NAACP to like email to y'all, and I do have some hard copies as well, just in case some of you want to know exactly, you know, where the location is and things like that. I do have some hard copies with me. But to learn more about the unveilings, please go to mshumanities.org and follow us. We will be unveiling new markers throughout the year, and a big one will be August 20th when we will be unveiling the first marker outside of the state of Mississippi in Atlantic City to honor the MFDP and their effort again with the 1964 Democratic Convention. So that's going to be awesome. We've confirmed a lot of people who are going to be there, and so we hope that y'all can also be there as well. But that's going to be a really big one, a really big pivotal moment, not just for our state, but just to show that the state has so much to do with America being what it is today. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, John. So this is how we're going to do lunch. We're going to call out the tables by the numbers. There is a self-serve buffet line all the way in the back where the step and repeat banner is.
I'm Karen Spellman.
And I'm Zohara Simmons.
And it is our pleasure to welcome you to the world premiere of the SNCC 60th Anniversary's concert, Stand Up and Shout, SNCC Freedom and Justice Concert.
This evening,
I'm Karen Spellman.
And I'm Zohara Simmons.
And it is our pleasure to welcome you to the world premiere of the SNCC 60th Anniversary's concert, Stand Up and Shout, SNCC Freedom and Justice. I'm Karen Spellman.
And I'm Zohara Simmons.
And it is our pleasure to welcome you to the world premiere of the SNCC 60th Anniversary's concert, Stand Up and Shout, SNCC Freedom and Justice Concert.
This evening, we extend our warmest welcome to all of the SNCC 60th Anniversary Conference participants, with a special shout out to the SNCC and civil rights veterans, to our students and social justice activists from around the globe who are joining us tonight via Facebook and YouTube in our live concert. Welcome.
The Stand Up and Shout concert is a multi-generational musical tribute celebrating 6 decades of artist activists who, in addition to doing their movement work of organizing and demonstrating and even going to jail, have never failed to provide us the music and verse that keep us strong and make our movement strong. Remember to keep your eyes on the prize, hold on. Or when we fight, we win. And at the end of the day, and we ain't gonna stop until our people are free.
Tonight's concert is divided into 2 parts. The first half of the concert brings you the music and messages of the SNCC Freedom Singers. These are voices that represent over 60 years of organizing through music for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. The second half of the concert introduces the new music of the contemporary social justice movement. These are artists who have created a new musical vocabulary to speak truth to power and to motivate the masses of social justice activists to action.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to introduce you to the Freedom Singers, starring Chuck Neblett, Rutha Harris, Betty Mae Fikes, Angelia Gibson, and guitarist Bill Pearlman.
Won't you please join in, clap your hands, stomp your feet, and welcome the Freedom Singers.
Eyes on the prize,
Hold On. This song was taken from a Negro spiritual called Keep Your Hands on the Plow and Hold On. We sang this song in jail and when we were in tight spots that would give us motivation. And one of the biggest motivations we could get, we all got together and sang this song together. Paul and Silas bound in jail, had no money for to go their bail. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on, hold on. Paul and Silas began to shout. The jail doors open and they walked out. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on. Jordan's river is and wide, get my freedom on the other side. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on. I've never been to heaven, but I know I'm right. People up there have their silver rights. But keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on, keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on. All that things that we did wrong, stayed in the wilderness a day too long. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on. Only thing that we did right was the day we decided to fight. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. This is a song we would sing, especially we was on demonstrations and we were gonna meet the Klan, we were gonna meet billy clubs, we were gonna meet the police, or anybody was gonna stop us. We would sing this song. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around.
Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom. Don't you let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Turn me around.
after the Freedom Rides, people were locked up in Parchment Penitentiary. What they did, they separated the blacks from the whites. So a lot of white kids came down there. And we hollered across the cells and to the whites and said, "How y'all doing?" And one of the white kids started singing, "Woke up this morning with my mind stayed on freedom." So our next song is going to be, "Woke up this morning with my mind stayed on freedom."
I woke up this morning with my mind.
My mind was stayed on freedom. Stay on walking and talking with my mind. Stay on freedom. Lord, I'm walking and talking with my mind. Stay on freedom. Hallelujah. 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 Come on and walk. Yeah, walk with your mind. Hey, walk, well now, you gotta talk about it. With your mind, hey, talk, yeah. Well now, talk, yeah. 'Cause it ain't no harm to keep your mind stay on freedom. It ain't no harm to keep your mind stayed on freedom. Lord, it ain't no harm to keep your mind stayed on freedom. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Fighting for My Rights. This song was written about the first time I went to jail. And it's one thing about going to jail, for me for the first time. When they shut that door behind me and it went slam, it's a sound that I'll never forget. That meant that you was in there. You had no freedom. You were locked in. And I sat in my cell and I wrote this song, Fighting for My Rights. You know I'm tired of segregation. Now how I want my equal rights. Well, respect and an education. Well, not total desegregation. That's why I'm fighting for my rights. Oh, I'm fighting for my rights. That's why I'm fighting for my rights. That's why I'm fighting for my rights. You know myself that I had no window, so the air couldn't come through. You know I felt so hot and stuffy that I didn't know what to do. Still I was fighting for my rights. Oh, I was fighting for my rights. Yes, I was fighting for my rights. That's why I'm fighting for my rights. You know my daddy, he done told me, well, now on his dying my son don't get his freedom, I'd rather see him be. That's why I'm fighting for my rights. Oh, I'm fighting for my rights. That's why I'm fighting for my rights. That's why I'm fighting for my rights. That's why I'm fighting for my rights. The first time I went to a news conference, I was with my executive director, Jim Foreman, and I was shocked to death with what he said. They asked him, "What do you really want?" He said, "I want to eat at the table of plenty. And if I can't eat at the table of plenty, I'm going to kick the damn legs out from under this thing, and we're all going to eat on the floor."
Gonna sit at the welcome table. Oh, I'm gonna sit at the welcome table. Hallelujah. I'm gonna sit at the welcome table. I'm gonna sit at the welcome table one of these days. I'm gonna tell God how you treat me.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way was an old Negro spiritual. It's called I'm on my way to Canaan land. We changed the song to I'm on my way to freedom land.
When I'm on my way, to freedom land. I'm on my way, to freedom land. I'm on my way, to freedom land. I'm on my way, praise God. I'm on my way. I'm on
Selma, Alabama, and in 1965, there was a march. It was a march to be from Selma to Montgomery. In the meantime, the first march that we had, we got a beat down on that bridge, but state troopers, posses, and everybody on horses. They came and beat the people down on that bridge, and it left a bloody mess. And when people saw that on TV all over this country, they were coming from the north, the south, the west, the east to be a part of that march. And when they got there, it was a bunch of people. And George Wallace had said before, he had enough jails to jail all you Negroes, well, anyway, Negroes and their mamas. But when I looked out and saw this crowd, I said, George, you ain't got enough jails to jail all these people. And a song came out of this. It's called Governor Wallace. I read in the paper just the other day, freedom fighters, they're on their way. They're coming by bus and an airplane too. They would even walk if you would ask them to. Oh, Governor Wallace, you never can jail us all. Governor Wallace, segregation down the ball. Don't want no shots. Don't you give me no jobs. I'm gonna get my freedom while I'm still alive. Oh, Governor Wallace, you never can jail us all. Governor Wallace, segregation bound to fall. You know the only change that any man can stand, it is that change over hand in hand. So Governor Wallace, you never can jail us all. Governor Wallace, segregation bound to fall. Went to heaven just the other day. I saw Governor Wallace, he was on his way. He was trying to make it to the pearly gate. You saw a picket sign that said, down with hate. Oh, Governor Wallace, you never can jail us all. Governor Wallace, the segregation down the ball. This little light of mine. This little light of mine was a Negro spiritual. And people sing the song in churches. They're going to let the spirit that they had inside them shine all over the place. And we sang the song, we didn't change it. We sang it just like it was. And We want the light of freedom to shine from us, that everybody be contagious, that everybody would catch it. The light of freedom. We're going to let it shine.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Everywhere I go, Lord, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. I've got the light of freedom. I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, I've got the light of freedom, and I'm gonna let it shine. I've got the light of freedom, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Jesus gave me the light, y'all, and I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, Jesus gave me the light, I'm gonna let it shine. Jesus gave me the light, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. This little light of mine, y'all, and I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light, the light of mine, and I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, this little light of mine, and I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, let it shine, let it shine, let it
And now it is our pleasure to introduce you to the new music of the contemporary social justice movement. These artists, activists have done so many wonderful things, including breaking the racial barriers in so-called classical music and taking the contemporary sounds of their generation and turning them into movement music.
May we introduce you to the performers in the order of their appearance. The Amani Winds, Jonathan Likes, C. Anthony Bryant, Martha Redbone, Nathaniel Swanson, Toshi Regan, and Reverend Sekou and the Freedom Fighters Band.
Hello, my name is Toyin Spellman Diaz, and I am the oboist of Imani Winds. It is such a pleasure for us to perform for you this beautiful piece, Afro Blue, by Mongo Santamaria, arranged by Valerie Coleman. I have to confess that I am myself a SNCC baby. My mother, Karen Spellman, has been involved with SNCC since the beginning, and she has always instilled in us, or in me and my sister, the idea that everything we should do would be to empower people. So that's what I've done with my ensemble, Imani Winds, for the past 25 years. And that is why this is such an appropriate moment for us to be celebrating all of the accomplishments of the arts of SNCC and the art of Black Power. So it is our pleasure to present to you tonight the Afro Blue by Mongo Santa Maria, arranged by Valerie Coleman. Thank you.
Greetings from Liberation House and BYP 100. My name is Jonathan Likes, and I'm the founder and producer of the Black Joy Experience Artists Collective. I am humbled and super excited to be able to present to you all a song called I Love Being Black from our first volume of our Black Joy Experience Freedom Song album. The song is written by Janae Taylor and myself. And overall, this is just a super exciting time to be celebrating with SNCC and the SNCC Legacy Project. 60 years is a momentous occasion, and I'm super excited to be able to be a part of this celebration with you all. I present to you, I Love Being Black.
I said I love being black. I said I love being black. I said I love being black. I said I love the color of my skin. It's the skin that I'm in. I love the texture of my hair, and I will rock it everywhere. I said I love being black. I said I love being black. I said I love being black. I said I love the color of my skin. Color of my skin. 'Cause it's the skin that I'm in. Skin that I'm in. I love the texture of my hair. Texture of my hair. And I will rock it everywhere. Rock it everywhere. I said I love being black. Skin that I'm in, skin that I'm in, texture of my hair, yeah. I will rock it everywhere.
I can hear my brother crying. I can't breathe. Now I'm in the struggle saying I can't leave. Calling out the violence of the racist police. And we ain't gonna stop till all our people are free. I can hear my brother crying. I can't breathe. Now I'm in this struggle saying I can't leave. Calling out the violence of the racist police. And we ain't gonna stop till all our people are free. I can hear my brother saying, I can't breathe. Now I'm in this struggle and I won't leave. Calling out the violence of the racist police. And we ain't gonna stop till all our people are free. And we ain't gonna stop till all our people are free. And we ain't gonna stop till all our people are free. And we ain't gonna stop till all our people are free.
And maybe you can see through our eyes. The words are hard to find through these changes. Not just another day in our life. Somehow everything managed to turn around. Many times I try to reach it, I get no reply. And sorry just might heal us, but it's not enough. It's just a crazy world we get. Why can't we talk about it? What are we gonna do? Here lies the logic that remains today. 'Cause we don't know what we're in for. Flashing lights, no open doors. Sad to watch, make you cry. We're too young to die. Brother, send a message to stand out. You gotta hurry for it's too late. I only wish that we knew the answers. That maybe we could save the day. And how long must we go? We're terrified that love is gone, and it's plain to see in every heart and mind. The words are few and seldom hard to find, and I just look to the sky and ask you why. Why can't we talk about it? What are we gonna do? Here lies
I don't know freedom that well. I see others holding it tight, their fingers bouncing back like their faces jubilant. I see them next to freedom equally and mourn, as if freedom, true freedom, were something I've ever known. Despite no shackles between my feet, I was born unfree as man, taught to be one, to be point, to be top, simultaneously holding the whipping whip and being the lashed back. I mean, damn. We knee-deep, entrenched, resting behind an ivory uvula, swallowed by captivity, a boy erupts a slur in his mouth. He does not know we are the same coin, that the revolution is queer and non-man. He thinks the revolution a battle of arms instead of holding me in his. And I am no better. I pick at my labels, call myself a liar when no one is looking. I do the work of the master, hold his tools for him, hoping to be kept whole. I dream and bride and groom, no double groom, no partner, because I have not seen much else. And how foolish of me to think that something cannot exist because I have yet to see it. I don't know freedom that well, but I'd like to. We could go on romantic dates to the Caucasian ghettos and finally afford the overpriced coffee shops. We could perhaps exchange
that we need, not just for this community, but for our world. And so this is the work that we are advancing. So again, LaTorsha Brown, the Executive Director of the Freedom Project Network. We have sites in Sunflower, Rosedale, and Meridian. Please, please, please connect with us. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get started again. Before we get started, I would like to recognize Brenda Travis and the Macomb Five. At this time, Brenda Travis and the Macomb Five. Yes, can we give a round of applause for Brenda Travis and the Macomb Five, please? Also, I want to remind you all of our mobile health units outside. They're here to help if you're experiencing some type of medical emergency or you need some type of medical attention. I don't think they have anything out there for what we used to call the itis. There's no cure for itis, people. The only cure for itis is sleep. And we're going to try our best to keep you up right here. Okay. So we hope you enjoyed your lunch. And for those of you who are still eating, please continue to eat as we move forward with our program. The phrase, "when we fight, we win," captures the spirit and determination of the civil rights movement. Between 1961 and 1965, the United States witnessed significant civil rights struggles around voting rights and desegregation. One of the key slogans from this era is "one person, one vote," a principle that emphasizes equal representation in our democracy. With our next panel, SNCC Legacy Project Chairman Cortland Cox will guide a conversation with Trey Murphy, who's the Director of Community Organizing for the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, Mississippi NAACP Executive Director Charles Taylor, and National Labor Organizer Ms. Tiffany Lofton through this period that was marked by several key events, relentless activism, and significant legislative victories. So I bring to you Mr. Cortland Cox, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's right after lunch, so we'll try to keep it up, but it does seem to me that these questions and discussions that we're going to have during this panel are really critical and important, not only for understanding the context for which we find ourselves today, but also talking about the future. So I want to try to divide this panel discussion into 4 parts. The first part will talk about the past and our continuing struggle over the past 80 years. The second part will talk about the whole question of where we are today and how we find ourselves. What is our situation today? How do people perceive what's going on politically today? The third part will talk about between now and November 15th, what should we be doing or where should we be going? And then finally, I'll open it up for questions. So the theme for this conference is protecting these gains we've made. And in the previous panels, you've heard what it was like to be in Mississippi, but not only in Mississippi, in Georgia, in Alabama, in Arkansas, and so forth. Our situation as a people were pretty dire. And in fact, what was a very important and I think a critical period was the period after World War II. And we've talked about Amzie Moore, we've talked about Medgar Evers, we've talked about C.C. Bryant, we've talked about all those people. Those are the people who came back after World War II. Over 1 million black people were involved in fighting the war against fascism and for democracy in World War II, as it was called. And black people who were engaged as soldiers decided that if in fact they were prepared to fight against fascism and for democracy overseas, they needed to do it here. So a battle began to ensue over the past 80 years, which I think probably has 5 parts to it. The first part deals with what we call the Double V program. And the Double V program, and we've been talking about that, those the World War II veterans coming and joining the NAACP, organizing a strategy, organizing an approach, legal approach, beginning to get the NAACP Legal Defense Fund to begin moving and in a legal way that would allow us to come to the Brown versus Board of Education. I mean, the Double V program started in 1941, and Brown versus Board of Education was 54. So we're talking a 13-year period of kind of determination that it took to make that happen. And so we want to talk a bit about that in terms of the past. The second part of the When We Fight, We Win, the second aspect of it was after in 1960, with our generation, I see Chuck out there, I see Janet and other people out there, Brenda Travis and so forth. That was our group who began to engage in the sit-ins, began to engage in the freedom rides, began to engage in a number of things that began to deal with the whole question of public accommodations in this country. And I would say that's phase 2 of When We Fight, We Win. Phase 3 of When We Fight, We Win deals with the whole question of getting the right to vote, one person, one vote. And that is the struggle that we engage in, had different tactics and strategies than the public accommodations fight, but it was a fight that we had to make. The fourth phase of what we're dealing with deals with the whole question of black power. And that's really the young people beginning to say, we're going to define ourselves. And we're going to define ourselves for ourselves, because that's how we're going to deal with this country. And then finally, the whole question of movement for Black lives. So if you look at the past 80 years, even though people think, well, that's happened and it happened in the past. No. We've been in an ongoing fight with MAGA. And we'll talk about later on. But for the past 80 years, we've been engaged in a fight with MAGA, which has 5 phases to it. What I'd like to do is, we're very fortunate to have Trey Murphy here, who's with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. And I will ask him to talk a bit about strategy 1, phase 1, when we fight, we win, where we engage in the actions and strategies to bring us to Brown versus Board of Education, and what it took to get there. Because one of the things that we need to understand presently, things don't happen in a hurry. It's never gonna happen in a hurry. And you gotta be determined. You gotta want it more than they want it. And if you don't want it more than they want it, you're never gonna win. So you have to have that mindset. So I'd like first to ask Trey to speak about that. The whole question of Brown v. Board of Education, the first phase. I'd like to ask Charles Taylor to talk about the phase dealing with voter registration. I mean, he was in Mississippi, he's engaged in a lot of that. And then when Tiffany comes, I'd like to ask her to speak to the question of movement for Black lives. So, I mean, the whole first part of this discussion is we have a history that's been going on over 80 years. It's a 5-part history that we need to understand the importance of it, and then we can talk about where we are and where we need to go. Okay, thanks. All right. She literally just got in from California. Trey, you want to talk about phase 1 and what happened with the Legal Defense Fund and the
Sure. First and foremost, thank you, Cortland. Thank you to the organizers of this event. It is an understatement to say that it's an honor and privilege to be here. I want to first start off by nudging Cortland a little bit to ask for a little bit of grace, because he gave me my assignment about 15 minutes before this panel started. But when the elders call, you respond. So it's a tall order. I want to sort of, before I dive into what Cortland is describing as phase 1, do just a little bit of grounding and level setting. I'm Trey Murphy. I come by way of the Black radical tradition. I feel like I am a grandchild of SNCC. Bob Moses was my political father, so shout out to Maisha, the family who's here. That is sort of the vein in which I come to this work. And one of the most important things that I subscribe to is this quote around service, study, struggle. And I feel like it's so befitting to say that in reference to this first phase around service, study, struggle, because I feel like that was a defining mantra for what we come to understand as the struggle for Black liberation, Black freedom, Black citizenship, quote unquote. Francis Fanon has a quote that says, each generation out of relative obscurity must discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it, right? And that is a particular piece in which, when I reflect on the historical context of the Black struggle during the 50s, the 60s, the 40s, on to what we now call the continuation of the movement. That is a particular piece that is, I feel like, almost essential to the role that LDF played during particularly the 50s, when we think about the decision around Brown versus Board of Education. And before we get to that particular piece, one of the things that Cortland highlighted was that it was a pivotal moment of crisis that was happening during the 50s. You had people re-entering into society from the Vietnam War. It was a particular moment where questions were being called to the political consciousness of America as we know it. And one of the central questions was, how are we able to fight for principles around freedom, what they like to call freedom, democracy, sort of a moral agenda on foreign countries, but we were not prepared to address those things domestically. And where the Legal Defense Fund, to me, came in at was that it had a particular vein in which it said that it was not enough for us to just focus on this question in terms of the courts, but that it really had to be influenced by the organizing work that was happening on the ground and the questions that was being called of our comrades who were re-entering into society from the Vietnam War. And so there was a challenge that was made to lawyers, I feel like all across the country, but particularly to what Cortland likes to define as the Ink Fund. I think that's what you all called it at the time, was the Ink Fund. Yeah. So what the SNCC elders like to call the Ink Fund, there was a challenge that was issued to them, which was it the appropriate time for us to begin to litigate this idea around separate versus equal? And the resounding answer was yes. There was the appetite from people who are returning from the war. There was the appetite from organizers who had converged on the South from the North. There was the appetite from the community in some way, shape, or form to be able to engage in conversations around what it meant to be full citizens inside of this country. So the appetite was there. The question was called. And then the response of the Legal Defense Fund was to be able to litigate that very question, right? Is it appropriate to live inside of a country, inside of the democracy that prides itself on this idea of the rule of law, but that intentionally leaves out an entire segment of its population, of its constituency? And so in authoring the decision around Browns versus Board of Education, which we are now 70 years to the date of that decision, right? So it's kind of fitting that the freedom rise that took place for the political project known as Freedom Summer happened 10 years after this decision. In offering that decision, the justices affirmed that separate but equal was an illegal doctrine, that it did not represent what they would like to believe as the constitutional values of American democracy. Yet we also still know that just because they made that decision did not mean that the change immediately happened. There was a lot of resistance. There was a lot of pushback. There was a lot of intentional organizing work, and in some cases relitigation that had to go into making sure that the promise that was delivered inside of that decision was actually realized inside of the communities that was most proportionately harmed by that doctrine. And so the Legal Defense Fund took that case up in an effort to flank the movement. And I want to say just a couple of things about that. The first is that what we were doing, at least my understanding of it, again, Courtney could correct me if I'm wrong, because this happened on this time period, not mine, or any of the SNCC elders. What we were doing was not solely just calling a legal question. What we were doing was trying to spark an entire revolutionary movement around this idea that the courts could be one strategy in a multi-pronged toolbox to get us to the type of future and the type of democracy that we wanted to see. So the courts were not the only way in which we were committed to making sure that this dream was realized. The second way was that we had to make sure that we were working hand in hand with the people who was going to most benefit by it, which means that there had to be an organizing strategy. Folks had to sit down in people's houses. They had to talk to people inside of their community. It was not okay for us to make decisions for people who we would not ultimately live with the consequences of those decisions. So the role and the scope and the goal of the Legal Defense Fund was to make sure that we were deeply embedded into the community of folks that we were going to represent, which meant that there had to be an authentic organizing strategy. But then there also had to be a mass engagement strategy, which, 10 years later, as I feel like with a political project known as Freedom Summer comes in there. But even leading up to that, the questions were called around what is the ways in which we are going to reach our people. We know that we are asking our people to risk their very lives to engage in this idea around the Black freedom struggle and the question around separate but equal not being a legal doctrine anymore and not being culturally accepted. And so that to me was like the push that the Legal Defense Fund took in trying to affirm that a new world was possible. A new community was not new community, sorry. A new world was possible and a community could be recognized as full citizens and full citizenship inside of this country. So I'll stop there because I don't want to bore folks with the legal jargon of things.
Good afternoon, freedom fighters. Good afternoon, freedom fighters. First of all, I want to thank Club Ebony and Robert Terrell. The hospitality has been incredible. As a Mississippian, for those who are out of town, you are in the hospitality state. I can recognize that some of you were here in '64 and it wasn't as hospitable. But it's 2024, 60 years later, and we are dealing with the same issues, but I dare say that we do have a better Mississippi. One thing I would like to say is that I think gratitudes are due to many people in the room. I first would ask that those who were there in 1964, who were here in Mississippi as residents, came down to Mississippi for the summer. I know we acknowledged you, but we cannot acknowledge you enough. I would ask if you would please stand. If not, if you could raise your hand, and let's give them a resounding round of applause. We cannot thank you enough for the bravery that you've had 60 years ago and the bravery you continue to have today. I want to also give special thanks to Mr. Cortland Cox. As chairman of the SNCC Legacy Project, we worked on this project together and numerous others. I also want to thank Mr. Charles McLaurin. Where's Mr. McLaurin? Before we even had a conversation, Mr. McLaurin had a vision of celebrating Freedom Summer 60 years later here in Indianola, and I thank him for that. I would also, I am the executive director of the Mississippi NAACP.
Yeah, you are.
So as such, if you are a member or have been a member of the baddest, the boldest, and the oldest organization, civil rights organization, please stand. NAACP. And lastly, those of you who have invited us into your home here in Indianola, those of you who invited us into your home here in Sunflower County. So if you are from Sunflower County, you live in Sunflower County, I would ask if you would please stand, and I want to give them the loudest clap of all. Thank y'all so much. I wanted to make those acknowledgments for a few reasons. One, over 61 years ago, almost to the day, a man died in his driveway. He was killed in his driveway because he fought for democracy. His name was Medgar Wiley Evers. And as Medgar Evers was the first field secretary of the Mississippi NAACP, and we will celebrate 70 years of his first date in November, one thing that I recognize is this: movement is nothing without people. There are many names that you're going to hear today, but there are so many others that will not be said. But it is the contributions of those individuals, it is the contributions of those who are in the room, it's the contributions of those who are around the country, and many who have already transitioned but continue to fight for us in heaven, that will lead to a better Mississippi, lead to a better country for all. And so being reminded of Medgar Evers, I think about his sobering quote as we talk about voting rights. And that is, our only hope is to control the vote. And so when you really think about what that would have meant when he said that over 60 years ago, and you think about reflecting 60 years ago for Freedom Summer, what it would have meant to come to Mississippi, to be a part of this movement, it was about organizing. It was about people, it was about democracy, and ultimately it was about power. And I'm defining power as the ability to make a decision. Oftentimes, it's folks who look like me who did not have the power to make decisions over their own life. They did not have agency over their lives. And as they fought and continue to be resistant to that, there was always this acknowledgement that as this country was, quote unquote, built as a democracy, it had never been perfect. And so as we continue to work towards a more perfect country, a better democracy, you can't do it without people. You gotta go to places like Ruralville, Mississippi, where you would have met a Fannie Lou Hamer many years ago, who was a sharecropper, who had a loud, boisterous voice, but also had this sobering spirit and could move people with her words. She could move people with her actions. And so if we talk about that and we think about it, we all are a part of this continuum. Well, how does that connect to 2024? Mississippi, we have more black elected officials than any other state in the country. And that is something I'm proud about, and it's something I want you all to clap about. But it was folks like Hollis Watkins and Henry Kersey, who and Carol Rhodes, who for many years strategically took trip after trip after trip to the Supreme Court, went into communities to talk about redistricting, even after Freedom Summer, as we connect the dots. It was not too far from here in Tallahatchie County, where Hollis was organizing because people wanted in-house plumbing. I mean, in-house toilets, because folks still had outhouses in the 90s. And at that time, all you had to do was to get your supervisors to write a one-page letter to the federal government, and they would have expended, they would have covered all the costs. But at that time in Tallahatchie County, you had 5 white supervisors who thought the stroke of a pen was too much. And so as he organized, he talked to them about redistricting and the importance of making sure that we had districts where people could elect individuals. And so as I sit here next to Trey Murphy and I see Amir in the back, who also is with LDF, and we're talking about redistricting. We were just in the bathroom talking about redistricting in DeSoto County about an hour ago. We recognize that as we do this work, it is a part of a continuum. As I look at Amber Thomas in the back, who's now the Senior Vice President of Operations for the National NAACP. Let's give Amber a round of applause. I remember 10 plus years ago, Amber saying, let's go to a bar after work. So I'm thinking we grabbing a drink. She pulls out a 4-foot table and some voter registration forms. And that's what she said, well, you gotta meet the people where they are. And these are lessons that Amber learned from folks that she mentioned, like Dory Ladner and many others, who saw it themselves, saw it enough in us to continue to teach us so that we can continue to teach others. And so when we talk about voting rights in Mississippi, we talk about voting rights across the country, we all are part of this continuum. The last thing I'll say is that in November, not just on the ballot in Mississippi, but on the ballot across the country, is democracy. There will be a referendum on democracy. It may be in the form of who will be our president for the next 4 years. But quite honestly, it truly is about democracy. But we have to make sure that we connect those dots for young people. Because for young people, they may just see it as two personalities. But we have to explain to them, no, this is about the Supreme Court. And two justices on the Supreme Court, one way or another, may mean another piece of law like Roe v. Wade, who had been in an act for 50 years, disappears. Or the meat of the Voting Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act of 1964, you know, with Shelby, how that was gutted. We're literally talking about these rights and liberties of people, and we're talking about the rights and liberties of a generation who yet can vote. And so to say all that, I thank you to Indianola, I thank you to Club Ebony, I thank you to Mississippi, I thank you to those who were there in 1964 for Freedom Summer, and just appreciate this conversation around voting rights. Understand that young people, we are watching, we are listening, we would love to lay at your feet, and we know we have a lot to learn, and we want to learn so that we can teach others. So thank you.
Mentor, you're going to have to ask me the question again. I forgot what the question was by this time.
Well, we would like you to look. I mean, you were a lot involved with Freedom Side and the whole movement which led to Movement for Black Lives, which changed certain things in the United States in terms, for example, who was worthy. For example, Woodrow Wilson, who was one of our worst presidents, was taken off the names of schools. Confederate statues were taken down. There was much more respect for young black people by the police. So I just want to talk about some of the contributions of the Movement for Black Lives, because we're looking at the continuum. We started, in 1941 with the World War II veterans and so forth. We want to talk about the whole effort that we have to be constantly engaged in. Sometimes it has a great deal of visibility, and I wanted you to talk about Movement for Black Lives.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. First of all, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I took a red eye, as Cortland said, from Los Angeles at 11 p.m. last night. And then my flight was delayed, and I ended up getting here later than I wanted, so I missed some of the discussions earlier. But y'all having a good time, it looks like, so far. It's such an honor to be sharing space with you all and to be here at Club Ebony. We'll talk about how I got here in a second. I was driving down the street and I said, where are we going? Charles did salutations already, but I just wanted to say two more things. One, pay honor and homage and respect to the late Reverend James Lawson, who recently just transitioned to be in glory. For me, that news was personally heartbreaking. I was a student of the James Lawson Institute, and there's just so much that young folks are still learning about nonviolent resistance, and to have someone so courageous do trainings and institutes for young people across the country was a huge part of the contribution to even building Freedom Side. A lot of members of Freedom Side were a part of that institute. And second, I just want to say happy Juneteenth. Can we say that? I know it was on Wednesday, and I was in LA turned up with Kendrick Lamar and T-Pain. I I don't know what you guys were doing, but LA had a really good time for Juneteenth, and it's just a reminder that we have to continue to celebrate not only what we're doing right now, but how we continue to fight for our liberation. And it's a beautiful thing when it can happen safely. And Kendra Lamar is doing incredible work in the community with gang members to come together and set the precedent and the example for how we should be coming together to protect our communities, like Inglewood and Gardena, where I'm from. So happy to be here, and thank you so much to my I call him mentor, but I heard Trey use the phrase political father, and I was like, maybe I should start calling Cortland my political daddy. Because I call this man for advice and questions all the time, and he has steered me right every time I'm trying to go wrong. So bless you, Cortland, and it's such an honor to have you on the stage and to share space with you. Let me just say this, a few things that y'all don't know about me that I want to share. One, like I said, I'm originally from Los Angeles, California. I lived in DC for 12 years, where I organized on the national level at the AFL-CIO and both International Teachers Union. Shout out to all the teachers in the room. You do not get paid enough money, and we're fighting for you. And I was in the Civil Rights Department at the AFL-CIO in the height of the murder of Michael Brown. And Richard Trumka, who recently transitioned a couple years ago, he was the president of the AFL-CIO, hired me to basically solve racism in the labor movement. And when I asked him, what does success look like to you? He said, excuse my language, this is what he said. He said, it's like pornography, I'll know it when I see it. And I was so offended and thrown back, because as an organizer, that does not give me a measurement of success. It tells me that you don't know what you're doing, and now I have to figure it out. And I was about 23, 22 at the time, working with the AFL-CIO of Ferguson, St. Louis, where they had recently passed a resolution for Darren Wilson Day. Darren Wilson is the name of the officer, if you recall, who killed Michael Brown. They passed a Darren Wilson Day. They wanted to celebrate the police officer. However, Michael McBrown's mother, Leslie McSpadden, was also a member of that labor union. So you have a labor union that is promoting and celebrating the killer police officer, but the mother of the child who was slain is also in that same union, and they had odds. So we had to go in and support, because there was a lot going on, and a lot of cussing and a lot of stuff. We had to go in and support how we were going to heal a community to bring people together, to help folks understand not only both sides of the conflict, but to understand why we had taken over the streets in Ferguson to begin with, right? That it didn't just start with police brutality, that it started with economic injustice, that it started with education injustice, that it started with racism, that it started with all the things. And after I worked, we did a lot of really incredible, successful work in training and doing infrastructure building for elections, and talking about our issues so that workers around the country could stay out of their silos and work with community organizations like the NAACP, where I went on to go be the National Director of Youth in College for a few years. Shout out to Amber and Charles and all the other NAACP people in the room. And so now I am actually the senior campaign organizer for 28,000 Delta Airline flight attendants who are forming a union. I support and work with 16 other organizers across the country. And let me tell you something. I've been organizing Black people for democracy for the last 12 years. There is nothing like organizing people who work full-time in the sky. And it is a huge learning curve for me, because these folks are the major carrier, but also the only carrier who do not have a contract. The pilots at Delta Airlines do have a contract, but the flight attendants do not. And Delta is a very large corporation, and they do not want them to have a union. So we are going head to head with the South, which is also a learning curve for me. As you know, I lived in LA and DC, organizing workers. They recently transitioned me, for folks who don't know and know me that I lived in LA. I recently moved to Atlanta about a month and a half ago, and they asked me to be there because I was doing such great work in LA, and LA had only 1,700 flight attendants. Atlanta has 9,000. And this is not a campaign where we have to do base by base. This is a campaign where all of the bases across the country need to agree. So the work is made out for me. And on the way over here, when I had my layover, I called Charles and told him I was going to be late. He said, well, you in the airport, I guess you working. And I literally was walking around the Atlanta airport talking to Delta Airline flight attendants to support them in their efforts to form their own campaign, to get a union, to have a contract, and to have dignity in the workplace and safety protections. The other thing that I do is I'm also a podcaster. I know that people say that all the time, but I run a podcast called, I'm the producer and host of a podcast called How We Get Free, which is a meeting place for organizers and activists to talk about culture and training. And then lastly, I'm the former president of the United States Student Association, which is how I got into Freedom Side, which I'll talk about in 2 seconds. And during the pandemic, that organization sort of fell apart. I'm working with student government leaders in 9 different states right now who want to reform a national student organization. So when we talk about young people organizing, I'm literally in the thick of it right now. We meet every other Friday. I have 3 fellows that we're working with to help build this institution. And they have 3 major priorities. One is obviously democracy and voting rights. They want young people to turn out in the elections. But those exact same students who want people to turn out in the elections are the leaders of encampments that are happening across the country to free Palestine, and to hold their colleges accountable, and to divest from Israel. Those are the exact same students who are registering students to vote on campus. And I think that the media has done a job of trying to teach people or train people or brainwash people that those students who want to hold Joe Biden accountable for student loan debt cancellation, can I get an amen? And for freeing Palestine and divesting from the war in Israel, or for paying teachers fair wages, or supporting workers on campus who want better contracts, or making sure that the cost of education goes down because it's skyrocketed. We're talking about 60 years ago. The amount of debt that I have is not even what you paid to go to school when you were there. So we are, and me and Cortland was a guest on my podcast, and we joked about this because he said he paid nowhere near what I have to pay for college education right now, right? And so we're talking about skyrocketing the cost of education, and we're talking about not even increasing the federal Pell Grant to give people an opportunity to go to higher education, and then students graduating with hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loan debt, and not being able to pay that off because of not having minimum wage or even a fair and livable wage, the skyrocketing cost of rent. I don't know about y'all here in Indianola, but I actually am glad that I moved from LA to Atlanta because the cost of living is half the price. And then I got to Atlanta and gas is $2.50, where it's $6 in LA. We're clapping for $2.50 gas, but people in Atlanta are mad that it's $2.50. And I was like, well, let's keep bringing it down. Y'all not hurting me. I came here because it was $6 in LA, but if it's $2.50 and y'all think that's too much, let's bring it down to $1, right? So, and I drive a Ford Bronco, so let's do it. So as we talk about the cost of living going up and young people graduating from college and trying to figure out where they want to work, and let's add the automation of a lot of industries and jobs that are currently happening, and how AI and robots are taking over and not allowing people to pursue their dreams and pursue opportunities in employment that they would otherwise be able to get paid a lot of money for. Now people don't want people to do the job. Now they want a machine to do the job, right? So as we talk about all of that, those young people are growing and last thing, and these young people experience something that none of us have ever experienced, which is online school for 2 years because of the pandemic. So these young people also don't have an experience of what it means to register voters at their institution. They have no idea what door knocking is. They didn't even know they could do it. They didn't even know that they could organize protests on campus. And they are trying these things for the very first time without the example of upperclassmen who did it before them, who were actually there at the institution. So as we talk about those young people that I'm working with who are trying to form this national organization, those are the same people who are saying, I do not think that organizing for my rights, that organizing for a youth agenda is contradictory to what we have to do in November, but we have 5 months. And so what we're going to do now is there is a candidate running for office. In his campaign, we want to push him more towards our issues. And when November comes, we're going to do the right thing. That's what these young people have told me, which is super encouraging and exciting, because their philosophy is I can chew gum and walk at the same time, right? I know that I can go in November and do the right thing around democracy, and also I want my student loan debt canceled. We can do both, right? So those young people that I'm working with mirror what we did, the 3 of us here, a couple of years ago when we built Freedom Side. Thank you. I'm looking at the wall in the back. Freedom Summer. I'm gonna take a picture in front of that. Step and repeat. And so Freedom Side, and what that network was, so that for those who don't know, is young people when we were young came together from different institutions. It's important to think about how we build movements. It is not a single-issued movement. It is also not a single-talented movement, right? We have people who are in labor. We have people who are in community organizing. We have people who were in faith. Reverend Barber's son was a part of Freedom Side. I'm thinking about him. We had artists. We had healers. We had activists. We had teachers. We had... did I say artists already? We had artists. I'm thinking of poets that we might have had, singers that we had. We had people who were part of civil rights organizations that were a part of Freedom Side. And all of those people did one thing first. They built relationships with each other. I can't organize a people that we don't have a relationship with. And when I'm organizing flight attendants, I have to first build a relationship with these people, right? If I call them on the phone and ask them to sign an authorization card, I'm gonna sound like a telemarketer. And I hate telemarketers. I don't like anybody calling me about my student loans. And if you call me with that approach, I'm probably gonna hang up on you before you get to your ask. So in order for me to talk to a flight attendant who I've never met in person, who is either working or when they're not working, they're very tired and exhausted because they've been in the air all day working, serving us, right? Taking care of us, making sure that we're safe, etc. I have to make sure that I am respecting their time and building an authentic relationship with them. And the same practice that we learned in Freedom Side is what I'm doing with Delta flight attendants now. It's that I can call anybody in Freedom Side who is a part of that network. And when I get to their city, I can say, hey, I need a place to stay, and I can stay at their house. Hey, we want to go get lunch, and we can go get lunch and talk about politics and the debate that's coming up next Thursday, right? If I wanted to go on vacation, I can call my friends to come hang out with me on my birthday vacation. The same people that I organize with are the same people I am in community with. And we learn that from our elders. The only way we're able to keep each other safe, the only way we're able to spread the news to warn each other about things that are coming, the only way that we are able to exchange resources, both money and also job opportunities, is because we learned that from our elders. We trust each other. And when Freedom Side was built, we met multiple times throughout the throughout the 3 years that we were together, convening 70 to 80 people from not only those different institutions and spaces, but also from different communities. Undocumented folks, LGBTQIASGL plus folks, whatever other letters y'all added, I don't know yet, but I'm working on those. And then we got folks who were students and young people. We had folks who, like I said, were mentees and mentors of SNCC that were a part of the SNCC Freedom Side, and they came together in that space to say, what world are we building, as Trey was talking about earlier, and we fought. We sometimes didn't agree. We were arguing about whose priority should be at the top of the list and who we should fight for first. And what we came out of that space agreeing, and shout out to Mr. Figures, who I think might be in the room, who I went to Ghana with and have not seen you since, so I'm excited to give you a hug. Mr. Figures, he asked the question, whose lives matter? And we said, well, Black lives matter, right? And then the birth of, and members of that founded Black Lives Matter were a part of Freedom Side, went on to then, I got the story, Amber, I don't know why you snapping, girl, I'm repeating what you said. And so the members of Black Lives Matter came from the spaces that we created and we cultivated, but we trusted each other and we knew each other and we were able to hold each other accountable. And there was none of that, we're gonna embarrass you publicly if you step out, right? If you messed up or if you were a part of your organization and turned your back on the rest of us, we were gonna call you in. There was none of the cancel culture stuff that was happening. And it's so beautiful to celebrate not only the lessons that we have learned in Freedom Side from SNCC, from our elders, from the NAACP, from et cetera, and then talk about 60 years later and the work that we are doing, because these young people are literally mirroring, without even knowing that they're doing it, a sacred tradition of organizing that started here in the South. And so I'm just honored to be here and want to continue to have this discussion and talk about how the young people are continuing to win these victories.
Okay. I want to talk a bit about the present, because I'm having a bit of, people keep telling me that in 2024 that democracy is on the ballot. And I'm trying to figure out when over the past 60 years, for us, democracy was never on the ballot. I mean, it's always on the ballot for us. You know, I mean, you know, people tell me they're afraid of Trump or other people like, I mean, no, there's Stennis. You know, it's Bilbo. I mean, we can name 1,000 other people. And the question that we have to ask, or if we're talking about who can be beneficial to us, whether Biden is beneficial to us or LBJ or Kennedy, no, that's not the question. The question always is, and back to when we fight, we win, how do we organize ourselves to make the difference? It was never, ever who we were against or who we were for. One of the things that a great comedian, Miles Mabley, used to say, she said, I see people standing on the corner. They're all watching the lights. I don't know why, it's the cars that hit them. You know, so, I mean, people keep watching the politicians. I mean, you've got to watch, if I'm watching anybody, I'm watching MAGA. I'm watching the people in Oklahoma. I'm watching those in Texas. I'm watching those who want to establish a white Christian autocracy across the broad base, not just one or two individuals. And at the end of the day, you know, what is it we have to do? Because who gets to define what this country is about? It gets to decide. I mean, one of the things that Charles talked about was indoor plumbing. But because people, the white commissioners decided we were not good enough in that particular county, they decided, they made that definition and they took decisions based on that definition. At the end of the day, the fight today in 2024 is who gets to define America. Not just whether we vote for Trump or whether we vote for Biden, is whether we organize for ourselves. It is always about us. Politics is always about you. When you want to look at something, when I look at the people who have money and who make the decisions, they vote just like you, they have privilege, but they put millions and millions and millions of dollars into campaigns. Why? Because they want to create an environment that benefits them. We don't have the billions and billions of dollars, but we have millions and millions of voters. We have time and energy. The question is, in the battle that we have in 2024, is will billions of dollars go up against millions of votes? We now have to make that battle, and that has to be our battle. So my sense is we begin to think about 2024, let us not just talk about the presidential election. No, how do we organize ourselves to be an important force, political force in the United States? How do we use our time and energy to make a difference in the United States? How do we now talk to each other to make sure that, you know, we are able to be a force in the United States? Now, one of the things I will tell you, I talked to McLaurin, I talked to Charles, and they're the ones who got me involved in this. Because I told, you know, I'm not big into commemorations. I will tell you the truth. You know, I'm not big into it. I want to know, what is it we're gonna do to make a difference? And I want to know also, one of the things that a woman in the Delta, I'm sure it was Greenwood, she said, son, who told me when I was, I guess, 23, 24, she said, son, you know, Mr. Say ain't nothing. Mr. Do's the man. You understand what we're talking about? So the question for us is not what we're going to talk about, it's what we're not going to do. What are we going to do? And one of the things, the next panel comes up here, I insisted that they come because we're looking for 300,000 people to volunteer behind the NAACP effort to get out 13.5 million votes. You know, we have to have, if we're going to be in the game, the political game, we have to have table stakes. And if you, I mean, remember, and I know some of you heard the story, right? Where you know, President Roosevelt said to Stalin, Joseph Stalin, World War II, at the Yalta Conference, he said we should be able to invite the Pope here to have some high moral thing in terms of what we're doing. And Stalin said to Roosevelt, how many battalions does the Pope have? Come on. You know, at the end of the day, if you are not organized, if you cannot get out the vote, if you cannot do the things, you cannot blame anybody else, because this is about a political warfare. This is not, you know, let me say, one of the things that's hard for me to learn, one of the things that are hard for me to learn is that something you see as a solution, other people see as a problem. I mean, and we start with our existence here. Slavery was a problem for us. It was a solution for some people. You know, segregation and degradation was a problem for us. It was a solution for other people. And for example, when you talked about the whole question of Roe v. Wade was a solution for a number of people. It was a problem for others. Right. So you've got to understand what it is that what we engage in and what it takes to engage in table stakes. This is not a conversation that we just take lightly and, you know, we go down. No. I've been engaged in my head in this war since Emmett Till was killed. In my head, I mean, either I was 14 years old at the time, but I made it in my head I was going to think about how we're going to get where we're going to go. And so my sense is, as we talk about the present, it's important that we use the past to understand where we know to go for the future. Because back to the slogan of this panel here, when we fight, we win. And it's only when we fight, we win. And we have to now think presently about how we're going to fight and how we're going to win. So other panelists, any observations about the present before we go into the future?
Testing. Okay. I just want to say one quick thing. First of all, yes and amen. And second, you asked the question, Cortland, about like how we win and what we need to do right now to continue to organize ourselves. You know, I had to pull out my notebook whenever you talk, and you said it's not about who you vote for; it's about how we organize ourselves. Politics is always about you. What that makes me think about in the landscape of where I'm working, labor and students, is there aren't enough infrastructures, political spaces for people to be a part of. There's a lot of individualism that's happening. People are trying to do things on their own. And yes, amen, thank you. Okay, see, I told you I knew what I was talking about. Okay, so then, and there's a lot of individualism, and there's a lot of people who are scared. And I don't think we talk about fear enough, right? Fear either because of the violence that's happening around them, or fear that if they say something or do something, they're going to get in trouble, or they're not going to be cool, or their boss is going to fire them. And I'm literally dealing with that right now. So solutions, because that's where I'm at, solutions are thinking about how we, again, like I said earlier, build relationships with each other. I don't know how we think we're ever going to get free if we don't work together, one. And when I mean work together, I don't mean that, I do mean that we get paid to do this work. I do mean that we hire interns. But what I also mean is that we got to have deep conversations. Sometimes building relationships means that I'm going to talk to you about some of the things that I am struggling with, or things that I don't understand, or trauma that has happened in my life. Sometimes it got to be that serious for us to have a conversation about what we want to solve together, so that you understand where I'm coming from. I can give you too many examples of flight attendants right now, or even students, but flight attendants, I'm using them as an example, who are too scared to talk to their coworker. Too scared. We do this thing in our campaign where we want anybody who's going to form a union needs to have a huge element of their campaign needs to be that they are public, right? You cannot win your union in secret. That's not how this works. And in order for us to inspire other people, we might have to rock whatever our issue is. So if I'm going to show people that I'm fighting for a free Palestine, I'm going to rock my bracelet that says Free Palestine on it. I might wear my keffiyeh on stage. If I want to fight for my union at Delta Airlines, I'm going to wear the union pin on my uniform. But Cortland, I can't tell you how many people are too afraid to put the union pin on. And I say to them, how do you think you're going to inspire somebody else to get involved in the campaign? How you think you're going to inspire somebody else to vote for your union if you too scared to do it? And they ride with you on the plane, right? And wearing your pin is government protected. You can fight for your union. So there's no consequences to wearing your pin. And they'll just tell me, well, I don't want to stir the pot. I don't really want to scare people. And I think that comes from them not having the community that can hold them down. They don't know each other like that, right? And so we need to continue to do that, but we need to do it on a bigger level and not just click away. Me and Charles can't just be friends and leave Trey out of it. We got to all three of us sit down and build together. And then the second thing, like I said, is building that organization, that infrastructure. People need political homes. I do not believe, Cortland, that we do any organizing outside of the discipline of getting trained to do it. If you're not getting trained to be an activist and organizer, I don't really know what you're doing, because you're learning it as you do it, but there's no practice to organizing. And like I said earlier, this is a tradition. From what I've seen with all the banners behind us, with all of the information on the table in the back, this is a tradition. And we come together to have these conversations so we can study and exchange ideas. But there are a lot of people who don't want to be involved in that space because they either don't agree, they don't like the person, or they just can't show up, and they will try to organize and do everything on their own, and we could never win like that. So if we're going to build that political base of people that you're talking about, those volunteers and the people who are going to join this effort need to have relationships with each other and be a part of a structure that trains them how to do this so we can pass on the legacy.
I want to bring Robert Bob Moses into the room. He taught us about organizing. And so Bob Moses was this giant of a man, but if you knew him, you knew that he had this very soft tone. But if he was here in this room, or if he was at a black tie affair, he would tell you at your table, you need to organize, here's the issue that you need to discuss, and then come and report back. Because he knew that anytime people would gather, that was power. And so in that spirit, I'm gonna ask two things. One, I got my t-shirt on. I want you to go to NAACP.com, .org, and join to become a member. Here's why. When we talk about organizing our democracy, oftentimes it's these small places that we need to go. And even you may have a candidate that go to I'm thinking about a conversation I had with former Congressman Joe Kennedy as he talked about Beto O'Rourke organizing in Texas. And he would go to a county and they said, well, you're the last Democrat to come here since LBJ. But then after he left, what happened? Who were the two or three people who stayed behind to say, okay, we're gonna make sure we organize for this campaign because we're trying to change Texas? Well, the NAACP in many ways has that kind of infrastructure. So I would ask you to join. It's $30 a month, $30 a year to join NAACP.org. And you join, you get connected to an institution that has been a part about the movement for 115 years. Lastly, as Mr. Cox mentioned, we have a mission with many of our organizational partners to get 300,000 volunteers across the country to engage in this electoral cycle. These 300,000 volunteers will allow us to touch millions of voters. And I would be honest with you, people listen to a volunteer very differently than they do a paid individual, because they can hear your heart in the message. They know you as their neighbor, they're going to listen, and you reminding them with their message will have a grave impact. I want you to sign up to become one of those 300,000 volunteers, but I would also love to see you physically pledge to do so on this wall. Because there's a few hundred of us in the room, I only see a handful of signatures. I know that's not the sentiment of the room. I know it's not the sentiment of the room. But it would be great that before we leave, that poster is filled with signatures to signify that we will be able to get that goal of 300,000 volunteers so that we can protect democracy this election cycle and we can continue to organize year-round, because at the end of the day, elections are just pressure points it's about the year-round organizing that matters. And so thank y'all, and I'll leave you with this. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
Yeah, so I'll just say just a couple things, because these two are hard acts to follow. Love my comrades. You know, the first is that we claim no easy victories, right? And that means that everything that we do is in service of something that is bigger than ourselves and something that is meaningful, right? So we claim no easy victories. That's what I'll say about this current moment that we're in, the context, the state of our movements currently, is that it is not an easy victory that we are seeking. And yet we are committed to staying in the struggle because, as I said before, service, sacrifice, struggle. You know, the second thing that I'll say is that, you know, in Cortland, we may not be able to get into it now, but I'm curious around how you all dealt with this during the 50s and the 60s and you know, so on, even up to today. But I really feel like our movements have an issue with legitimacy when it comes to our people, right? And that is something that we have to wrestle with, friends. I don't have the picture perfect answer to it, but what I will say is that our people are looking to not be misled, right? We have to be very intentional and realistic around, just as Charles said, what are the pressure points that are going to come from voting versus what are the pressure points that's going to come from organizing our folks and orientation that this is a long-term struggle, that it is possible that we will, as Cortland likes to say, only solve one thing in our lifetime, and that we have to be okay with that, but that we are passing the torch on to the next person to build off of that legacy. But right now, I think that there is the almost the fetishizing of movement work where folks are like, I'm going to show up to a protest, I'm going to be in the streets, and change is going to happen tomorrow. And I am actually at this stage in my life very against protests and marches that do not fit in a broader strategy and does not have a strategic analysis and assessments around the effectiveness of that as a strategy to get whatever the thing is that folks think that they're going to change. And so I'll just say that to end where I begin, right now where I'm at, I think that our movements have to wrestle with the tension that exists with us being legitimate in the eyes of our folks, our base, the people who we are seeking to reach, and that tension that exists with the realities of the fact that we do have to organize people to a vision that is broader than just their own individual self-interest.
Okay, as promised, we will open it up for questions for the time left that we have. Any questions that people have of the panel or the panelists? All questions have been answered? Where I don't. Where I don't. Ania, okay, go ahead. Go ahead, just stand up and plead. Okay, just. I didn't tell people that we'd be asking questions so they should have the microphone. So that's probably on me. Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. We got a microphone back there? Sorry.
I'm coming.
Yeah, I think the vote this time is really a binary vote. You know, it's either what I would call real democracy or, you know, semi-fascism or fascism. And so the question really, to me, and I know I'm torn up about the issue of Palestine. First of all, my grandson lives in Israel. He was killed on January 8 in Gaza. So I have a very strong, divided feeling about how this whole thing's played out. And I know about the protests. But my view is, look, if we don't even, I would say anybody who is supportive of Palestinian issues here just has to overcome that. Because life under Trump is not going to be any better It's going to be terrible. Life is going to be terrible on all the issues that we care about if Trump gets in. And that means that if you have your dislikes about Joe Biden, and there may be issues about Joe Biden, it doesn't matter. If we do not organize about getting the votes for Joe Biden, we're sunk if he loses. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And so I think it's a binary choice. And that's the only choice we have. And we ought to stick with it. And I think our task has to be to go to people in the Democratic Party who are likely to vote or feel strongly about this issue to the point where they might not want to vote for Joe Biden. I think one of our tasks is to say, think of the alternative. And if you don't think of the alternative, we're going to be sunk. That's my view.
Yeah, I want to, I might agree with your position, but I agree with it for different reasons. People talk about Trump because they fear the future. I talk about Trump because I know the past. And we need to understand that. We need to understand that. The question at the end of the day, it is only a certain slice of this country who have never faced the oppression that we have faced, that now are afraid because they may be in danger and they want us to be in danger. When we were in danger, they didn't give a shit. But now we know to also understand we now need to make sure that nobody else ever does what happened to us, including Trump, including Biden, including anybody that runs after them. We have to be resolute about ourselves. Okay, one second. You want to take it?
First of all, sir, condolences. Can you hear me? Okay, condolences, sir, because I know you said to all of us publicly that you just lost somebody in January, and I know what that feels like. As somebody who's been to Palestine 3 times and organized racial justice delegations there, I've seen the violence firsthand. So I'm sending you a lot of love because I know that's not easy and that's painful, especially to repeat it and say it in public. So thank you for sharing that with us. You and I agree on 3 things. We support young people. We want young people to vote. We agree that Donald Trump is a problem and cannot be the president. And I also heard you say that you want to free Palestine. I heard you say that you support the safety, the independence, the liberation of people who are in Palestine. We agree on all 3 of those. Oh, you said kind of, sort of. Okay, I'm sorry for making that assumption. We agree on 2 of the things out of the 3. I think Palestine should be free. So if we agree on 2 of the 3 things, then we are clear that Donald Trump cannot be the president and that young people need to vote. As a professor at UC Santa Cruz, teacher and organizer in residence, and as an advisor for young people who are organizing right now, I just want to repeat and share again that these young people that I am working with across the country are not confused about their choices. They are also not afraid of who's running for president and who can win. That does not scare them. Some communities respond well to fear and violence because it motivates them to take action. I'm just sharing that young people do not think that way. Young people are not afraid of elections. And because they're not afraid of elections, they know that in November, they have to do the right thing. They're not confused about that. They will show up like they always do, because we say that young people don't show up and they do, and they bring their friends, and they educate and support their elders who can't make it to the polls, right? So these young people are going to turn out in November, and they're gonna do the right thing. I'm not gonna say they're gonna vote for Joe Biden, but I for damn sure know they're not gonna vote for Donald Trump. That's what I know. What I also know, though, is Cortland talked about, and he always says this, and it's so important, and we just let it fly over our heads. Cortland talked about how we need to organize ourselves. As a young black woman in America, my liberation is not rested in Joe Biden. My liberation is rested in the agenda to cancel student loan debt, to have women have the rights to choose what they want to do with their own bodies and reproductive choice. It's to keep women safe in this country, because we are not. It is to make sure that education is a right for every single person. It is free. I want to see everybody in prison have the right to vote. I want to see I want to see the death penalty be as somebody who has organized to successfully stop 2 death penalties in the last year and a half. I want to abolish the death penalty. The only way I'm going to get those things and a bunch of other stuff is if I fight for it. And Joe Biden is not immune to me fighting him for my agenda. I have to vote for him, and I have to make sure that he's doing what I need him to do to protect my community. And when we learn how to do both at the same time, we're not going to scare people, right, to not vote for Donald Trump and to vote for Joe Biden. We're going to organize people so that when Joe Biden is done being president again, and when Donald Trump can't run for president no more, the power exists in the people. That's all I was saying.
Do we have any more questions? Any more questions? Raise your hand.
Sorry about this. A microphone is coming. I'm sorry.
Part of the problem that I've seen is that civics is not a requirement everywhere. It's an elective. Without teaching our young people about civics and about, what is communism, they don't understand. And this is black, white, pea, green, and purple are not learning about what makes our country a great country. And without that, we're going to lose our democracy, no matter who we have as president. And God hope we do not end up with that narcissist back in power again. But anyway, that's my piece, is that we've got to get civics back into the schools. And I don't know what it's going to take, but it needs to happen nationally, teaching civics. Thank you.
Okay, other question? Another question, go ahead.
Thank you for taking my question. I would like to ask the young lady on stage who is a labor organizer. Labor has a history in this country of really excluding African Americans from employment. That was a way to keep them in the low-paying jobs and things like that. I know from my own history in the railroad industry. My question is, do you see that today, that labor unions are trying to exclude African Americans from the workforce?
You gonna get me in trouble. Because I know this is being live streamed, sir. Yes, is the answer to your question. I do. But I see it in every institution. And we have a long way to go still. We've made it a long way. When the AFL and the CIO were 2 separate things, when we still have the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists, and we have the A. Philip Randolph Institute, we have a long way to go, but we have come a long way in terms of not just making space for people of color, and particularly black folks, because that was your question, but making sure that they're in leadership. For the first time in history right now, we have black people who are international presidents of 4 labor unions. For the first time at the same time, 4. We have SEIU, Service Employees International Union. We have the National Education Association. Those are black women, by the way. We have Claude Cummings, my president of the Communication Workers of America. And we have the president of the Longshoremen in California, international president. And I have not seen, you said 5, Dominic? Oh, duh. And AFSCME, you're right, sorry, that's 5. And good job, thank you for that. There's 5. So for the first time in history, at the same time, 5 black people, 2 women, 3 men, are leadership in the labor movement. And that shifts everything in terms of where the money is for resources for communities of color. SEIU and NEA are some of the biggest unions in the country, and they have the most amount of money and are focusing their efforts into the black community to not only help workers, but to hire young organizers. I started my work as a student activist, but I got paid good when I first got my job in labor. right? And it pulled me out of getting paid a little bit of money to getting paid double. And my first job when I worked at AFT gave me my first credit card, paid me almost $100,000, which I had never seen before. Nobody in my family has ever seen before in my entire life. And I was able to travel the country on the union's dollar to organize other union members and workers across the country and to go through training. That just expanded my world. And so labor is a really important vehicle for young people of color to get a good job in organizing. NAACP, go work there. But if you can't go work at the NAACP, you can work at your local labor union, your statewide federation, or the national international union. And Dominic and myself and so many other people in this room started their careers and became the great organizers we are because of our experience in labor. But I'm not going to ignore that there is racism in the labor movement. I talked about earlier, Michael Brown's mother was a member of the labor movement, but her union decided to endorse the police officer who killed her son. Racism, right? When we talk about hiring in the labor movement, they will hire white people before they hire black people sometimes in the labor movement. Women of color are not often elevated into leadership positions in the labor movement. Racism, right? As we talk about economic factors, I mean, this is gonna ruffle some feathers, and I'm sorry, I'm just gonna tell y'all, I'm telling the truth. I always tell the truth. I was a Bernie supporter last time. Bernie ran on an entire labor and union economic campaign, but he did not talk about race, not one time. He stayed away from it the entire time. And that is why, in my opinion, he lost his election. When we talk about economics, workers, and if you ignore black people, you are not solving the problem. When we talk about class warfare, they use that as a mask and don't talk about racism. We will not end capitalism in this country unless we talk about black people, right? And so, yes, there is racism in the labor movement. There are young people who get tired of trying to fight racism at their jobs, so they leave. But we have to continue to invest, we have to continue to point young people who want a job in the movement to go to labor, to organize with labor, to take leadership in labor, so that we can continue not to only have 5 presidents who are black, but to hopefully take over the whole labor movement. That's my vision.
Okay, so we've come to the end. I want to thank the panelists for great conversation. And Zakia, tell us what we're doing. I have 15 more minutes? Oh, good. Let's keep going. Okay, there's a... Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, I'll start really quickly. I just want to say 2 things related to some of the comments and questions that came up, because I feel like it's important to put this on the table. The first is that it doesn't matter who's inside of the political office. What matters most is who is going to be able to push our agenda, right? And to me, I'm clear that in this moment, the strategy that we have to employ is one that is a strategy to block and build simultaneously, right? We have to block the fact that we do have forces that are coming up both politically and culturally that do not care about us, do not care about our lives, and in fact, in many cases, want to reverse the progress that we have made inside of this country when it comes to a black agenda, when it comes to the black freedom struggle. But we also have to build the type of democracy, the type of community that we also want to see eventually become the law of the land. And so I offer that to be able to say that, yes, it is only one strategy to make sure that we do not have politicians and political leadership that do not share our values. But the other piece of it also is making sure that we have an agenda that we can push folks on. And that agenda has to be deeply rooted in these ideas around community organizing, the ideas around the fact that we have a federal judiciary that does not care about us, that has been intentionally installed over the last couple of decades to ensure that when it comes to interpretations of laws and policies, that it is interpreted in a way that is detrimental to black people, to people of color. You know, folks mentioned Roe v. Wade. Folks mentioned the fact fact that that the Voting Rights Act was gutted, but soon we're going to see more of those type of attacks inside of the courts if we do not be intentional about building the federal judiciary, about building our legitimacy with our communities to get our elected officials who are going to push our agendas, who are going to come from our movements.
And thank you, Trey. I was going to invite the young people to ask a question. There's a few of y'all in the room, and I would love if we would have a question from some of the young folks in the room. Not to put you on the spot, but to put you on the spot. I'm looking directly at you. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. It's funny because I was just telling my team that I want to ask, but I don't know if I was going to ask, and then you just brought it up, so. Okay, so as someone who's currently helping with a group of young people who right now are currently working on organizing, located in Mass, who's focused on being the voice of our people, to bring a collaborative front to pretty much emulate exactly what is going on in this exact room, I just wanted to ask, how do you keep the flame going and alive? But more importantly, how do you direct it? What is your advice on that? As we all know, a wild flame does more damage than a controlled flame. So how do you keep it controlled and how do you move it forward?
You ain't expect that question, did you?
Forget I asked. That's a powerful question. It's a poignant question. I'm gonna answer it in a couple of different ways. One thing I always think about, I'm 34 years old. I'm older than you? 34, yeah. I'm losing my hair, but 34. But there are people in this room that's been organizing twice as long as I've been on this earth. And I think about, like, what does it mean to organize for a lifetime? You know, and so what I can answer you in the short, 34 years I've had, and I probably organized for about half of those years, starting in high school with Amber, is the flame is going to ebb and flow. Some days you're going to be bursting with it. Other days is just enough not to go out. One, you have to take care of yourself. That's a lesson I learned the hard way. I can tell you there was a couple times I was headed to a meeting and had to go to the hospital. You have to take care of yourself. Secondly, you have to surround yourself with people who care and love you. Like with the NAACP, we have an incredible team. And one thing I appreciate about our staff, I want to just give them a round of applause, is that I'll notice folks will say, well, do you need water? How are you feeling? I recognize, this may not be the venue you feel most comfortable in, et cetera. But the other thing I would say is read and learn. Because as a young person, so I'm just being honest, I used to be a young person, you think that you know everything. Exactly. I remember when I graduated from Morehouse, they didn't teach this at Howard, but I graduated from Morehouse, and I thought, give me 6 months, and I'm gonna change Mississippi. I don't even need a full year. And I got in one meeting with Congressman Benny G. Thompson and Derrick Johnson, and after I left that meeting, I said, okay, I don't know anything. So the other thing I would say, one, read. Read, and afterwards, it's several folks in this room that can give you tons of books to read about. But secondly, lay at the feet of others. Oftentimes, lay at the feet of people who have dealt with the struggles that you have. Because sometimes as young people, we may say, well, this is not happening fast enough. Ask the question, just like you asked. How is it when it comes to the flame? How do you make sure that the flame keeps going? And then lastly, I always keep quotes in my head. One I've been keeping a lot lately, and it's by Zora Neale Hurston. And that is, if we are silent about our pain, they will kill us and say we enjoyed it. And the reason why I keep that quote in my head, because oftentimes when you are focused and you say, I got to do this thing, and you say, okay, I'm gonna brush over this part of it, or I'm too tired today, or I see that someone's hurting, but I'm focused here. Or this, particularly this is the one that's really gonna hit you. This task is too big. How can I, one person, or how can we collectively affect this democracy that is of 300 million people? Or, I get pulled over by the police and they have perceived all the authority. What do I do in those moments? Do I say something? Do I not say something? Do I fight? And you can take a step back and think about what's the strategic moment, but what I hear in the back of my head when I want to say no, when I want to be silent, is that if we are silent about that pain, they will kill us and say we enjoyed it.
Okay, a couple of things. And it's hard, one of the hardest lessons for me to learn is that even if you do things that you think are necessary and you succeed in doing it, it won't be sufficient. It's hard to learn that. So when I started out, the whole question of public accommodations and sit-ins and freedom rides, and we dealt with the issue of public accommodation in this country. And at the end of the day, it wasn't sufficient. And then we went on to deal with voting rights. And even with that, that was necessary but not sufficient. And then we went on to deal with Black Power and so forth. But each time you begin to grow, you begin to make a difference. You begin to have a belief system, an understanding that, there is a song that, it's called Ella's Song, and there's a line in it.
Are you gonna sing it?
Believe in freedom, cannot rest until it comes.
How does it go?
No, look, I can't sing. You're trying to get me in trouble, right? So I'm just saying to you, it's very important to have a belief system. I mean, and one of the things that stories about in the Montgomery bus boycott, it was E.D. Nixon, Labor, national, with A. Philip Randolph's organization. And you look, there were a lot of Black people in the South. And a guy named E.D. Nixon, his thing was, even if I can't get it, I want to get it for the whole. Even if I can't vote, you have to have a sense of the whole. You have to have a sense that it's not only you. Another thing, particularly for young people, is you can't lead with your frustration, because that gets you into deep trouble. Leading with your frustration, because it takes you down a rabbit hole. And it's gonna take time. I mean, you gotta have a belief that in fact, those things that you want, if you work with others and get these others to work with you, it will come. E.D. Nixon never thought in 1955 that they would be voting in the South, and he could not conceive of a Black president of the United States.
Yeah. I appreciate the offerings. I would also offer the piece around culture as well, right? Like being able to submerge yourself inside of culture, inside of art. I feel like, to me, it is so critical to be able to have some level of joy as a resilience practice to keep the flame going. And I don't want to leave that part out because so much of all of the struggles that I have studied has always had some cultural art piece. What Kendrick Lamar say, they not like us, they not like us. You know, our opposition not like us, right? You know, I know that's, I'm not gonna get into the beef between Drake and Kendrick. We know who won, but they not like us, for real. You know, so I would just say that like we have to bring that part into the work as well, and I feel deeply that is what it means to be submersed in the culture of the communities that we are organizing. It's that we also have to bring in that level of joy. We have to make sure that we're turning up with folks. Meet me at a bar, you know, with a nice little playlist. When Freedom Side came up and I was a part of Freedom Side, I wasn't old enough to drink, so you know, all of them was able to go out. Yeah, all of them was able to go out and drink, and you know, I was kind of left behind a little bit, or they gave me a little juice, but like that. But the piece around it was that the relationship building also comes in the form of being able to be submersed in culture and art as well. And that restored our relationship to keep going, restored our flame to continue to be inside the work.
We've come to the end. We're being told that we need to be on time, and so we're going to be on time.
And we are on time.
Okay.
Yes, okay. All right, let's get a big round of applause for our panel. Okay, we're getting ready for our 2:45 p.m. break, but before we go, is there a Mr. Frank Turner here? If your name's Frank Turner, raise your hand. Frank Turner, I heard today is your 85th birthday. So happy birthday to you, Mr. Turner. No, I'm not singing happy birthday. No. I'm the only person I know who can mess that up. But 85 years is a long time, Mr. Turner. That's a blessing. And happy birthday to you. Yes, okay, we're gonna do our 2:45 break. We're gonna come back.
guitar walk. On background vocals, Shelly, Pepper, Charlisa, on keys, KG, keeping us in time, Daria, the captain of this ship, our musical director, Guitar Phil. These are the freedom fighters. And my name is Reverend Sekou. And we pray you got free. Come on.
NAACP Civic Engagement Campaign. I would like to bring to the podium Mr. Frank Figures. And Mr. Figures will be going through the NAACP Civic Engagement Campaign. So can you please give your time and attention to Mr. Figures, please? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to have to open with some very sad news that I was about 30 minutes ago informed of. Chairman of the Board of Directors for the NAACP is not going to be with us. He has illness in his family that he had to attend to. So we're going to have to move on without him. But because he is the chairman of the board of directors of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, he has made it possible for others to be here that could do an adequate and very well job. So that's what we're going to do. So in introducing the two gentlemen that's going to be here, I want to just say for just a brief moment, talk about infrastructure. Infrastructure is the stuff you don't see. You know, in your house, you don't see the electrical wires or the plumbing or any of that stuff. You see the beauty of the paint and the curtains and the wallpaper and the floor covering, but you don't see the infrastructure, the studs and the beams and the joists. You don't see that, but that is actually what holds up the house. Between 1920 and 1960, it was the Mississippi State Conference, NAACP, and its local branches throughout the state of Mississippi that created the infrastructure for the reason that we are here today commemorating 60 years. The infrastructure, Mr. Taylor just a moment ago lifted up, brought Bob Moses into the room, and if he was able to come into the room, he would say this regarding the infrastructure. Miss Ella Baker, Director of Branches, sent Bob Moses to Amsey Moore. Amsey Moore sent him to Vernon Damer. Vernon Damer sent him to C.C. Bryant. C.C. Bryant sent him to E.W. Steptoe. The NAACP rescued or energized the movement that we are commemorating now in the same way that Africa rescued Jesus in days of old. The prophet said, out of Africa, out of Egypt, I'll call my son. So the infrastructure that was well laid, that was well in place, allowed us to experience the window of opportunity that these people 60 years ago opened up in this initiative called Freedom Summer. So what we're going to do today is the now president of the Mississippi State Conference, NAACP, Reverend Robert James, says, what is possible? I think the young lady mentioned some time ago that I asked a question about whose life matters. Well, I asked President James not long ago, what is possible? President James, being an ordained minister, said, just as quick as I asked it, said, all things are possible if you only believe. Now, in that, these young men are looking at the broad landscape of what we face. The panel did very well in speaking about the solutions and the activities that we need to be engaged in. Yes, we need 300,000 volunteers across the state. But these young men are going to talk about what is possible. And they're going to show us in very practical, easy to understand ways of what is possible. They're going to show it to us metrically. They're going to show it to us demographically. They're going to show it to us what is possible. And that's going to inform our belief. And if everything works well, our belief is going to inform our activities, what we're going to do. So I'm going to bring Dominic Whitehead. Dominic Whitehead serves as the Vice President of Campaigns for the NAACP, where he leads and strengthens efforts in strategic advocacy and electoral campaigns in the local, state, and federal level. Mr. Whitehead has a Bachelor of Arts in International Studies from Historically Black University, Bethune-Cookman University, a Master's in Public Policy and Administration from Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University, and has studied at Harvard University in the John F. Kennedy School of Public Policy, Senior Executive. He is a native of Portsmouth, Virginia, and currently resides in Washington, D.C. What is possible? Now, working together, collaborations are an example of what is possible. There was a great collaboration here in Mississippi that may not have happened on any other theater of the civil rights movement, where 4 national organizations, the NAACP, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and the Congress of Racial Equality came together along with over 70 indigenous to the state of Mississippi organizations. And what did they do? You know, when a lot of people right here in this room right now, there's tension, but how you manage tension goes a long way in determining the outcome. How did they manage the tension of 4 national organizations and 70+ local indigenous organizations? They created another organization. That organization was called the Council of Federated Organizations. COFO was its acronym. So it's great when people can work together. I've heard one of the panelists emphasize that. It is great, and great things can happen. Great things happened in Mississippi. The Mississippi Freedom Vote Campaign of 1963, November 1963. The fact that young people were able to enter the movement and use their skills and talents here in Mississippi. The fact that young people were able to instruct older people in citizenship, in civic engagement. All of that was made possible by this collaboration. So Mr. Whitehead has with him a co-collaborator in this initiative that I'm referring to as What is Possible, Mr. Tyler Sterling. And Mr. Sterling is the NAACP National director of campaigns. And in this role, he helps to work on strategy and implementation of direct voter contact, civic engagement, and advocacy campaigns for volunteers, members, and external partners. Mr. Tyler Sterling is a graduate of Kenyon College, where and when he is not consumed in forms of political news, he considers himself an amateur golfer. Now, I happen to know that Mr. Cox is a golfer. So this collaboration is going to present to us in panoramic form what is possible.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Mr. Figures, and really setting the tone of this conversation. We like to have conversations and not presentations, but this conversation today here in Mississippi. I know folks have been sitting all day. I know folks have been listening to some amazing panels all day, but how are we feeling out there? How are we feeling out there? Are we fired up? Are we fired up? All right. Just want to make sure we're alive out there. The presentation that we're going to be talking through this afternoon, I'm going to preface this in advance. The first part of the presentation might be a bit boring, but it's very important. It's boring because it's data, right? And we're going to talk about some data. We're going to look back a little bit, and then we're going to look ahead a little bit as well, and really walk through what is possible, as Mr. Figure said, in terms of this upcoming election cycle in November. 138 days, 137 days until November 2024. We also know that it's not just about November. So today we're going to talk and focus heavily in about the upcoming election. My colleague Tyler is going to be a little bit more excited than me and really dig into our relational organizing program overall. But we're also going to talk about what is possible post-November 2024. Because we know whatever happens in November, we still got a lot of work to do, regardless of who wins in November at the top of the ticket. Can we agree on that? Can we agree on that? Last time I heard, NAACP and all the groups here are advocacy-based organizations, so we advocate year-round. Is that correct? Is that right? All right, let's go. We're going to kick this off. So we know 2024, we hear this every year. This is the most important election of our lifetime. We could say that. I think this election is probably more important towards democracy than our lifetime. I think black folks and folks who've been in the fight and been in the struggle, we've seen worse, right, in some ways, but we also know that we don't want to go back. And so we're framing this election cycle this year as the election of our lifetime, but more so framing it into democracy is on the line. Civic engagement at large for NAACP for us is not, we don't look at this in a microwave. We really look at this in terms of a larger picture. We look at this for us, and our number one objective is truly to increase the political voice of black folks in this country. If we are not engaging in increasing the political voice and the political power and building black political power in this country, we have no reason to be doing civic engagement advocacy work overall. We do this through 4 ways. For me, I'm an electoral organizer. I know Tiffany was in the room earlier. I come out of labor, so I am a labor organizer as well. But I know true change truly happens at the ballot box. At the end of the day, true change truly happened at the ballot box. So for us, offering successful electoral programs in states with significant black populations, we are very clear at the NAACP that we want to engage where we can increase black civic participation by any means necessary. That is increasing voter registration gaps or closing those voter registration gaps, and most importantly, increasing black voter turnout, not just at the top of the ticket in years like 2024, but every single election cycle. You all just had an election here this past year in 2023, right? And we saw some high levels of increase of black voter turnout this past election cycle last November in 2023 here in Mississippi. I know a lot of that was due to the Mississippi NAACP and the branches on the ground doing the work day in and day out to increase black voter turnout. What we'll talk about today as well is our priority states and where we need to be to increase that turnout. And then also, kind of what Mr. Figure said in the last panel and why we're here today, we're going to talk through what it means to do collaborative work. We're all in this work together. So what does it look like for NAACP to work with SNCC Legacy Project? What does it look like for NAACP and other groups to work with groups like NSAY down in Georgia and the work that she's doing across the country, around the world, making sure that we're all coordinated and collaborating across the work that we're doing. And then, of course, our main goal is to make sure that we emphasize the power of Black voices, and we do that at the ballot box. And so what we're going to take a look right here is really our projections and what's happening this year. What you see on this map overall is really the electoral map for 2024, right? These are all of the states, your suspect states, right? Your Nevadas, Arizona, Texas, Florida, Georgia, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania. We have Wisconsin up here as well. These are the states that we know that we have to increase Black voter turnout to ensure that we see the type of victory that we need to see. Now, what I will say before I go that NAACP is nonpartisan, but we are not blind. Can we say that together? NAACP is nonpartisan, but we are not blind. Do we know what's at stake in November? Do we know what's at stake in November? All right, as long as we are in unison on that, we're good to go. Why the fear is real, I agree with, I think, what Tiffany might have said on the last panel earlier about we can't fear folks or push folks into voting because it's about Donald Trump. We lose if we do that, right? We can't make this about Donald Trump. It is about building power. It is about making sure folks see the power that they have going to the ballot box. And so for us, when we think about this and we look at this playbook and the blueprint for a Trump presidency, it's all of the things here, but we cannot talk about this in a fear way. I think Cortland said that we know what will happen if Donald Trump clearly becomes the president or anyone of his kind becomes the president, but we know when we're organizing folks, we cannot organize folks in fear, but we have to organize folks in terms of the issues that they care about most importantly. Next slide. The democracy strategy. Now, we know what's at stake in terms of the democracy strategy. Is one, we got to protect the U.S. Constitution. Now, we know the U.S. Constitution has not always been in favor for people that look like us at times. So we know we have to protect it, to keep it intact, and make sure it works for us. We also know that we have to build coalitions, as we just talked about, right? In terms of this democracy strategy, what does it mean to build these coalitions of believers and really building the power of democracy? We know we cannot do this by ourselves. I am excited to see this room is diverse with young people, people who are not of color, people of color, Black folks, all of that together. So we have to recognize that white progressives and communities of colors are the engines to success, right? We have to do this together and make sure we're engaged and coordinated together. We welcome all who believe in human dignity, right? So we know human dignity is on the line, racial equity, social justice, fairness, working wages, LGBTQIA+ rights, reproductive rights. The list goes on and on. So there's an issue for everybody this upcoming election cycle when we think about what's on the line. And then most importantly, when we're done, right, we got to communicate this new vision of democracy. We have to tell people what it looks like and what we want to see and what type of democracy that we want to live in. Democracy on the line. So we're going to take a step way back to 2016. Do folks remember 2016? Ooh, I remember November 2016. I was in Florida. It was bad. It was bad in 2016. We know that Trump, and again, we're going to talk about data a little bit, he won the election in 2016 by close to 80,000 votes based upon 3 states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. That was 2016, right? And we'll fast forward down to 2020. Now, we know President Biden won in 2020 across 4 major states with almost 80,000 votes. That's Wisconsin again. We got Nevada. We got Arizona, and then we're going to take it on down to Georgia, where they did the thing in 2020 and really saved the day, all things in the South in Georgia, so the South definitely got something to say. But if we look back, go back for me one time, slider, thank you. If you look at 2020 and 2016, Donald Trump won in 2016 close to 80,000 votes in 3 key states. Joe Biden won in 2020 in 4 key states, 80,000 votes. The numbers are within the margin. The numbers are within the margin. This is going to be a close election cycle, and we're showing this and going through this so we can show people and paint the picture of why data is so important as we think through our strategies and how we're engaging around civic engagement. Our win with margins estimated program impacts. This slide here, it looks like a lot and it says a lot, but it really shows the impact of black voters, particularly the NAACP program that we had in 2020 across a few key states, particularly Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and Wisconsin. Again, about 76,000 voters helped get Biden over the finish line. NAACP is nonpartisan, to make sure I say that again. But we know the NAACP program across these 4 states had a win impact of close to 32,000 black voters in our program that we engage. So 32,000 of that 76,000 we touched in some way, and that allowed us to have a huge win margin across these 4 states in 2020. Again, we think about 2016, we think about 2020, and we'll talk about 2024 shortly. Those are some small numbers, folks. Right? Those are small numbers in terms of engaging and where we are around that. So the gaps are close, but we can close those gaps and increase those gaps overall. So looking to 2024, and what does 2024 look like, right? The black vote has the potential to determine about 7 U.S. Senate seats. So we know we got 7 major seats up in 2024 across this country: Arizona, Michigan, Nevada, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Virginia. But then you also have the presidential map. There's some crossover: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin as well. We know in these states, we call them our black battleground states in some ways, and yes, Arizona is considered a black battleground state these days. There's black people in Arizona. But what we know what we have to do here is to increase turnout to either flip these states, protect these states, and or make sure that we have the outcomes that we need to see at the top of the ticket for the presidential map. And then there's this thing called the House, right? And so we know what happened in 2022. You know, they said there was going to be this big red wave that was going to happen in 2022, and we did lose the House in 2022, but we have to get the House back in some way as we think about 2024. And so there's about 35 key races that are happening across the country that we know that black voters can make the difference in either protecting and or flipping congressional seats across the country around the House. I won't go through all of these, but 2 states that stand out to us and to me are both California and New York this year. It did not make any sense that we lost New York in the way that we did in 2022. However, we do know that there's a pathway through New York as well as California as well. And then, of course, there's some tough House races in Arizona, North Carolina, and a few other places as well that we want to keep an eye on. So right here, and I know this slide is kind of small overall, but we're talking about the black vote and the trends and the support and the turnout around that. So we know when we think about the black vote share, when we think about white voters, black voters, brown voters, or Latino voters, AAPI and other, from 2012 to about 2020, we've really been measuring, if you will, what this turnout looked like for us across the country in terms of black voters. And so in 2012, we know we had 97% of black voters who voted and turned out progressively or for the Democratic candidate in 2012. Now, we know we had a man by the name of Barack Obama on the ballot in 2012. I don't think we'll have that anytime soon, but we know that black folks showed up for Obama in 2008 and in 2012 as well. But then in 2016, they tried to blame us. They really did. But we know black folks still showed up, even if we were not for that candidate, even if we knew at some point that we didn't want anyone like Donald Trump. However, that still happened. But about 93% of black voters showed up in 2016. A good portion of that were black women who was truly trying to save democracy and on the front lines in 2016. And then in 2020, we had a decrease, but because of the expansion of the voting electorate in 2020, we still were able to come over the hump in some ways and ensure that we had the victory that we needed to see. Now, some of the things that we saw in 2020 as well, that we may have lost some of those things clearly over the last 4 years because folks have been attacking voting rights, but we saw the expansion of access to the ballot box in a different way because of COVID, right? We saw states who've never done vote by mail, had mail drop boxes, et cetera, around and making folks have access or allowing folks to have access at the ballot box. That's changing state by state. Over the last 4 years since the 2020 election cycle, we have seen attacks on voting rights across this country. So it's going to look different. I'm going to talk about some of the things that we're going to see this election cycle that's going to look different, and quite frankly, making it harder for folks to vote. Now, you all know that here, but you still turn out folks to vote and engage votes regardless of the outcomes and the obstacles in our way. So the impact overall in terms of statewide impact, again, I mentioned earlier, there's 12 battleground states that we know black voters across this country and progressive voters are going to make the difference. That's Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Michigan, Minnesota, North Carolina, Nevada, as they say, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Texas, Virginia, and Wisconsin. And so what you're looking at here on this screen, you're looking at 2016, you're looking at a comparison to 2020. 2016 looked real bad. There's a lot of red right there across those states. But we made some makeup in 2020, as I mentioned earlier. And then what you're looking at right now on this third box here, where it says the current projected presidential 2A results, right? It looks fairly decent, but if you look at the percentage to the win gap, it's very close. There's nothing over 55%. Everything is at 50 and 49%. It goes back to that conversation I mentioned earlier around the margins. So what does that mean for us in NAACP and groups that are on the ground day in and day out, engaging black voters every day? It means that we got to understand what the gaps are, right? So how many folks do we need to increase or register to vote to turn them out, and how many folks do we need to ensure that we turn out the vote as well? And I'm gonna move over here and just give out a few numbers in some way around that. We think about, let's use Georgia for example. We know we want to keep about 2%. We know we have about an estimated 2,647,000 registered black voters to count today. A lot of that work was due to Ms. Ensay over here, who's been doing the work there in Georgia, and her team around the country and around the world. But we know we have to increase turnout and registration by 2% to ensure we get to this 50% in Georgia. So when we think about the numbers, we think about the data, it's so important to understand where we have to be, where we need to go, what our vote count is, and most importantly, understanding the impact of what an election will look like overall. Next slide, Tyler. Congressional districts. I won't go through all of this fully around this, but we mentioned a second ago, there's about 35 congressional districts that we're looking at across the country. You can see what happened in 2022, and similar to the last slide, just really getting an understanding of the overall vote count that we have to have in terms of black voter turnout in this country to flip the House of Representatives. Now, this is where we really talk about, and Tyler's going to jump in shortly and really go into a more exciting presentation. It won't just be about the numbers, but we want to make sure we make room to folks to ask questions. But how do we do this work? We just talked about a lot of numbers. We just talked about a lot of data. We just talked about what happened in 2016, what happened in 2020, what we need to do for 2024. In terms of NAACP and the work that we're doing, we look at this in a comprehensive way, right? Messaging and research. We cannot do anything without messaging and research. Now, I know Mr. Cox is in here somewhere, Cortland. He tells me every day, I don't want to talk to another consultant. A consultant cannot tell me how to talk to black folks. I know how to talk to black folks. And I agree with Mr. Cox on most days, if not 99% of the time. But we do need to have a tad bit of research to help us inform, to make sure that we are touching all black folks, right? We're touching everyone because we know we are not a monolith. We also know that we are not a turnout base. When I mean by turnout, we know we want folks to come talk to us about the issues that matter to us to ensure our community get out to vote. So NAACP is invested into messaging and research. This thing called Building Community Voice Fund, BCVF. This is a re-granting program, and I know some of our units who may be in here took part of this in 2022 and may be taking part of this in 2024. But what does it mean and what does it look like for us to invest back in our own? And so in 2022, we launched a new program. We pushed about $7.5 million, close to $8 million back to black and brown groups on the ground, including our NAACP units, to do basic voter registration and voter turnout work. We know this work is hard. We know it's not easy and folks need resources to do the work. So we want to make sure that we created a fund and a vehicle where we were able to increase funding and support to groups on the ground. I won't steer Tyler's thunder, but he'll talk about our early volunteer program shortly, to how we get volunteers involved and what that looks like, in our relational program. But the other two pieces is mass and continuous communications, right? What it means to really make sure we're getting the message out through different vehicles, whether it's Black radio, that's streaming radio, or traditional radio. When I say streaming radio, how many people got Spotify, Pandora, Netflix, YouTube, all those different things? We want to make sure we're pushing messages out in a streaming atmosphere. We've just got some research back that Black folks over-index on streaming platforms. So y'all love Netflix and Paramount and Tubi and whatever else folks be watching and all of that good stuff around that. But we want to make sure that we're doing that. And then, of course, traditional GOTV methods, right? The work that everyone is in here doing today. What does it mean to bring folks in community day in and day out? COVID is over in some ways. Getting back on the doors, knocking on doors and talking to people, canvassing, phone banking, text banking. So all of those traditional GOTV tactics that we know that do the work and ensure that we turn out Black voters. So 2024 will be tough, right? The goals will be harder than past years because there are so many more states, there are so many more elections, and most importantly, there are so many more hurdles to cross. We think about the impact of Black voter turnout. We cannot talk about Black voter turnout without talking about mis and disinformation. How many folks hear that word, mis and disinformation, lately? Particularly in Black male community, there's a lot of mis and disinformation. I like to just say lies. A lot of lies that folks are spreading, propaganda that folks are spreading overall, trying to make sure that folks do not turn out to vote or sway them in a different way. And so that's gonna be a lot of that we have to do. The reality is a lot of people don't trust the political process. They just don't trust the political process. And again, back to, I think Tiffany said it on the last panel very well, you cannot put fear into folks to trust the political process. You gotta have a conversation with folks around trusting the political process so they can see how it works for them. Voter empathy. Whew, voter empathy, Black folks tired. We show out every single election cycle. They say every election cycle is on our backs, so folks are tired. And so how do we get folks engaged again around that? There is a decline in support of Democrats, right? We typically clearly support Democrats from a voting standpoint more than any other voting demographic, but when we think about that, there's a declining support. And so what does it mean for us to ensure, for Democrats to make sure, or any candidates, make sure that they're talking to us and the things that we want? There's a growing Black estrangement around that, so we'll continue to see a growing Black of folks pushing away. Voter suppression, we cannot talk about voter suppression enough. And then, of course, the disenfranchisement of laws and policies placed around. Another big piece, public research indicates the diminution of enthusiasm and support among Black subgroups, including youth and men. And what we mean by that is that it's not that folks are not wanting to vote. Folks need to understand who and what they are voting for and want folks coming into their community, talking to them. And it's just not, again, a mobilization piece. It's not turnout. You know, they come to our communities the last 4 or 5 weeks. We do the traditional souls to the polls and the traditional stuff like that. And Black folks need to be talked to year-round, day in and day out, about the gains that we've won and seen and the truths and things that we may not have seen to ensure that we continue to stay involved. The path to 2024 is a real thing at the top of the ticket federally overall around that, and Tyler's gonna talk about this shortly, how we see our pathway to 2024 around recruiting 300,000 volunteers across this country to engage well over 14 million Black voters, how we're gonna mobilize Black voters around that and deploy a lot of our traditional GOTV efforts across the country in coordination with all of our partners and states on the ground. And then here, overall, the summary of political, our 2024 actions and political or potential outcomes. So if everything goes the way that we need it to go in 2024, we can turn out voters across these 12 battleground states and these 35 competitive congressional districts. There's a couple things that will happen. One, the presidential election will win, and again, NAACP is nonpartisan, but potentially Joe Biden will be back in the White House. protecting the U.S. Senate. If most folks know, we currently hold the U.S. Senate by a couple seats, flipping the House of Representatives, but most importantly, closing the growing gaps in turnout between black and non-black voters. That's a key piece that we want to focus in on for 2024, right? Enhance the political voice of the black community, create an enduring spirit of civic engagement, so that just not between now and November, but what does it look like to have civic engagement year-round? And then most importantly, and this is the biggest one, is help to lead the fight in the years and elections beyond. So it's not just about November, right? Whatever happens in November, we know we have state legislative sessions coming up at the top of the year in January. There's a lot of down ballot races that are happening. So what does it look like that we are creating this spirit of civic engagement and democracy and engaging advocacy year round to ensure that we're in the place that we need to be? So I'll stop here, and I really want to take questions and answers on this part, and then we'll kick it over to Tyler to really dive into the relational program and the campaign overall and how folks can get involved around that. But I know that was a lot in terms of data, but are any questions around all things data and what we're seeing in terms of the pathway to 2024? I see a couple in the back. I know we have some mic runners, but I'm happy to walk back.
Okay, I got two questions, although I think you sort of gave me the answer. If you want to donate money to help Democrats win, who's the best place or best organization to give it to, so you know that your money's helping getting voters to the polls?
The Mississippi Democratic Party.
Okay. And one other question, I wonder how concerned people are with the Supreme Court saying you can have bump stocks and assault weapons, all kinds of things. Is anybody afraid that there's going to be some kind of lethal violence at the polls?
So a couple things. I'm gonna go back to the first. The first question first. Thank you for that. Thank you for those questions. One, again, we know we in here are nonpartisan. So what I would say in terms of helping to educate and increase civic participation, you give to organizations like the NAACP, SNCC Legacy Project, the list goes on. In terms of that, but if you're focusing on Democrats, of course, you might want to give to that candidate directly. In terms of the second question that you asked around the concerns at the ballot box and the polls, et cetera, we are watching that at a high level, clearly at the national in terms of NAACP, but it happens, of course, locally on the ground in terms of what voter protection look like or election protection look like in your states. One of the things that we'll talk about and we're about to roll out in real time is our 2024 election protection and voter protection trainings, and it looks totally different state by state, just given the laws in each state. Some states you can't even pass out water at the polls anymore, which makes no sense, right? Around that and in so many ways. So we want to make sure that we are giving folks the right information around what it looks like to protect voters going to the polls so folks feel safe, and then of course making sure those votes are also counted and people are able to vote as well. I hope that answers your question.
Any more questions?
Yes, sir. We see one over here.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, with the way that y'all are thinking about electoral engagement in the lead up to November, the state maps with the battleground states that y'all have identified. Obviously, we're not in a battleground state as you've identified because of the political landscape in Mississippi right now. But what can we be doing here to support the NAACP's strategy as it has articulated it, as you've articulated it, and here in Mississippi?
Yeah, that's a great question. A couple things. One, when Tyler walked through his presentation, you'll see that Mississippi is a part of our down ballot strategy because you all do have a lot of down ballot races. We're working closely with Charles and Reverend James and team here on the ground to identify those races. The other piece, our relational program, we need folks to engage in other key states. And so we'll talk about that shortly around what it looks like, what folks can do to help call, text, and engage voters in other states as well. But trust and believe me, there's a lot of work that needs to happen here in Mississippi, and we'll talk through that as well in our down ballot program. I see one question here.
This is a little off topic, but it was stimulated with Tiffany and with you using the term fear. It was the Fearless Fund that was just ruled against, and that you can't invest in black women and their entrepreneurial efforts. And I'm just wondering, how does that impact your giving into the black community and the movement towards, entrepreneurship or just whatever, but our community empowerment efforts? How does that impact NAACP, and does it have any impact on how you give to the community? And I really wanted to hear the fire Tiffany respond to that question, but I'll accept you.
No, let's go to Tiffany first, because it's a black woman question. So let's go to Tiffany first. Let's make space for Miss Tiffany Dina Lofton with the beautiful fresh cut back there. Fresh out the shop.
I'm fresh off the airplane after 20 hours of traveling. Thank you for the compliment, sister, and I love Dominic. I'll say two things that come to mind, because I can't answer for the NAACP and how they're doing their strategy. My first thought, which I didn't get to say on the stage, in order for us to do what Cortland is asking us to do, to build our movement in our people, we have to fund it. Right? And we are experiencing, I think, after the wave of Black Lives Matter donations that came out to our organizations, that were given to schools for DEI programs, that paid for people to fly across the country and be on TV and be in commercials and magazines, all that money has shriveled up, as my mama would say, right? And that's why we're seeing the attacks, as you mentioned, on black women entrepreneurs. And there's now a Supreme Court case that's about to happen that I won't get into the weeds of. But we have to figure out how we're going to support and fund our own people. And I think what's strong about the NAACP now and when I worked there is that it's an organization that works on keeping the resources in our community so that we can do that work. So the question that was asked earlier about where are we going to send the money, right? Yes, send it to the Democratic Party, or the Democratic National, what was the answer? Somebody said the Democratic Convention? State Party, that's what I said, okay. State Party, I was right, I heard that right. But I'm also like, well, how do I fund these people right here in yellow? Like, where's their donation link? Right? So that they can support and get young people to come out and be a part of their organizations and volunteer. When the folks come to volunteer at the NAACP, can we donate money to the NAACP so they can pay some of those volunteers to be the leads to manage the other volunteers? Because if y'all know what I know, this work is not easy. And I do it as a volunteer, but I would really like to get compensated for some of my work and some of my efforts. So I want to give to the party, and I get text messages like y'all do every day. Give me $5 for my campaign, $10 for my campaign. We're at the brick of making the edge. Can you give us $20 today so we can make our goal? That's cute, but I'm not giving to them no more. I mean, I'm not telling y'all not to. I'm trying to give to community organizations and those black women who have entrepreneurship ideas to build power in their community. And it's our job to research and find out who they are. That's my tidbit.
I'm definitely not going to follow that. Any more questions around that piece whatsoever? All things data, 2024, the landscape. All right, we're going to transition now into our piece around volunteer recruitment and engagement and how you all can get involved in our overall volunteer program of 3,000 volunteers connected to Freedom Summer and understanding the moment that we're in now and knowing this is not a commemoration, but it's truly a continuation of the work that we're doing. I'm going to kick it over to my colleague, Mr. Tyler Sterling, our National Campaigns Director with a lot of energy. So he's probably going to run around here as he's giving his presentation to really talk through what does it look like to engage in 2024. Tyler?
Thank you very much, Dominic, and you are not wrong. I am going to be walking around. I hope that's okay. Might put the microphone in some people's faces, might not. Is that okay that I walk around? Thank you, thank you, thank you. So as Dominic laid out, well, first let me introduce myself. My name is Tyler Sterling. I'm from Hagerstown, Maryland. I have the honor and privilege of serving as the NAACP National Campaigns Director. Yeah, you do. Yes, I do. Previously, as Dominic mentioned, I've done a lot of electoral organizing. And what that means is Particularly for me, it was going in communities, whether that was being the campaign manager, the field director, the finance staffer, going into communities, making promises, particularly black communities, and then leaving, making a bunch of promises and leaving. And I'm truly honored to be in this place, in this space, and with all of these freedom fighters in this room that are doing the work year in, day out, year round. Not just making promises and leaving, but holding people accountable. And that accountability is truly key. We hold ourselves accountable, we hold our elected officials accountable, and that's how we see the advancements and gains that we need to see. But what I'm going to be talking about is particular to your question over here on what everyone across the country can do to participate into this program, into those tier one, those states, those statewide maps where we're talking about the presidential election, really talking about how we are going to get out the vote. You just heard Dominic speak so eloquently about our program. And that's why he raises the money and I get to spend the money. I get to talk about what we're doing on all those things, spending the money and how we put the money into community to get the vote out.
Yes, he spends the money.
So NAACP, all of our data and our strategic guidance has been under the leadership of our partnership of NAACP and GSSA. If you are Googling or you're wondering who GSSA is, as an acronym that honestly, it stands for nothing. You will not be able to find much around GSSA, but you will be able to find things on the principal, Mr. Dr. Albert Yates. Dr. Albert Yates in Cortland advise us on our strategic goals, how we are getting out the vote. Dr. Yates in Cortland and all of us at times, we may butt heads on how we go about this work, but I can assure you that we all have the same mission in mind. We all want to see wins in 2024 and beyond. And wins for us are increased black civic participation, more people engaged in our process to voting, in our process to commenting on General Assembly, in our process to requesting meetings with your legislators. It doesn't stop at the ballot box, it begins at the ballot box. You put someone in there and we hold them accountable. So what I'm gonna talk about is how everyone can get involved, get participated into this program, and how we'll see those wins and lay that foundation standing on the shoulders of our elders to get to this space where we have the opportunity to see what is possible, to what Mr. Figures said. So our plan for 2024, we've gone beyond the states that were mentioned, the states that all of the pundits talk about, the ones that on election night, whether you're watching CNN, MSNBC, some news, Steve Kornacki with the khakis, he's going to be up there talking about the states, pushing at the numbers, talking about who is out there and who's showing up. We are talking about other states that are down ballot elections. So as Dominic mentioned, the Building Community Voice Fund, the program where we're looking at those down ballot elections, this is where those elections like a sheriff, a county commissioner, a district attorney, those elections that really how you see government and interact with government day in and day out. As we talk about the messaging and research, we're noticing, so much gridlock or people's disdain for the political process is because of the gridlock, because we cannot get legislation passed. But what you do realize and feel every single day is if your trash is getting picked up, how many times a week it gets picked up. If you live in a place where it snows, how quickly your snow gets removed. Those type of things, how the increase in your water utility bill changes from year to year. Those are things that you notice. Who gets the contract for the water utility if it's up for renewal? Those type of conversations, those positions and those decisions are made by our local elections. So that is really engaging in those down ballot elections. So from our 26 key states, we are gonna mobilize 13.5 million eligible black voters. That is not only speaking to the folks that we need to register and engage, that is already on the voter rolls. Those are the numbers that we can reach currently to get out the vote and reach our numbers. Those are eligible black voters. And how we're gonna do that is by having 300,000 volunteers. And those 300,000 volunteers, we will get from all across the country. We will get a very, very large percentage, hopefully, of you within this room. Do not think we will not have a call to action further about joining this program, but we're gonna make sure that we have everyone involved to really show our impact. So again, it's not only speaking, this slide is speaking to those eligible black voters, but there are those that are not registered as well that we will be engaging with. But the numbers are here through the eligible, through the voting age population, and the registered population for us to turn out the vote. So this slide here speaks to the validation of our program. I'll ask a question later. There's an entity called the Analyst Institute that works on progressive politics, policy, political campaign strategies, and we've worked with the Analyst Institute to ensure that this program is stamped. And when we say stamped, it is a validator. So not only does working with an organization like the NAACP that's got the name recognition that will make someone look at the text message that Tiffany's referring to, the hundreds of thousands that you may get about give us $1, we're just at the brink, the filing deadline's in 24 hours, we need to hit this number. That name recognition goes a long way. But what goes even further is the validation that it works. This program, knowing that we are turning out increased GOTV. When we say GOTV, we mean get out the vote. We are increasing that turnout. So that universe that we communicate with, those low frequency, high opportunity, not often voting population of black voters, when we engage with them by having a real conversation. We've talked about our mass and continuous communications, radio, digital, mail, and I'll say what is by and large so much more effective than all of those strategies. Those strategies are certainly needed and they will be run through our program and run through countless others before us and after us, is having a real conversation about what it means to you, why you are volunteering, why it's important that you think that person should show up to vote. So this program, this slide right here, is essentially showing that the program is stamped. Our targets assigned to the volunteers, so our list of voters that you will be calling, that you'll be communicating with, by having that conversation, it's shown to increase turnout by 1.2%. And if you think back to some of Dominic's slides, some of those elections were won and lost between 1.2%. So seeing those numbers and having this conversation with your prospective list of volunteers is how we increase that voter turnout. And then the volunteer recruitment universe. That is everyone in this room, everyone who votes often, that's your friends and your family. You're engaging with them to participate into this program. What we found out was not only did it increase turnout from the low frequency voters that don't vote that often, by having this conversation with your family and saying, hey, I'm volunteering with the NAACP, would you consider volunteering too? Just that conversation resonates in someone's mind. They'll think about it when it comes time to vote. They say, well, my aunt asked me about registering, or aunt asked me about coming to some NAACP thing and calling some voters. It resonates. So we found out that not only does it have an impact on the intended universe that we want to engage, with some of our friends and family, those that we asked to participate into this program, we also saw increased turnout with them. So this slide is purely to show that the data, not only are the numbers, the people that we're talking to, the gaps that we're focusing in on, not only are those individuals, do we have the right phone numbers, they're the right people in the right states, but in fact that it works. It increases turnout for both the people that we're talking to and the volunteers, or the prospective volunteers for the program. This is essentially explaining what I just kind of described, the prospective volunteers, high propensity voters. Who are we asking to participate into this program? If you do not vote often, the chances are you would not be engaging with someone else around voting. So clearly our universe has to start. When we say universe, I mean set of people, the list of people that we're talking to. The list of people that we are talking to is high propensity voters, people that vote often, your super voters, your super volunteers, and NAACP members. We start at home. Like most movements that spread, movements, religions, it starts at home. It starts at home, and it starts with your core group. So we start with those individuals that we have, that we can help to recruit, and then that's who we're talking to. Prospective volunteers talk to moderate propensity and low propensity voters. These are our GOTV targets. They get assigned to each of our volunteers. So, as Dominic went through the comprehensive suite, there were 6 boxes up here that talked about how we approach the work and what we are doing. One of them was indirect relational voter turnout, IRVT. If you've been with the NAACP National Campaigns team or been in any one of our conversations, debriefs, presentations, we love an acronym. We love an acronym, IRVT. But what this means, it is a relational conversation. When you sign up to vote, when you sign up to volunteer, you get a list of 20, 30, 40 low frequency, high opportunity voters. That's 20, 30, or 40. It's not a huge list. We're not necessarily asking you to be a precinct captain and go knock every door in your precinct or own your precinct and set up those phone banks. We've got the infrastructure to set up that with you. To what Mr. Figures was talking about, this is the infrastructure piece here. We've laid the groundwork. We truly want you to come on in and help us see it to completion. Lay in the groundwork, come on in for those final touches. Indirect relational voter turnout, that approach emphasizes on 3 specific things. Common history and personal attributes. So when you sign up to vote, or when you sign up to volunteer, you will get a list of 20, 30, 40 individuals. They will be within the same, around the same age as far as the census tract. They will be ideally within about a 5 or so zip code mile radius. Now, for individuals within this room, you would likely be assigned to Georgia, as that is the closest, Georgia or Florida, those are the closest states to be assigned to you for our volunteer list out of those tier 1s, those states that Dominic went over. But we try to give it to geographical proximity. And then the third piece would be about age, proximity, and then gender identification. So your gender identification on the voter rolls would be the same list of individuals that you would be talking to. And what we think through this, clearly no 1 or 2 individuals' lives are the exact same, but by being the same age, in similar geographic proximity, and the same gender, ideally you have a few things to have a conversation about to make it a little less scary to know that you're talking to someone around the same age as you, same identified gender, and that you live in relatively close geographic proximity. Again, for those of you within this room, that would be Georgia or Florida of those lists of voters, but those first 2 parameters would still be the same, age and gender. And here it's about having a conversation with someone, just a real conversation about what it means to engage. So we think that by having the common concerns, the histories and challenges of Black Americans, us understand everything that has been laid forth before us on the history to getting to this moment, on what was just mentioned on giving, the upcoming Supreme Court case on giving to Black women in an entrepreneurial space, on women's reproductive rights, on legalization of marijuana, on term limits, on these questions, these big theory questions that we're thinking about. Ideally, by having these same attributes, you have a similar conversation, or at least an entryway to make that conversation a little easier. So IRVT again, recruit and activate the 300,000 volunteers. From June to September, we started recruiting. That means through SMS, so we will, some of you may have gotten it. If not, you may get one later, but a text message that comes straight to you asking you to sign up to participate. But to Tiffany's point, text messages are flooding the airwaves right now in terms of all things political. So we know we've got to go a little beyond sending a text message. It is digital, so meeting people where they're at. When we say digital, that is also, NAACP social media, but also having, without getting too technical, targeting individuals based on the websites they go to. You go to Essence, we may target you and follow you back to the next website that you go to. You're engaging on ESPN.com, maybe we're gonna have some ad space on there, and we're just meeting people where they are to make sure that we're not just sending out a text message. Phone banking, live phone calls to another person asking them to participate into this program. It is a little easier to have or to get to the yes when you're on the phone with somebody if you can just embrace that silence. You're talking to them, will you participate into this program? Embrace that silence. We'll sit in there with that, wait for them to speak, and well, I don't know. Come on, it's easy. We got trainings, we got resources, we've got a volunteer community. Why don't you come join us? So live phone calls, and this is just to show the ways that we've expanded beyond just sending a text message, because we know if we're gonna get to that 300,000 goal, it's gonna take a whole community of that outreach. So not just SMS, but digital and phone banking. The second portion, once we have signed up our full list, it is continuously communicating with this group of people. So once you sign up, you'll receive continuous communications. One, letting you know, we're working on your scripts. We've got scripts coming. We've got additional talking points coming. Did you see this in the news? Register your friends. Check this link. Make sure you're verified first. Make sure your registration is good. It's continually keeping that engagement. To Dominic's point, this is not only a commemoration, it is a continuation. So that communications piece should be continued throughout once we sign up the volunteers. And then October, around mid-October, that's when you get your list. And I really want to emphasize around mid-October. So sign up to participate into this program, if only because we're not asking for 3 months of your time. We're not asking for a huge commitment. We're asking for 1 to 2 minutes a day. If you get this list in mid-October, and you have 20 people to call, you could call 2 a day, 7 minutes a day to get to your 20 individuals to get to the list. So it is truly meant to not get in the way of everything else that you're doing. You can participate in your Greek organizations, get out the vote. You can do souls to the polls. You can work with a candidate, by all means. But by being a part of this program, what we are asking for is just a few moments of your time each day. Or if you want to sit down, knock it all out in about an hour and a half, you can call 20 people, have a conversation in about an hour and a half. So I truly want to emphasize around mid-October is when you get your lists and when we engage in this piece. We also have some trainings, resources that are coming up in future slides, but essentially this slide is to show the process by which we are starting now and started weeks ago because we need 300,000 volunteers. If we only needed 50 volunteers, we may start asking you in the end of September, but we need 300,000. So to get to that 300,000, we've got to start now. Oh, and over here, sorry, Dominic, can you go back? And over here is just an example of kind of the interface of what it looks like. You've got did you contact your voter? Voter's name, age, gender, phone numbers to call. So it's like an example of the interface of what it looks like to have a platform to make sure you can help make these phone calls. Okay, resources for volunteers. So I know we've been going on talking now for about an hour. I'm gonna ask for just a slight little call-in response. So if you can look at your neighbor, say, neighbor, it's not scary. We got you. One more time, neighbor, it's not scary. We got you. And that's really just what I want to emphasize, resources for our volunteers. Because to the gentleman's question around what you do in Mississippi, calling into Florida, calling into Georgia, we've got voter guides, one thing. We've got resources, talking points, scripts, and that's on another slide as well, but voter guides to speak to what is happening and what is on the ballot in your state. When we say voter guides, these are both issue guides speaking to where candidates stand on specific issues. They're completely nonpartisan C3 guides. So these are nonpartisan. They tell you where candidates stand, whether they have already voted if they're an incumbent, or where their public statements have been, what the sentiment of their statements have been. These are extremely, extremely vetted guides. But all of that to say, if you're in Mississippi and you're calling into Florida, we will make sure that you know more than some Florida voters before you call into Florida. We will have all of the resources available so that you feel comfortable to have a conversation with a voter. And if in fact you perhaps don't know or do not feel comfortable with a question or answer, we always tell everyone, be honest. Tell the person, I don't know this answer, but I will get you an answer really quickly. And we have a contact center that will be available for all of our volunteers to call into the contact center and say, hey, I just got this one specific question about this one voting regulation. What do I do in this state? Contact center will look up the information, send it back to you in writing, tell you verbally over the phone, but being a support mechanism for you there so that you don't necessarily need to become an expert in Florida election law or in Florida what's happening on the ballot, but what you can become an expert in is having a real conversation about why it matters to show up to vote. So the volunteer training, this is an example, screenshot of a training that we had for one of our script trainings or scenario trainings. It was one of these options up here. It was a volunteer training is what was happening here. But when we mean scripts, is that to the research that Dominic was talking about. Getting to the talking points, the pivots, the ask of will you be voting this year? And something that I've found, and I'm sure most of you when you're making those phone calls, you only really have 5 to 7 seconds, like capture someone's attention and get to that ask. So you don't necessarily want to be so heavily laden or focused on, well, in 2020, we did X, Y, and Z, and I'm sounding like a robot, because if you're calling me, click, I will hang right up on you. But what we are doing here is getting to the point and then embracing the silence. Get to the point, ask the question, are you gonna vote? Wait, if they're still on the phone with you, they're at least interested in the conversation or they would have hung up. And no one is gonna bite you through the phone, so we can have these conversations. We gotta get a little out of our comfort zone if we're gonna make the changes that we wanna see. We gotta get a little uncomfortable if we wanna see these gains. Scenario training, what do you do if someone says, well, I don't wanna do this, X, Y, and Z, scenario training, just examples on what to do. Talking points again, based on the issues, based on what is pertinent into that state, best practices. One of those is do not be monotone. Smile while you dial is something they say. You can hear a smile on the other end of the phone versus me being tense and my face muscles all tightened up. Like, you smile while you dial. And then the volunteer community, as Dominic said, we are in what appears and is moving to be, we're in a post-COVID reality. So we are outside. Look at us all in this room. We are in this room in space. We couldn't do this 4 years ago. So by creating that volunteer community, we have spaces and we'll have gatherings for volunteers to come together, both virtual and in person in some of these key states, where you can come and meet the other volunteers that are helping to do this work as well. The volunteer FAQ, it ranges from, these are questions that you can find on naacp.org/volunteer. All of those questions and resources can be found here, but this is, what is the time commitment to call volunteers? That's the first one. So that's what I said, it's a minute a day, an hour, 2 minutes a day. You get your list in mid-October, then it's up to you to find out how it fits in your schedule. Similarly to how everyone here has talked to someone about making a plan to vote, that same exact process is about making a plan to volunteer. When is the best time for you to call? Oh, okay, you're taking kids to soccer practice, grandkids to soccer practice. Sit in the car and make the phone calls while they're at practice. We've got the ability for this to be mobile. You don't need to be sitting in front of a computer. We're trying everything we can do to meet you where you're at and take as little of your time to have the biggest impact possible. So all of these frequently asked questions can be found on our website. When is the best time to call? We found that on weekends, the best time to call is 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's kind of a sweet spot there. On weekdays, we find that 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. That is when most individuals who are working a 9 to 5 may be home. We just find higher contact rates. We will be calling all cell phone numbers as well, so you will be able to make sure that we will know if you're calling a voter that we will have a cell phone number for them. So that should increase, the ability for someone to pick up. But all of these frequently asked questions can be found on our website. And now sign up to volunteer. If you can pull out your phones, scan this QR code. This is the list. This is how you get into that queue. This is how we build up our community power. By signing up to volunteer, you will get a communication from us, a continuous communication from now until our first time of trainings in September. We've got our trainings coming. We've got our scenarios. We may have a few special guests on these volunteer trainings, some activation days leading up to the trainings, just to keep everyone involved. And if you are a little far away from this screen as well, what you can also do is text the word volunteer, that is the word volunteer, to 20707. Again, that is volunteer to 20707 to sign up for this program. Because when we fight, we win. So thank you very much. I'm going to open up for, I believe the next point is some questions.
20707.
There's one behind you. Question.
How you doing? My name is Cliff here again from the Young People's Project. I'm wondering, how old do you have to be able to volunteer? If there's age limits?
That is a wonderful question. There is no age limit. In fact, our youth and college division at the national office has what is called a Vote For Me campaign, where our youth councils and our junior youth councils, those under the age of 18, are engaging with adults, asking them, hey, I can't vote, but will you vote for me? Well, this is what I care about. Will you make sure you go to the ballot box and vote for me? And those same young individuals that are fired up and ready to go are also ones making phone calls. So if you have a little army of some young freedom fighters that want to get involved, please send them our way, have them participate. But if you have truly anyone who is comfortable with having a conversation and that you would feel comfortable with having a conversation with a prospective voter, can participate in this program.
Questions, comments?
Give me 1 second. The question was, put the QR code back up because we want as many volunteers as possible.
Direct them over here. The sign.
Oh, yeah. In addition to signing up to volunteer, what we are also asking, you see this wonderful pledge over here, this big, like a sticky note posted up against the wall with the markers. We're asking everyone, if you've signed up to participate into the program, to sign the volunteer program, to sign the pledge over there. Commemorate this moment and mark yourselves in history of being here. This is the anniversary. It's a commemoration and a continuation, but we're asking you to not only sign up virtually, go on and put your physical signature on there to live in history with us.
All right. Thank you. Let's give it up for Tyler Sterling and our volunteer program.
Thank you.
How many folks gonna sign up and volunteer? I want to see hands. Are we gonna turn out more hands? How many folks gonna sign up and volunteer? Are we ready for November? Are we gonna do the work in Mississippi, across the country? Are we gonna engage black voters? Fired up? Are we fired up? Are we fired up? Awesome, awesome, awesome. We're ready to go. That's the call and response. So we're gonna do it one more time. Fired up? When I say fired up, you say ready to go. Fired up? Ready to go. Fired up? Ready to go. Fired up? Ready to go. All right, give yourselves a round of applause. And I think we are kicking this back over to you, Mr. Figures.
In the same spirit that 60 years ago, a little bit longer than 60 years, but people sent out a call all over the country to come to Mississippi and assist. Today, we're sending out a call, commemoration and continuation for all who will to come and do this work. Folks, we thank you all for sharing these moments. Now, we do have some more time left. I'd like to know how many people, I know there are about 200 people in this room right now, but how many people are tuning in online? This is like the VIP room. You're here in person. This is the VIP. But how many people are online? Is that trackable right now? I'd like to say there are 35,000. Yes. It's how many? Yes. Yes. Now, if each one can reach one, I think we can make this work. Okay? All right. Any other questions, comments? All right. Hearing none, I've watched the Chairman Russell do this. Hearing none, and he's about ready to grab the gavel and adjourn the session.
All right, we would like to thank Mr. Frank Figures and his team, and please give him a big round of applause.
The movement decided to run Fannie Lou Hamer for Congress in the 2nd Congressional District, which is the Delta District. And I was assigned to take her to get her qualified to run. So when the call came to me, and they said, and I think that call came from either Bob Moses or a guy named Jesse Morris, who was running the COFO office in Jackson, the nerve point of the movement in Mississippi. He said, go and pick up Fannie Lou Hamer and take her to get her qualified to run for Congress. And I couldn't visualize that. Fannie Lou Hamer was a 6th grade sharecropper, and I didn't feel that I was qualified to run for Congress, but then I certainly didn't think that Fannie Lou Hamer was. That's where my head was at that time. And then so I felt like once I got to Fannie Lou Hamer's house and told her, she would tell me to get away with that she was not gonna run. But when I got to her house and told her that the word had come for me to take her, get her qualified, she said, Mac, have a seat. I'll be right with you. And I again was shocked because I expected her to run me away from there. So we got together. I got her in the car. We drove to Jackson and went up to the state capitol, to the Secretary of State's office, where we had to go to get qualified. Fannie Lou and I walked into the Secretary of State's office, and the white lady at the desk, said, "What you niggas want?" And I looked around. I was trying to figure out where they were, who she was talking to, and Fannie Lou Hamer was still standing there, looking straight at the lady, and had not moved. And the white lady saw that that didn't deter Fannie Lou. She said, "How can I help?" Fannie Lou said, "We want to run for Congress." And so the lady went back in the back, and about 10 minutes, looked like about 30 white women had from that whole office were all looking at us. Fannie Lou still standing there strong, not flinching or backing down anything. So she came back and brought us a stack of papers. She said, "Y'all fill out these papers. This is the last day to qualify for Congress. If you don't get this in now, you got to wait 2 years." And this office closes at 5 p.m., but these papers need to be in my hand by 4:30. So Fannie Lou and I take the papers, we go out into the corridor and to a long bench near a phone booth. Back then, we didn't have these cell phones, and filled out the papers to the best of our ability. We brought the form back to the white lady, and she said, "Good, this is very good." And so we started to leave. She said, "Hold it, there's another step." So at the time the candidate qualified, there must be a $500 check accompanying these papers, signed by the Secretary of the Democratic Party in Mississippi. So we go back out into the corridor. We're calling the COFO office, trying to get somebody on the phone. We finally get a guy by the name of Jesse Morris. We tell him we need a $500 check. He says, "Don't go nowhere, the check will be there." Okay, after a while, a guy shows up with the check. We take the check into the office, give it to the white lady, and she said, "This is good, you got this right." And we started to leave. She said, "Oh, there's one more step." So we turn around and she hands us a smaller stack of papers and said, at the time the candidate qualifies, he or she must sign have their campaign manager sign these papers. Fannie Lou and I go back out into the corridor. We call the COFO office, telling them that we need somebody there to be Fannie Lou's campaign manager. So we keep calling, nobody answers the phone. And about 3:30, the white lady comes. She says, "This is the last day to qualify. You have to get these papers in. I want them by 4:30. And so we go back calling, nothing happened. Then the white lady came out about just before 4:30, and she says, "You need these papers in. And if you don't get them in today, it's going to be 2 years before." So Fannie Lou and I are out in the car, just sitting around there, and she's calling. And then she finally looks over there at me and said, "Mac, go in there and put your name on them papers and let's go home." So it shocked me, I said, "Miss Hamer, I don't know nothing in the world about being a campaign manager." She said, "Mac, you know as much about being a campaign manager as I know about running for Congress. Go in there, put your name on the papers, and let's go home." So that's why I said I became a campaign manager by default. Nobody else showed up. So Fannie Lou Hamer, and I was not expecting, since nobody was coming, I thought we'd have just gone home and let this alone. But Fannie Lou Hamer was one of the most determined people that I ever met. She was one of the most religious people I ever met. And when she made up her mind that she was going to do something, I mean, she told me once, said, Mac, if God is for you, the very gates of hell cannot stand against you. And I remember Dora Ladner. One day we were at Fannie Lou Hamer's house, and Fannie Lou had several Bible verses that she, every morning before she left home, she'd get on her knees. And one was Ephesians, the 6th through the 9th chapter, that talks about putting on the full armor of God and about wrestling with principalities and, and people in high places and all of that. So that morning, Dory and I came to Fannie Lou's house, and when we asked for Fannie, where's Miss Hamer? They said, well, she's praying. Dory said, Fannie Lou is putting on the armor and we're going to be protected. So one of many stories.
Mr. Chairman, and to the Credentials Committee, my name is Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer, and I live at 626 East Lafayette Street, Rooseville, Mississippi, Sunflower County, the home of Senator James O. Eastland and Senator Stennis. It was the 31st of August in 1962 that 18 of us traveled 26 miles to the county courthouse in Indianola to try to register to become first-class citizens. We was met in Indianola by policemen, highway patrolmen, and they only allowed 2 of us in to take the literacy test at the time. After we had taken this test and started back to Rooseville, we was held up by the city police and the state highway patrolmen and carried back to Indianola, where the bus driver was charged that day with driving a bus the wrong color. After we paid the fine among us, we continued on to Rooseville, and Reverend Jeff Sonny carried me 4 miles in the rural area where I had worked as a timekeeper and sharecropper for 18 years. I was met there by my children that told me the plantation owner was angry because I had gone down, tried to register. After they told me, my husband came and said the plantation owner was raising Cain because I had tried to register. And before he quit talking, the plantation owner came and said, Fannie Lou, do you know, did Pap tell you what I said? And I said, yes, sir. He said, well, I mean that if you don't go down and withdraw your registration, you will have to leave. Said, then if you go down and withdraw, that you still might have to go because we are not ready for that in Mississippi. And I addressed him and told him that I didn't try to register for you. I tried to register for myself. I had to leave that same night. On the 10th of September 1962, 16 bullets was fired into the home of Mr. and Mrs. Robert Tucker for me. That same night, 2 girls were shot in Rooseville, Mississippi. Also, Mr. Joe McDonald's house was shot in. In June the 9th, 1963, I had attended a voter registration workshop, was returning back to Mississippi. 10 of us was traveling by the Continental Trailway bus. When we got to Winona, Mississippi, which is Montgomery County, 4 of the people got off to use the washroom, and 2 of the people to use the restaurant. 2 of the people wanted to use the washroom. The 4 people that had gone in to use the restaurant was ordered out during this time I was on the bus. But when I looked through the window and saw they had rushed out, I got off of the bus to see what had happened. And one of the ladies said it was a state highway patrolman and a chief of police ordered us out. I got back on the bus, and one of the persons had used the washroom got back on the bus too. As soon as I was seated on the bus, I saw when they began to get the 5 people in a highway patrolman's car. I stepped off of the bus to see what was happening, and somebody screamed from the car that the fire workers was in and said, "Get that one there." And when I went to get in the car, when the man told me I was under arrest, he kicked me. I was carried to the county jail and put in the booking room. They left some of the people in the booking room and began to place us in cells. I was placed in a cell with a young woman called Miss Yvesta Simpson. After I was placed in the cell, I began to hear sounds of licks and screams. I could hear the sounds of licks and horrible screams. And I could hear somebody say, "Can you say yes, sir, nigger? Can you say yes, sir?" And they would say other horrible names. She would say, "Yes, I can say yes, sir." So, "Well, say it." She said, "I don't know you well enough." They beat her I don't know how long. And after a while, she began to pray and ask God to have mercy on those people. And it wasn't too long before 3 white men came to my cell. One of these men was a state highway patrolman, and he asked me where I was from. And I told him Roosevelt. He said, "We're going to check this." And they left my cell, and it wasn't too long before they came back. He said, "You are from Roosevelt, all right," and he used a curse word. And he said, "We're going to make you wish you was dead." I was carried out of that cell into another cell where they had 2 Negro prisoners. The state highway patrolman ordered the first Negro to take the blackjack. The first Negro prisoner ordered me, by orders from the state highway patrolman, for me to lay down on a bunk bed on my face. And I laid on my face. The first Negro began to beat. And I was beat by the first Negro until he was exhausted. I was holding my hands behind me at that time on the left side because I suffered from polio when I was 6 years old. After the first Negro had beat until he was exhausted, the state highway patrolman ordered the second Negro to take the blackjack. The second Negro began to beat, and I began to work my feet. And the state highway patrolman ordered the first Negro had beat to sit on my feet, to keep me from working my feet. I began to scream, and one white man got up and began to beat me in my head and tell me to hush. One white man, my dress had worked up high. He walked over and pulled my dress. I pulled my dress down, and he pulled my dress back up. I was in jail when Medgar Evers was murdered. All of this is on account of we want to register to become first-class citizens. And if the Freedom Democratic Party is not seated now, I question America. Is this America, the land of the free and the home of the brave, where we have to sleep with our telephones off of the hook because our lives be threatened daily, because we want to live as decent human beings in America? Thank you.
on the Freedom Summer of 1964. We just had a call to action from the NAACP, presented very valuable data on the reality of things. They say in God we trust, and everything else you bring data. They brought the data. Now we want to honor the men and women who sacrificed some 60 years ago as radicals of change who helped bring us thus far on the way. Here is Dr. Cassie Pennington and Mr. Cortland Cox with Those Who Dared.
Thank you. I'm honored to be asked to recognize the Freedom Volunteers, a special group of people. You know, one writer said that one group of people watch things happen, some people make things happen, and some people don't know what happened. So the group that I'm recognizing today was a special group of people who made things happen. They paved roads so we could move forward. They opened eyes so we could be seen and respected as citizens. They opened ears so we could be heard. They opened doors to employment offices and personnel offices so we could be hired. They brought us a long ways. They brought us a long ways. They brought us a long ways. To a better.
We're having a bit of technical difficulties.
They brought us a long way. They brought us a long way. to a brighter day. And today, we take time to say thank you again. I would like to ask all the Freedom Volunteers to stand at this time. We'd like you to remain standing, and we'd like for each of you to give your name, where you worked, and where you live now.
My name is William D. Scott III. I'm born and raised here in Sunflower County, Indianola, Mississippi, but I did my work in Holly Springs and Marshall County, Mississippi, 1962 through 1966. Oh, and I also helped to organize the Freedom Democratic Party and was a delegate to the convention.
Did someone stand up over here? No. Okay. Introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from and where you work.
Hello, I'm Len Edwards. I was here in 1964. I lived next door to Fannie Lou Hamer, the most inspirational person I've known in my life. And I want to say, I've never been to a friendlier state than Mississippi. You folks are so nice to people who come here, and you're nice to each other. I'm impressed.
Well, my name is Linda Davis, and I came here in the summer of 1964. And instrumental in my coming down and then staying was my meeting Mrs. Hamer at the training session, and I was so blown away by her story and her courage. And as a young 19-year-old, 20-year-old girl, I said, I have so much to learn from this woman. So I decided when we were given our assignments or asked where we wanted to go, I just wanted to be with Mrs. Hamer. So I signed up for Ruleville. And then at the end of the summer, I decided to stay and worked throughout Sunflower County at that time. And then left finally in August of 1965. But the experience here working among the community was transformative for me. I ultimately did go back to college and went to law school and became a civil rights lawyer in the U.S. Department of Justice. And then, thank you. And then finally was appointed to the Superior Court bench in Washington, D.C. by then President Clinton.
My name is Bright Wynn, and I came down in '64 and landed in Ruleville. And they said, if you're coming down and you have skill, bring your tools, and I brought mine. And so I built the shelving and hung doors in the first Freedom School. Then I went over to Shaw and hung doors and screens and built shelving and desks there. Then I was called to Indianola to build more shelves and doors and everything for that Freedom School, put in new toilets. Everyone else was out canvassing. I was building. Then I became the communications director and safety personnel, and so I was the one who went and talked to Hollowell about getting the guys out of jail and getting Linda out of jail. And when the FBI came, I was the one who talked with the FBI, and that was the most of what I did. I did manage to get arrested several times. You really couldn't avoid it. You were going to be arrested. You were a civil rights worker in Mississippi, and I can tell you about that. But I stayed a year here and pretty much was exhausted at the end of the year and went back to San Francisco, became a longshoreman, went to college, and then became a plumber, and I spent the next 35 years in a plumbing business. I left the movement when Stokely Carmichael said, he didn't say, we want a black power movement, you white people step aside. He said, you get the hell out of here. And that made me feel bad. So whereas I wasn't directly involved in the movement, in the next 35 years, I took 13 young men through apprenticeship in my plumbing society, and they were all, one was white, the other 12 were young men of color who are still in the community doing plumbing. So that was partial of what I did.
Hi, my name is Chris Hexter. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. So it's just a little up the road, about 5 hours away, 4.5 if you drive fast. And I drove down here, so that's how I know that. I worked in Ruleville and Indianola. I was primarily a Freedom School teacher and occasionally got arrested so that Fred Bright had a job to get me out, and so I was arrested 3 times while I was in Mississippi. When I left Mississippi, I went back to the University of Wisconsin, where I was in school, and over time I became a labor and employment lawyer, represented unions throughout the Midwest, and also worked at legal services in St. Louis doing criminal law, and then sort of a mad variety of cases. And like both Len and Linda, because I worked in Ruleville and then saw her again frequently, I was very sort of in awe of Mrs. Hamer And I kept in touch with Ms. Hamer after I left Mississippi, to the point where when I came down through Mississippi to Northwest Florida, I met Mrs. Hamer. It was 1975. She was very close to her death. And I have a photograph of my kids, who were at that point were 4 and 5, standing next to Ms. Hamer and Ms. Hamer's nieces. So it's a very significant photograph. And it is a photograph that is in the Mississippi Department of Archives, because since I've been down here, I've donated much of my collection of papers. I still have copies of them, and I have them here, but papers from my year, or my summer in Mississippi, and then since then in Mississippi. So it's as Linda said, this was probably one of the most significant experiences I had, and it's in my blood. So what can I say?
My name is Brooke Smith. I was also in Ruleville. Len and I were roommates. We lived next door to Fannie Lou and Pap Hamer. But the person in Ruleville, besides Charles, who took me under his wing, was Joe McDonald. I don't know if it's a name that resonates with many of you, but and Joe McDonald, Charles sent me to Mound Bayou. Charles sent me twice by myself to do voter registration in communities, and I said to him, Charles, what were you thinking, man? This white kid, young white kid, Mound Bayou, all black community, and Mr. McDonald introduced me and said, trust this boy and take care of him. And they did for a week, and it's like marvelous, amazing, hand of God kind of stuff. He sent me to Drew, and a little different story, because we'd had this little contentious relationship with Drew. I still got my receipt for my $500 that the city of Drew took from me for convicting me of inciting a riot in Drew, Mississippi, because I was standing on the school grounds of the Negro High School. So as each of us, I think, has testified, it's really a revolutionary moment in my life, and a glorious one, but also a fearful one. And Len and I at the 50th, where somebody talked about how brave you all were and how you had such courage. It's like, Len and I walk, it's like, man, we were afraid all the time. If you weren't afraid, you were an idiot. You were an idiot. And I think the SNCC folks did an incredible job training us in Oxford, because it was like, look, acknowledge your fear, get a hold of your fear. It's going to be with you all the time. You're going to be with friends. Fight. You don't have to even, you just say, it's this companion that is with me. But there's something more powerful than fear, and that's love and hope and justice, and that's with me too. So let's go do it again and again and again for the rest of our lives. Amen.
I'm Riley Rice. Indianola is my home, and this is where I was arrested here in Indianola. We had a sit-in at the Travelers Inn restaurant, and we were arrested there, and they would send us to the county farm in Moorhead. And after that, we went to the Seymour Library. At that time, it was called Seymour Library, and now it's Sunflower County Library. And we were arrested for going to the library. And I was a freshman at Mississippi Valley at that time, at 21 years of age. And after graduating from Mississippi Valley, I worked in LaFleur County for 3 years in the 7th and 12th grade. And then I moved to transfer to Sunflower County, where I worked in Sunflower County 32 years. And I was assistant principal and counselor at Roosevelt Central High School. After that, I've been all around. I ran for alderman. I spent 16 years as an alderman. And now I'm on my 3rd year as a supervisor of Sunflower County. So I've been all around, and I enjoyed it. And the way I consider myself is just a public servant, which all of us are just public servants. Regardless of what job you have, you still a public servant, and you serve the people. And that's the reason why I stayed in it so long, and I don't know whether I'm going to run the next time, so that by the next time I run again, I'll be 85. So I don't know, but I still might do it again. So I have enjoyed the journey.
Hello, my name is Brenda Luckett, and I was 5 years old Freedom Summer. I was in the first class in Clarksdale, the Freedom School in Clarksdale. I described my life as one where I had PTSD. I'm a civil rights baby with PTSD. Because my father was one of the guards. The men in the neighborhood, when they bombed Aaron Henry's house with his wife and his daughter in it, the men in the neighborhood took turns guarding his house after that. So my father would come from work and eat and get his shotgun and walk around to Doc Henry's house and sit on the front porch and guard it. He was a charter member of the Coahoma County branch of the NAACP, started by Medgar Evers. So I have in my lifetime been afraid for my father, because also during that time they killed the president. So I kind of felt like if they could kill John Kennedy, they definitely could kill Joe Luckett. So I grew up in terror. I never knew what would happen next. I grew up under, Dr. Wiley says I grew up under the table of Aaron Henry and Medgar Evers. And I had the opportunity to be exposed to Medgar and his wife and his children and Hubert Humphrey. And I was at the house when they found the civil rights workers, and Doc Henry brought him here and he had to carry him home. I was present because he had to carry him home because they wouldn't allow them, even though they had been killed and put in a car and buried, they would not allow them to be buried in a cemetery together, black and white together. So he had to take the whites back home. I was around, I knew I had the opportunity, myself and my daughter, because I continued with the NAACP even after my mother passed. She was the secretary of the Coahoma County branch. And my father didn't even know he was a charter member, because people in Clarksdale, we did what Doc Henry told us to do. So Daddy was there guarding him, and they were doing the charter, and he said, I said, Daddy, when they celebrated the 25th anniversary, I said, Daddy, you got to come to go to this program. And he said, for what? I said, you're a charter member of the NAACP. He said, I don't know. I didn't know that. He said, Megga and Doc told me to sign the paper, and I just signed the paper. We did what they told us to do, and we supported them in any way that we could. There were a lot of people, a lot of my friends, parents who lost their job because they were members of the NAACP. So when you mentioned something about being a card-carrying member, nobody in Coahoma County was a card-carrying member, but Aaron. he and Bill Luckett were the only two card-carrying members in Coahoma County for many, many years, because if you had a card and you had a job, you lost your job. So I just, like I said, I grew up under the table of the NAACP, but I was blessed to be around for a whole lot of things. And I was blessed to even, as I said, after my daughter was born, to go to the last national convention that Dr. Henry went to. He took me and my daughter, and I got to meet Emmett Till's mother, and she got to meet Rosa Parks. She got to meet people that just frequent Doc Henry's house all the time, because he included the young people in his decision making and in the aspect of trying to pass it on as best he knew how to pass it on. They had so much trouble and had to live in so much secrecy that a lot of our civil rights leaders did not prepare anybody else to pass it on to, because they didn't want to put them in the danger that they were in. So that's why I am so impressed, and I'm just so happy to see young people here now to pass it on to. I was, as I said, I was 5 years old. I'm 65 now. So when Charles told me about this, I said, I got to go because this might be my last time. You know, I got to be there because I want to thank the NAACP for raising me. I want to thank the NAACP for protecting me. I want to thank the NAACP for raising our community, because the NAACP in Clarksdale, once they got Head Start in Clarksdale, they brought up our community. They got so many people out of the fields and into the classrooms. They got so many people that didn't even, especially women, that all they did was stay at home, and they got them out of that home and got them in the classrooms and taught them how to cook properly for their family, and they got us healthy. They just build us up. And that's what I want to continue to do. I want to continue to do that. As I said, continued in the NAACP. I ended up being the state president of the Youth and College Division under, oh my God, my brain is just, what's the Black Eagle who just passed? Joe Madison. Yeah, I was trained under Joe Madison as the Mississippi president, as president of the Youth and College Division of the NAACP. And I went to the University of Mississippi and restarted the charter and the chapter of the NAACP at Ole Miss. I went to Ole Miss because Mega applied for Ole Miss Law School and couldn't go. I went to Ole Miss because my mother went to Russ College and she would have to pass the gates of the University of Mississippi and roll a window up because they would throw food and stuff at them. So I went because she couldn't go. But I still, please understand, don't get it twisted. I'm a member of the Russ College Alumni Association because I take care of my own too. So the NAACP has been such an integral part of my life, and I have tried to have people in my circle, young people especially, to you know, advance in the NAACP, and I'm just grateful. I'm always grateful. Every time I stand and every time I speak, I will let them know I am a lifetime member. My daughter's a lifetime member. My 3 grandchildren are lifetime members of the NAACP, but I still pay dues every year, because just because you get to be a lifetime member don't mean you need to stop contributing. So I pay my dues every year. But I so appreciate everybody that brought this together, because it's a healing process for me, because honestly, I lived in terror. I lived in terror. But I also lived in being able to see accomplishments that I never thought I'd see, and that my ancestors never thought they would see. Thank you, Indianola. I thank the Mississippi Delta, because we had to take care of each other, y'all. We had to take care of each other. I led a boycott of the schools in Clarksdale when I was in 9th grade. And we boycotted the schools because they wouldn't let us have a Black History program. Because that's what I learned in Freedom School, that I had a voice. I got a voice. So we boycotted it, and we wouldn't go to, we would have a meeting every evening, you know, to plan what we were going to do the next day. One of the last meetings that we had, we were there meeting, and Doc Henry was there. There was a whole bunch of, you know, NAACP people there, but the door bust open and Fannie Lou Hamer came through on crutches. singing "This Little Light of Mine, I'm gonna let it shine." I mean, so I just have, I'm full. You're right, I'm full. I'm finna get on out of here. She doing me like a Baptist preacher. I'm finna get on. She done pulled it back up. But thank y'all so much for just allowing me to be here and commune with y'all.
You gonna keep it brief for us, sir? Okay, yes, sir.
I just told you who I was and where I was born and what I did, but I didn't tell you what I'm doing now. So, since my time at Russ College, I went to the University of Iowa, got a degree in analytical chemistry, came back and taught at Russ College, went to Ole Miss, finished my doctorate, and got hired. I taught chemistry at the University of Mississippi for 25 years. I'm now retired from the University of Mississippi. And the other things that I do, I was the first black to be elected as a lay leader of the Mississippi Conference of the United Methodist Church. I'm still active in everything that's going on in Mississippi. As of right now, I am the chairperson of the biggest industrial development authority in the whole state of Mississippi, that is in Marshall County IDA. Thank you.
Reverend Mack.
My name is Kenny Matthews.
I just want to say, on behalf of my big brother, and thanks to all of you all, that the work you all done for this whole nation. And I heard somebody say that it was a frightening time, and it was a frightening time. The things that happened in Indianola, the house bombings and firebombing houses and everything, and with him being locked up so many times, didn't know where he was. But I stuck my chest out when I saw him in Jet magazine in the March on Washington. I was so proud of my big brother, still proud of him. Because you all paved the way for the opportunity that we have today. And let us not forget, the work is not done yet. I only got an amen out of that. The work is not done. We need the young people to hold up the bloodstained banner to carry this on. Keep up the good fight. The good fight, the faith. That one day, and I used to love to hear you all sing this song, we shall overcome someday. Thank you so much, and on behalf of McKinley Jr., thank you so much for this recognition.
Thank you very much. Another writer says there's two kinds of people in the world. Those who do the work and those who take the credit. You deserve the credit. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we're going to watch a short documentary dedicated to Hollis Watkins and Veterans Voices, and afterwards we'll bring up Mr. Frank once again, Frank Figures. Thank you.
In order to get the job done that needed to be done, we knew that you had to wake up every morning with a certain mindset. And that was determined based on how you could truly respond to the song that we sang. We asked one another the question, say, how did you wake up this morning? If you didn't come back with, I woke up this morning with my mind it was stay on freedom. Oh, well, I woke up this morning with my mind it was stay on freedom. I woke up this morning with my mind stay on freedom. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. You went down through walking and talking. I'm singing and shouting. I'm preaching and teaching. In regards to any and all of the things that you were going to be doing, we knew that if your mind was not staying on freedom, something was going to be overlooked, not carried out.
Well, my name is Hollis Watkins. I say I'm from Summit because that's where I got my mail from, but I actually lived across the county line in Lincoln County. A friend of mine came out in the country and told me that she had heard that Dr. Martin Luther King and a lot of other big people were in Macomb and were having rallies that night and speaking at different places. And she told me that they were at the old Masonic temple over the Berglundtown supermarket, that was their headquarters. So when we arrived at the Berglundtown supermarket, we asked, well, I think Bob Moses was one of the first people that we met. We told him that we had heard that Dr. Martin Luther King and some other big people were in town, and asked him if he knew anything about it or could tell us. So he informed us that he didn't know anything about Dr. Martin Luther King and being in town or even coming, but he did tell us that he and some other students were there working on voter registration and trying to get people registered to vote so that they could become first-class citizens. And he asked us if we would be willing to join in and work with him and help them do that.
And you see you have people like Hollis and Peacock, Sam, Jeffrey Harris. They were all Southern, Mississippi people who had made the sacrifices early on, who had busted their butts, dodged bullets literally, who knew the land, the lay of the land, who knew the people, and who had a lot of interpersonal skills and human resources. My sister Dora and I were freshmen at Jackson State in the fall of 1960, and we grew up in Hattiesburg. Outside Hattiesburg, a little black community called Palmer's Crossing. And we had known Medgar Evers from high school days when he had assisted us in forming an NAACP youth chapter in Hattiesburg. And when we got to Jackson State, we used to slip up to his office and talk to him about the movement and what was going on. It was in this context that I began to meet all these people. And Dora got more involved than I did. She dropped out of school twice to go work full-time for SNCC.
I stayed and worked in Macomb for a short period of time, and after that, Bob and other SNCC, staff people had gotten a request for some SNCC staff workers to come to Hattiesburg to do a voter registration project over there. So I left Macomb and went to Hattiesburg to set up a voter registration project over there.
So we were standing in front of the courthouse, and Sheriff Smith came. He said, "Nigger," and he took his pistol out, and he shook his pistol in my face. He said, "Let me tell you one goddamn thing. So I don't want to see you around here the next day, the next hour, the next minute, or the next second. He said, I want you to pack your goddamn bags and I want you to leave Greenwood, Mississippi. And all the people were standing around wondering what I was going to do or say. And I said, Sheriff, if you don't want to see me around here the next day, the next hour, the next minute, or the next second, the best thing for you to do is to pack your bags and leave, because I'm going to be here. And it seems as if that alone gave the people that were with me all of the courage that they needed to really begin to get out into the communities themselves and round up people for mass meetings and to become involved in this movement.
My name is James Moore, so I choose to come back to Greenwood, where I was born in my home. I did get back here in '62. During that time, they had the office here on Macklon Street. And I went down to see Sam Block, which was the head of the project, and Willie Peacock was stepping in charge. And I talked to them about getting involved in doing something. Well, we started cameras, talking to people, and having meetings that showing people, trying to talk people into becoming registered voters.
Adam A. Hall. We were the lowest family in Greenwood, for instance, because my mama ran the local whorehouse. I looked in the door of the Freedom House on my way to turn a trick, and I saw a black woman sitting there typing, and I was later to learn who she was. But the thing that struck me is she never looked down as she typed. And I had never seen a black woman use a typewriter. She's Emma Bell from Macomb, Mississippi, I believe. See, and I thought all these folk was from the north, because here was black folks like Gion, who weren't breaking no verbs, who weren't saying you is and you ain't and all that. So I immediately thought that they was from the north, and Willie Peacock and them, I never knew that they were from the south there. I think they opened the doors of the Freedom Office and asked for somebody that could read and write to help sign the people up. And by some way I found they had pushed me to the front of the line. Well, I could read and write.
You know, I think those of us in the early 60s really cherished that kind of relationship that we had, you know, towards one another, that closeness, you know, that whole thing of knowing that you had somebody that you could depend on, somebody that you could really trust. You know, it's like when you went to jail. You know, you knew that if it was any way possible that folks was going to get you out.
One of the reasons that SNCC was so successful is that we did not go in there to sell memberships. We went in there to educate, inculcate, identify, and fortify, and facilitate what leadership there was there.
From my perspective, as a Mississippian, the summer project for the first time, on a large-scale basis, demonstrated to black people what they could do, or what they could become.
See, one of the other things that both SNCC and MFDP taught very well is that anything is possible. You can make a difference, providing you're willing to speak out.
I stayed here in Mississippi, my home, and continued, you know, to try to work and organize people, to continue to try to pick up the pieces that we once had before all of the 1964 summer project and all of those activities, but try to, wherever possible, touch bases with people to keep them motivated and doing things, to keep the movement alive.
some people have asked me, just because they wanted to know, what was the difference between Martin Luther King and Medgar Evers, outside of the fact that Martin Luther King was from Georgia and worked in Alabama, and Medgar Evers was born and worked in Mississippi. And when I looked at it, I said, and looking out on you all today, Martin Luther King pondered for some time about bringing young people into the movement. Medgar Evers, on the other hand, never pondered. He opened the door for young people to come into the movement. And many of you all have been impacted directly by the life and time and work of Medgar Evers. Everybody in this room have been impacted indirectly by the lifetime and work of Medgar Evers. The indirect impact is because there were 4 signers on the COFO Compact, the Council of Federated Organizations. And Medgar Evers signed on behalf of the NAACP in Mississippi. Somebody mentioned Aaron Henry. Aaron Henry signed on behalf of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. So Medgar Evers opened the way for many of us to participate in this struggle. Now, we're going to honor, it says on the program, tribute to Medgar Evers. I was told that I could offer this up that's not on the program. This coming Sunday, I wish Pastor Anthony was here, but this coming Sunday at the Shady Grove Missionary Baptist Church in Jackson, Mississippi, on 2110 West Ridgeway Street, the next street over from the street that Medgar Evers lived on and raised his children on. We're going to celebrate the birthday of Medgar Evers. For many years now, almost 60 years, we have remembered the assassination date, which was June 12th. But Medgar Evers' birthday is July the 2nd. And we're going, for the first time, celebrate the birthday of Medgar Evers on Sunday, June the 30th. And we're getting, that's the inaugural. And we're getting ready in collaboration with the SNCC Legacy when Medgar Evers reach 100, which is going to be next year, 2025, July 2nd. We're going to celebrate Medgar Evers 100 years. And we'd like to invite all of you that are present in the VIP section and those that have tuned in through various media platforms. So, tribute to Medgar Evers.
Medgar Evers was a great man, and we like to think of him when we think about the number of people who died in this struggle. We've lost a lot of people. Just know Jim Lovell, one of our great leaders. We've lost a lot of great people. And I guess we're going out slower now since we're older, but we're still going out. In Jackson, Mississippi, in 1963, there lived a man who was brave. He fought for freedom all of his life, but they laid Medgar Evers in his grave. They laid Medgar Evers in his grave. They laid Medgar Evers but they lay McGovern in his grave. He spoke words of truth for all men to hear. Black and white alike for to say. Yes. Then a hate-filled white man named Byron Lubbock with lay McGovern in his grave. He lay, let me hear you. Oh yeah. He lay McGovern in his grave. Then a hate-filled white man named Byron Lubbock with lay McGovern in his grave. He spoke words of truth, dignity, and freedom. He died before he'd be a slave. Then a high-powered rifle tore out his heart and lay McGovern in his grave. He lay McGovern in his grave. Yes, he did. He lay McGovern in his grave. Then a high-powered rifle tore out his arm and lay McGovern in his grave. McGovern had some company in his heavenly home. Yes. Those little children from Birmingham. Sing the song. Sing the song, brother. Like Christ, they died for you and for me. They died for you to be free. Everybody now. They died for you to be free. Yes. They died for you to be free. Sing the song. Like Christ, they died for you and for me. They died for you to be free.
The original Freedom Singers that was written and composed and arranged by freedom singers. I was so touched that I heard people, young people close around here singing along with them the ballad of Meg Evers. You know, it was dangerous work to make two Mississippis one Mississippi, or at least the Mississippi that we have today. It was dangerous work. It was dangerous because people were willing to do any and everything that they could to keep things as close as possible to the way life was in 1861 and before. But the resistance, the resourcefulness, the determination of the people of Mississippi to make two Mississippis, one Mississippi, or the Mississippi that we have today, that spirit can live long in all of us. Dangerous, we're going to lift up three names. I'm sorry, Andrew Goodman, James Chaney, and Michael Schwerner. We're going to lift up three names, but they symbolize a group that has not yet been numbered. It may be in the FBI files, but they were looking for three people and found well over 25, an unlimited number that today still are nameless. It was dangerous work, people. But your resistance, your resourcefulness, and your determination have brought us on earth where we are today. So we'll have a
Stop. the Mississippi River. Love, 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 love. Hey, the Mississippi River. When you can count, you can count, you can count, you can count, you can stop. Go Mississippi River, you can stop.
That brought this music to us in 2010. Chuck Neblett is the lead, well, the original freedom singer. Stand, just original freedom singer. But he was not only the original freedom singer, but when we wanted to have this concert, it was Chuck who took the leadership with the other freedom singers, Bernice, and others who made this happen. And you can see the beauty of it. I mean, I can tell you that if you ever have a chance, and we'll probably put it up on our site, you should listen to the whole concert. It's really a joy. My responsibility at this point is to now at least thank the volunteers and really hug the staff for all the work that was done in 1964. At the end of the day, people use the term bravery all the time, but the thing about the work in 1964, it wasn't about bravery, it was about determination. That is what, at the end of the day, made the difference. Because it's not only we got up on Monday and we got up on Tuesday, we got up on Wednesday, and somebody said, one of the volunteers said, if you weren't afraid, you weren't paying attention. You know, and at the end of the day, even though people were afraid, they were not paralyzed because they were determined. So what we want to do is roll the scroll of the names of the volunteers and the staff, and again accompanied by the music of Chuck and the freedom singers, because we have a strong, I mean, even somebody like me who cannot even sing, you know, appreciates what Chuck and the others have done. So why don't we roll the scroll? Okay.
But
Okay, let's get one more round of applause. Let's get one more round of applause. Let's get one more round of applause. Let's get one more. All right. Day one continues at the B.B. King Museum, which is just a walk away. However, we have large SUVs out front for anyone who needs a ride. The tour of the B.B. King Museum will run for about an hour, and our non-programmed dinner will take place outside under the tent. At 8 p.m., we invite each of you to screen Neshoba, The Price of Freedom film with Zelior inside the cotton gin room at the museum. We will come back right here this evening for the gathering of old friends with live music and a cash bar. I look forward to seeing you there, and right back here tomorrow morning for breakfast at 8 a.m. Thank you. It's been a great day. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Yeah, out the back here. Okay. Oh yeah, definitely. All right.
See, that song is the only record of the number of people that they took out looking for them three young men.
Okay.
That is the only, it's not in no books. It may be in somebody's archive. The FBI may have.
Never identified any of the 20. They didn't even try.
They didn't try, but some of them did get identified.
Okay.
But sometimes I say they were looking for them and all that.
Man, it's probably a lot of history buried in a lot of bayous.